Hello, come in. Come in. Do the things. Hello. Whew. Okay. Looks like we are moving on over. Looks like we've lost about 200 of you. God. Think this is going better? Awesome. Let's see how it holds. So far, so good. We back over on we back over on riverboat.gg. Also, thank you very much for the $15 dono. Not smart. I appreciate it. And Hammock, thank you for the $5 dono earlier. We are so back. Hi, everybody. Whew. Can I suggest? Nah, Game Changer will clap me instantly for a clip. Got bad news though. Some breaking updates, courtesy of Newsmax. Everybody, bad news. Remember how we were just talking about Jeffrey Epstein? Folks, they're gonna do it. They're gonna goddamn pardon that pedophile.
That's why I'm not taking anything without skepticism from anybody, especially the media, especially the government, especially the Department of Justice, and I don't care, quite frankly, who it's about, including Ghislaine Maxwell and, to a lesser extent, Jeffrey Epstein, all right? I say lesser extent. Jeffrey Epstein pleaded guilty to the sex stuff in 2008, all right? He's a dirtbag monster. Does that mean Ghislaine Maxwell is? I don't think so, folks. That's not the way our society works. Not the way it's...
Okay, yes, actually it is. Actually, a jury of your peers finding you guilty of sexually assaulting children and then you spending the rest of your life in prison. That's actually how it works.
Supposed to work at all. There is so much exculpatory evidence here that nobody...
There is not.
...understands that it looks like the government kept from the defense, which is illegal, juror misconduct, you name it. And look at what happened in that court, right? Prosecutor pointing the finger. All right, just remember.
Yeah, prosecutors famous for not pointing fingers at anybody. If you see a prosecutor pointing a finger, that means they're a liar. Conservatives are so cooked, dog.
This image for a moment, all right? Ghislaine Maxwell's on the left. It's COVID, right? So hardly anybody's there. And the attorney, the government attorney, doesn't have to wear a mask, pointing her finger right there at Maxwell. That's why I'm not taking...
Yeah, she doesn't have to wear a mask because she's in the middle of the courtroom. Separated from everybody. God. They're gonna do it, folks. Newsmax is where they put up trial balloons for this shit. Yeah, pointing a finger, that's... How dare a person whose job it is to prosecute people point fingers. God. I'm sorry. This eye is bugging me to fucking back. There. I think I got it. Okay. Why does it feel like a hair is continuously poking me in the eye? I hate this. This is hell. Cool. Like the new stream, everybody. Please. Also share the link far and wide. We need to get a lot of people in here. Last stream in the old apartment, everybody. We're doing the thing. Whew. If you need to go look in a mirror, we won't be upset. What do we do if she actually gets pardoned? Fuck, I don't know. Keep your children from whatever place she moves. I need to go look in the mirror and like. Oof. Hello, I'm back. I think I fixed it. Likes deployed, mistress. Good job, Von 400. Very proud of you. Let's take a look here. We've got a lot to cover today. Worth noting, I guess. Hey, everybody, you know how you might recall at numerous points throughout Trump's first administration, his plan to nuke hurricanes, his plan to nuke North Korea and try and pretend it's another country that nuked North Korea, his multiple other plans to nuke other places on the planet. Well, Donald Trump is now moving nuclear submarines into various more aggressive positions because the former president of Russia tweeted something mean at him. So that's good. I guess. I love that we're doing international diplomacy by tweet now. That's so cool. Thanks, Elon Musk. In a post on Truth Social on Friday, Trump wrote that he had decided to reposition the nuclear submarines because of a highly provocative statement by Medvedev, noting he is now the deputy chairman of Russia's Security Council. Medvedev said earlier that Trump's threats to sanction Russia and a recent ultimatum were a threat and a step towards war. In which, like, yes, actually. I have ordered 2 nuclear submarines to be positioned in the appropriate regions just in case the foolish and inflammatory statements are more than just that, Trump responded. Words are very important and can often lead to unintended consequences. I hope this will not be one of those instances. So,
a man you can bait with a tweet is not a man you can trust with nuclear weapons. Hillary Clinton.
God, don't make Hillary Clinton write about this. God. God, it's so dumb. It's so fucking dumb. Also, Nomi Sunrider, thank you for the $5 super chat. Very much appreciated. I am realizing now that I think I turned off alerts and never turned them back on last night. So let me fix that real quick over here. There we go. There we go.
A man.
Nuclear subs are not nuclear bombs, though. Yeah, but I think he's talking about nuclear-armed submarines. Because, again, I don't think he's careful with his language. Yeah, Kamala Harris went on the Stephen Colbert show and said that she's not going to run for president, which, thank God. Thank God. So that's good news. Not running to be governor and not running to be president. Good. All right. Also, brothers and sisters, siblings, do not give yourself to the machine. Do not give yourself to the machine. Do not give yourself over to the artificial intelligence. Don't do it, because it's dog shit. So one of the recent minor, I don't know, instances of people arguing about AI on the internet has been a move to try and adapt the original Wizard of Oz to the Las Vegas sphere. You know, the gigantic sphere that can like broadcast different images and movies and stuff. They want it to do the Wizard of Oz, and they are using AI to expand the aspect ratio for that. And I gotta be honest, it looks like complete and utter dog shit. Look at how bad this looks.
That's funny. Wasn't he pointing the other way?
Of course, people do go both ways.
Holy shit.
Why, you did say something, didn't you?
Holy shit. Oh my god, it's so bad. Why would you do this to one of the most beloved films of all time? The minimum ticket price to go see this at the Sphere is $200, by the way. For $200, you get to look at absolute dog shit on screen. It's an expensive, cheap roadside attraction. Like, I just can't wrap my head around that. It's so bad. Now, on top of that, folks, we have new data coming out from a variety of different outlets that, hey, maybe AI and other things is bad too. For example, you guys need to stop using ChatGPT. You need to stop using these goddamn chatbots, because guess what, everybody? Surprise, surprise, they're spying on you. They are, like, Google is taking everything you have ever typed into ChatGPT and indexing it and making it searchable. It's bizarre. A basic Google site search using part of the link created when someone proactively clicks share on ChatGPT can uncover conversations where people reveal deeply personal details, including struggles with addiction, experiences of physical abuse, or serious mental health issues. Sometimes even fears that AI models are spying on them. While the users' identities aren't shown by ChatGPT, some potentially identify themselves by sharing highly specific personal information during the chats. Again, stop using this shit. You're just handing over your most intimate details to this private company that wants to feed those details to their goddamn algorithm and also create little files on each and every one of you. God. Just, we live in hell world, everybody. We live in hell world. Stop using the hell world technology. What if being watched is my fetish? Well, then it's your lucky day. God. I don't know. Why would you use an AI bot for writing a resume? Why would you do that? You have a machine capable of writing a resume. It's in your brain. It's called your brain, in fact. I don't know. Y'all need to get on this this Luddite riverboat with me before you get eaten up by the goddamn monstrosity they're making out of all of you. Oh, yeah, we also need to talk about this just briefly. Hey everyone, do you guys remember the AR-15 and pistol wielding people from I think the 2020 election? Do you guys remember them? They went out and like just were brandishing their guns at strangers. And then they got arrested for that. Well, guess what, everyone? I think we can all rest easier now that they've got their guns back. It only took 3 lawsuits, 2 trips to the Court of Appeals, and 1,847 days, but I got my AR-15 back. We defended our home, were persecuted by the left, smeared by the press, and threatened with death, but we never backed down. What's missing? Patty and the Braco soon. So you can all rest easy now. These absolute nut jobs who ran outside of their homes to just point their loaded and armed rifles at people will soon be having their guns again. Finally, I know you were all waiting for the alert when it would finally be safe to walk down the streets of St. Louis, but now you can. Safe in the knowledge that these two will brandish their weapons at you if given the opportunity. They should join ICE. They'd fit right in. They really would. Like, he lost his law license and they moved. Oh, well, I'm glad he might have gotten his AR-15 back, but he lost his law license, and I love that for him. Also, everyone, I just want to share this moment. Little bit of hopium. Do you guys remember back, I know it seems like a lifetime ago, when we helped organize for the Wisconsin Democratic Party to get Judge Susan Crawford into the state Supreme Court? You guys remember that? Guess what, everyone? She got sworn in today. Y'all helped make this happen.
Do solemnly swear.
Do solemnly swear.
That I will support.
That I will support.
the Constitution of the United States,
the Constitution of the United States,
and the Constitution of the State of Wisconsin,
and the Constitution of the State of Wisconsin,
that I will administer justice without respect to persons, and will faithfully and impartially discharge the duties of said office to the best of my ability. Congratulations.
How lovely. Yeah, this is the election that Elon Musk tried to pay to win. He dropped $55 million, some of the most money ever spent on a state Supreme Court race, and he got his ass beat. Had to slink off out of politics. What a wonderful moment and thing for all of us to enjoy. All right. Talk a little bit about economics. You guys ready? Whew. Now he's making shitty food at Tesla cafes. Did any of you guys see the image of like the frozen food pallets left outside of his diner restaurant to just cook in the sun? Oh man, it's so disgusting. 4 strips of bacon is $12 at that restaurant. Jesus Christ. Botulism indeed. Who left them outside? I don't know. It kind of seems like he doesn't give a shit about it. Like all of his other business ventures. Let's see here. One second. Gotta add something to my moving calendar. Cool. Did I see Curtis Yarvin's racist Twitter rant? You're gonna have to be more specific. Because that man is always being racist. At all times. Like, dude started a racist rant back in the 90s and has never stopped. But yes, I did see him saying the N-word on Twitter. Okay, folks. Let's talk about economics. So, folks, there is there's a little thing within the US government called the Bureau of Labor Statistics. And it's pretty important in terms of how economists gauge the health of the US economy. Now, one of the interesting things is that this has been a relatively nonpartisan bureau for a very, very long time. Presidents come and go, but different members of the bureau largely remain, or they leave to go to academia eventually. And, they all kind of support one another after they leave, regardless of what presidents they served under. And, well, the monthly job report came out, and it's actually really, really bad. So this is what came out, right? So you can see this goes back to July of 24. And you can see there have been ebbs and flows. And what's really interesting here is you get to May of this year. And you get to June, and then you get to July. Now, what's interesting here is this revised down. What does that mean? Well, it means that the numbers for the last 2 months assumed a certain amount of job growth that never actually materialized. So instead of adding over 100,000 jobs, 150,000 jobs or so, actually all that was added was like 12,000 jobs or 7,000 jobs. Like we're talking a tiny fraction of what they originally said was released. What they originally said in their release. And we're up 73,000 jobs in July. But what's really important to note about this data is that this is what allows economists to understand the health of the US economy. Because if suddenly people are just not adding jobs, that indicates something is incredibly wrong with the economy. Like the engine is slowing down and could potentially stop working. And well, one other point is that if we couldn't trust the jobs numbers that came out over the last 2 months, why would we trust the job numbers from this month? And this has represented a relatively big problem. Because it seems like the Trump administration is trying to project better numbers than what actually exist. And it's not good. It's not good. Because we all know that like corporations will try and fudge these numbers a bit here and there. But to fudge the numbers by 80% of the jobs, 90% of the jobs, that indicates that there's something profoundly wrong. Okay? I just want everyone to note that there's actually, it's so bipartisan that there's actually a group titled the Friends of the Bureau of Labor Statistics, and it consists of the American Statistical Association, Center for Regional Economic Competitiveness, Council for Professional Associations of Federal Statistics, and the National Association of Business Economics, and also former heads of the Bureau of Labor Statistics. And they put out a statement on this. Because what ended up happening is that these numbers were so bad and so contrary to what Donald Trump had actually put out there that Donald Trump today, as soon as these numbers came out, immediately fired the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics because the numbers were bad and he didn't like them. Which indicates that anyone who goes into that position from here on out is going to want to lie about the numbers on purpose. They're going to want to manipulate the data so they don't get fired. So here's the statement put out by the Friends of the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Today, President Trump called into question the integrity of the employment situation report and that the BLS released this morning. He accused BLS Commissioner Erica McEntarfer, okay, I'll go with that, of deliberately reporting false numbers to reflect poorly on this administration. Yeah, that is, by the way, the allegation, that she nefariously doctored the numbers in order to make him look bad. That's the allegation. For that, she lost her job. This baseless, damaging claim undermines the valuable work and dedication of the BLS staff who produce the reports each month. This escalates the president's unprecedented attacks on the independence and integrity of the federal statistical system. The president seeks to blame someone for unwelcome economic news. The commissioner does not determine what the numbers are, but simply reports what the data show. The process of obtaining the numbers is decentralized by design to avoid opportunities for interference. The BLS uses the same proven, transparent, reliable process to produce estimates every month. Every month, BLS revises the prior 2 months' employment estimates to reflect slower arriving, more accurate information. This rationale for firing Dr. McEnteffer is without merit and undermines the credibility of federal economic statistics that are a cornerstone of intelligent economic decision-making by businesses, families, and policymakers. U.S. Official statistics are the gold standard globally. When leaders of other nations have politicized economic data, it has destroyed public trust in all the official statistics.
If he fires enough people, he'll have to hire one of his mates, and they won't be able to count beyond 10.
I mean, even if he hires someone who does understand how this all works, they're highly motivated now to lie, right? To fudge the numbers somehow. But this is correct. Like, if we can no longer trust these types of numbers, then we officially have no idea what the inflation is. We officially have no idea what some of the other economic indicators are that would allow us to understand our current economic predicament. It's effectively blinding us when it comes to the economy. We're just going to have to, I guess, sense how things feel. You're going to have to get your data from economists that are like doing on the ground research every day. It is, you know, people are posting in chat, this is going to end poorly. And like, that's 100% true. But part of what's going to make this end poorly is that we're flying blind. We like if we're in an airplane, the engines have stalled and we can't see where we're going, and we're going to have to just kind of sense when the plane is tilting too much to one side or the other and try and just glide until we get on the other side of this fog cloud. But we might crash before we get to the other end. Right? So, it's really, really bad. Fox Business thought it was going to be like 200,000, so they crashed and burned at 73K, which might itself be a lie. Exactly. As I mentioned last night, they're already lying about the consumer price index to lie about tariff-based inflation. Yeah, and that's kind of what is indicated in this data, right?
Don't worry, Jack. It's going to be like 2008 all over again. Only nobody will try to fix things and they will lie about there being a problem to begin with.
Oh, God. Nah, like, it's going to be, guys, if we crash under these circumstances right now, it's going to be so much worse than 2008. It is going to be the worst economic downturn any of us have ever experienced. Like, we're talking like missing the mark by like 80-90%. Like, Fox News was hyping these numbers to be like 200,000 jobs being added. Because keep in mind, guys, what's happening here and what happened back in May, this is when Donald Trump started to do all of his tariff shit, right? And that chaos caused companies to not hire people and not create jobs and like play it safer, right? Which in turn reduces the economic activity, which in turn reduces GDP, in turn, like, it throws off all of the numbers. And, you know, the whole numbers projection that the GOP relied on to make their budget bill work was reliant on economic growth. And part of the problem that we're seeing here, Trump get caught in, is that economic growth is not happening. He is trying to tout these tariffs and tout these trade deals as things that are spurring economic growth, returning us to great manufacturing status among the world powers. And none of that is happening. None of the things he has promised are happening. And we're kind of getting to a point where even people who are true believers in this project are going, hey, wait a minute. We aren't seeing the growth that we should be seeing. Uh-oh. You know, like, even the people who are on his side are feeling panic. They're panicked about this. It's really, really bad. BLS operates as a federal statistical agency and is afforded autonomy to ensure the data it releases is as accurate as possible. To politicize the work of the agency and its workers does a great disservice not only to BLS, but the entire federal statistical system, which this country has relied on for almost 150 years. We stand firmly behind the BLS, Commissioner McEntarfer, and the data they work hard to produce. Commissioner McEntarfer is a widely respected economist who has devoted her career to public service. She has an impeccable record. Over 90% of U.S. senators supported her confirmation. We call on Congress to respond immediately to investigate the factors that led to Commissioner McEntarfer's removal, to strongly urge the commissioner's continued service, and ensure that the nonpartisan integrity of the position is retained. The statement from the president undermines these tenets and politicizes data which cannot and should not be used for political points. Right? So this is a pretty straightforward statement. This is like unambiguously bad. Now, let's take a look. What does Donald Trump say? When he defends his decision to fire this the commissioner, what does he say?
Why did you fire the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics?
Because I think her numbers were wrong. Just like I thought her numbers were wrong before the election. Days before the election, she came out with these beautiful numbers for Kamala.
Fun story. In 1929, Herbert Hoover decided to respond to Black Monday by aggressively deporting Mexicans. He declared that American jobs are for Americans. Nothing new under the sun.
Paladin, thank you for the $10 dono. I very much appreciate the support. And yeah, except in this case, he started with deporting people, and now he has nowhere to turn with the rest of this. You know, like there's no lever for him to push at this point. Also, he's trying to claim that the commissioner fudged numbers in favor of Kamala Harris, who wasn't the president at the time. Like a candidate for president who's not the president doesn't have labor statistics they need to worry about.
I guess Biden / Kamala, and she came out with these beautiful numbers trying to get somebody else elected. Then right after the election, I think on the 15th, November 15th, she...
Yeah, it couldn't possibly, because the economy was actually doing okay, at least on paper.
Had an $800,000 or $900,000 massive reduction. Said she made a mistake. That woman's numbers are...
I love that he has no evidence whatsoever. He's just like, I disagree with her numbers, and I'm not an economist, I have no statistician that like agrees with me. I've got nothing, but I just feel like the numbers are wrong. That's his fundamental premise here, you know? God, it's we are in we're in the shit right now, folks. Like, I mean, here he is again.
Going forward, why should anyone trust the numbers?
Well, that's
and if
you're right. No, you're right. Why should anybody trust numbers? You go back to election day. Look what happened 2 or 3 days before with massive, wonderful job numbers, trying to get him elected or her elected, trying to get whoever the hell was running.
The reporter asks him a question about why would anyone trust the numbers that your Bureau of Labor Statistics puts out after you fired the commissioner of the Bureau for putting out numbers you don't like, that paint you in a bad light. Like, this is and he doesn't even understand the question. He doesn't even understand what is being asked. He's like, why should anyone believe the numbers? Exactly. Thank you for agreeing with me. I'm so glad we all think that these numbers are fishy. We're all in the same boat here. Like, he doesn't even get it. He doesn't even understand the question. Dude's mind is like going, gone. And I mean, like, he's he's losing it, bro. Here's one of his posts on Truth Social. I was just informed that our country's job numbers are being produced by a Biden appointee, Dr. Erica McEntarfer, the Commissioner of Labor Statistics, who faked the job numbers before the election to try and boost Kamala's chances of victory. This is the same Bureau of Labor Statistics that overstated the job growth in March 2024 by approximately 818,000, and then again right before the 2024 presidential election in August and September by 112,000. These were records. No one can be that wrong. We need accurate jobs numbers. I have directed my team to fire the Biden political appointee immediately. She will be replaced with someone much more competent and qualified. Important numbers like this must be fair and accurate. They can't be manipulated for political purposes. McEntarfer said there were only 73,000 jobs added. A shock. But more importantly, that a major mistake was made by them. 258,000 jobs downward in the prior 2 months. Similar things happened in the first part of the year, always in the negative. The economy is booming under Trump. Despite a Fed that also plays games, this time with interest rates, where they are lowered them twice and substantially just before the presidential election, I assume in hopes of getting Kamala elected. How did that work out? Jerome Too Late Powell should also be put out to pasture. Thank you for your attention to this matter. And, like, I gotta be honest with you guys, that sounds like he wants to kill Jerome Powell. When you refer to someone being put out to pasture, you're talking about killing them. Just as an FYI. That's like saying taken out behind the shed. So, dude's losing it. Dude's absolutely losing it. Because just a couple minutes later, he also put this out. In my opinion, today's jobs were rigged in order to make the Republicans and me look bad. Just like when they had 3 great days around the 2024 presidential election, and then those numbers were taken away on November 15th, 2024, right after the election, when the jobs numbers were massively revised downward, making a correction of over 818,000 jobs, a total scam. Jerome Too Late Powell is no better. But the good news is our country is doing great. And it's just like, I don't get the impression that our country is doing great, actually. I get the opposite impression from these goddamn desperate posts. God. Did I see the clip of Scott Bessent trying to slip that they're actively trying to privatize Social Security? I did not. You don't need to find the clip. We have too much of a show. But it does not surprise me in the least. Even Hitler's like, yo, take a break. Oh, God. We have to laugh. And I do want to emphasize here, this is not a partisan issue, right? The firing of the commissioner of the Bureau of Labor Statistics is a bipartisan concern. So much so that you're seeing economists right now freak the fuck out. Like it's kind of nuts. I want to show you guys this, right? So first we have William Beach, who writes, the totally groundless firing of Dr. Erica McEntarfer, my successor as Commissioner of Labor Statistics at BLS, sets a dangerous precedent and undermines the statistical mission of the Bureau. For a full statement opposing this move, read, and then he links to the same statement we read earlier. And this is retweeted by Douglas Holtz Eakin. Bill is the king of understatement. There have been countless BLS revisions and many BLS commissioners, but only one sitting president has fired a BLS head. You do the math. And I gotta tell you guys, they're the ones who do the math. These are the guys who do the goddamn math. Okay? They know what they're talking about. They know that this is like you press the big red button. This is an emergency situation. Okay? And if you're wondering, well, okay, maybe those guys are like super libs, right? You know, maybe they're super liberal. Guess what? That first guy, William Beach, he was the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics under Donald Trump and Joe Biden. He was the one who was in charge of those numbers during Trump 1. So he knows what he's talking about. He was confirmed under Trump 1 by Trump's Senate. And also, would you know it, look at this. He's also a fellow in economics at the Heritage Foundation. This guy is an economist for the same organization that made Project 2025. And even he is going, whoa, guys, whoa, this is bad. Whoa, you need to put her back. Put her back. This is really fucking bad. What about that other guy? Maybe he's like a super lib, you know? This Douglas Holtz Eakin. I mean, obviously, he must be like a socialist, right? Oh, wait, no, he's the director of the Congressional Budget Office. And also was the economic policy advisor to John McCain on his presidential campaign. And also is currently the president of the American Action Forum, a conservative advocacy group. This guy is also ultra-conservative. And these people are pressing the big emergency button. Okay, these guys are the ones who would typically be in Trump's corner on this. Because understand, if like they lose access to this data, it's basically a torpedo that destroys their ability to analyze economics in the United States. These statistics put out by the Bureau of Labor Statistics are what allow them to do what they do. And, you know, just beside the point here, but those numbers are important. And I'm going to bring us back to this graph. These numbers are important because they indicate in maybe the last graph we're going to accurately have what Donald Trump is actually doing to the economy. This is what Donald Trump is actually doing. Taking an economy that has been making modest gains and suddenly tanking it with this tariff nonsense, which I need to remind all of you is simply a tax placed on everyone in the United States unilaterally by the president, and it is only supposed to be that Congress is able to impose tariffs. But because Congress has abdicated their responsibility at the behest of Republicans in Congress, Trump has been given an emergency authority to set tariffs, which means he has unilateral authority to tax you. That is what is happening. And as he touts how much tariff revenue he's gotten from you guys, the businesses of this country are going down the shitter. And manufacturing, importantly, the thing that Donald Trump ran on bringing back to America, the entire premise he tried to spin as the undergirding principle of the tariffs that he's imposing. Remember, he wanted to bring manufacturing back to America. Those manufacturing jobs aren't coming back here, guys.
Don't worry, Jack. It's only multi-generational and nearly irreparable damage to the country. No big. Sarcasm.
True, Lady Raincloud. Thank you for the $5 dono. But also, those jobs aren't coming back. And the GOP put this out earlier today, I believe. The one big beautiful bill will drive the return of the great American car. And if any of you know anything about cars, you'll recognize that the car behind Donald Trump in this meme is not, in fact, an American car. It's a Soviet clunker. Yes, you guys are accurately calling it out. That is the Skoda. It's not even an American car in their stupid ass meme that is pretending to be bringing back manufacturing jobs. I just... We're in the bad place. We're in the bad place. The absolute worst car ever. Yeah. Not a Skoda? Wait, what is it? Is it a Lada? Oh, yep, you guys are correct. It's a Lada. I thought it was a Skoda. It's a Lada. More like a lot of bullshit. Hey, nailed it. Nailed it. Nailed the landing. Let's go. All right, nailed it. Aw, damn it. Damn it, Knifey Duck. I saw you. Now it looks like I stole your joke. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't see it until after I made the... Damn it. Anyway, like, comment, and subscribe, folks. And consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. because I'm gonna need it to survive this economic downturn. Hey. God. Sub to Knifey Duck for original content. Oh. All right. If anyone's been to a factory lately, it's all operated by machines. True.
I am absolutely struck that like 10 other people besides me noticed the Lada right away. Y'all are my fucking people. BWA.
Yeah, I could have been somebody, but you guys corrected me and put me in my place. I'm sorry, folks. I failed you. I let you down, just like the Lada. I let a lot of you down. There we go. Nailed it. Whew, baby. Paladin, thank you for the $5 super chat. Thank you for that BWA energy. Jack is pissed. Nah, I'm not. Do you think if things get bad here in the US, we might see a flood of Americans leaving to other nations? I mean, maybe. It's not inconceivable. You tried so hard, but in the end, it amounted to a lot of nothing. Indeed. I thought it was yellow car. Ethereal, you're adorable. How do we protect ourselves if the economy is about to go down? I mean, it's not a bad idea to have like a bag of rice and some beans in the back of your pantry. Just always have one extra bag of rice, a couple extra bags of beans. That's a good tip. Also volunteer in your local like mutual aid orgs, you know, homeless shelters, soup kitchens, etc. Getting involved in that type of infrastructure is very, very helpful, and you're going to meet people who can also help you. Yeah, get some canned goods, some stuff that'll last a while, for sure.
In Soviet Russia, duck subs to you.
But like dried beans and rice can last for a very long time. Pasta can last for a while. Stuff like that. Start a food, not bombs, if there's none in your area? Absolutely. Also, Knifey Duck, thank you for the $5 dono.
Here's one for you. Why was the feminist offended at the orthopedic masseuse? Blatant misogyny.
You just get out where you can. Also, again, in a lot of these cases, either you're going from that I have excellent connection. Like, I don't know what is happening. I don't know what is happening or why. It's just the YouTube stream. That is really, really frustrating. Says something different. Even on YouTube, it says I have an excellent connection, so I'm unsure what is actually happening with the YouTube right now. It's YouTube's war with ad blockers. Oh, are you guys using ad blockers? Is that the issue? The issue persists when I turn it off. Interesting. 1 second. I'm on my Xbox having issues, no ad block here. Maybe. This is deeply frustrating. I haven't had issues streaming in forever. Seems like the Democratic establishment seems to be waking up to their base, getting radicalized. Spleen God, I fucking hope so, but we'll see if anything comes of it, you know? Is it a server thing? Yeah, I think so. Cursed chaos. Mobile is working. The audio is synced. Sunk. Cool. Hey, Davey. Or Dav MN. Working fine on mobile for the past 5 minutes. Okay. That's cool. Looks good currently on my Xbox. Feels like it's between the server and the user. Yeah, it's like YouTube's server is having a problem putting it out to you guys. Huh. Can you answer my question again? Can you post your question again? Because there's a lot going on right now. Hey, Blaskowitz. Oh, Nina Turner's pet dragon. Ah, I see. Working for you now too? Excellent. Oh, the going to France for safety one. I did answer it, but in case it got garbled by technical difficulties. One, that depends on if you have the time and money to be able to emigrate. Because you will have to do it through legal processes, and that can take weeks or months. If you need to actually go because there's an emergency, then you have to find a country that is taking asylum seekers. And at the moment, no country on earth is taking Americans seeking asylum. Generally speaking. I tried to make it happen last year in Canada and it didn't pan out. You got to have a job lined up and it's hard to get one as an American. Yeah, so this is why I talk about the need for the asylum process to be opened to Americans, because generally other countries view America as kind of the gold standard of like safety from political prosecution or persecution rather. So either you have to have a method to emigrate legally, or other countries have to act first. I don't know much about France, so I do know every election that France has, we're constantly on pins and needles to see whether or not the far right suddenly takes power. So, mileage may vary. You'll have a transferable job. I'll be higher up in my company, which has French locations. I mean, if you have the means, then you can definitely give it a shot. What do I think of Corbyn's party? I think it seems pretty good. I don't know what the internal numbers actually show, but there are some claims that they're bigger than Labor now, and if true, that's pretty cool. I will also say that if it really does come to the cost of your escape is a plane ticket, better homeless in a stable country than trapped in a concentration camp or lynched. That's my take. I mean, yeah. But again, it's all dependent on what other countries are willing to do. Because if asylum isn't open, they'll just send you back here. I understand both Australia and Canada have motions to get LGBTQIA plus asylum, but it's a nightmare. Yeah, I imagine it's nothing short of awful. Ay. Okay. If it gets really bad, I already have a stay behind network set up like the World War II era groups. A bunch of other veterans have been talking. That's awesome. Good. Good to know. Also, we haven't hit the button song. Just real quick. Now that the connection storm is over. Go, go, go. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. 4. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. 3. Click the button. Click the button. 4. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click Oh, mommy. Also, yeah, I mean, there's a reason why we have mutual aid channels in the Discord, guys. There's a reason why we set up a lot of different online infrastructure in the Discord for you guys to connect with one another and help each other if necessary. And it's precisely because if things get really bad, you know, so we can all help each other. I think I missed the nya. I did nya earlier, but I'll do it again. Nya. Oh, you did do another arm curl earlier. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Why did you do that, Moan? Because there is a channel point redeem on Twitch for Oh Mommy. And I don't know. Stop trying to make me feel things. I can't. Can't stop, won't stop. Whew. All right. Rhea Ripley, where? Well, we do have it pretty damn good in Minnesota as far as America goes. True, which is why we have been trying to set up a network for people to volunteer to drive others to safer places like Minnesota over on the Discord. Dropping the weights, shake my damn head. Look, I'm not in a gym. There's the only thing underneath me is concrete. It's fine. Have I seen that Vegas is a ghost town? It's not the only place that's a ghost town. A lot of other places are too. You know, actually, excellent segue into this. I don't even know if we'll make this a segment, but More Perfect Union did a bit about ICE raids emptying cities.
Friday night, it's usually when, you know, you have a lot of people out here. So, like, these streets are all dead over here. You see, those trucks right there, some people say they're ICE.
Small businesses across the country have become the sites of ICE raids.
Federal agents in unmarked vehicles in masks, seizing boxes of items.
Pulled in, as a matter of fact, in a restaurant down the street, and they just raided the place. It's people who, you know, have worked there for years. It's something else.
Nowhere is that tension more apparent than in McAllen, Texas.
To be real, we're in the state of crisis.
I literally felt like the population was gone.
Employees are scared to go to work.
In 2024, McAllen reported record-breaking sales tax earnings due to their economic relationship with neighboring Mexico. A 12% increase from 2023, with almost $100 million in additional sales tax revenue, showed that the border economy was booming. Now, all of that is changing.
We got to get the bad people out of here first, and we're doing that. We're taking them out by the thousands.
We went to McAllen, Texas with Senator Bernie Sanders to hear from the neighbors of some of the detained workers.
McAllen has a population that is heavy immigrant population, people who are documented and undocumented. We are right on the border of Texas. We're only about 5 miles away from the Texas border.
Employees are scared to go to work. Our construction workers, our field workers, our service industry workers, our yardmen.
They're not criminals.
I have personal friends, family members. There's a lot of us here, but there are thousands of our friends and family members that wouldn't even drive here because they're afraid to drive in the streets at night.
I literally felt like it was a ghost town. Stores were empty. We went in and there's just literally no one shopping. And the shopping in downtown McAllen is part of the livelihood of McAllen.
Domestic workers, people that work in a restaurant, they're not showing up to work.
You know, here in the South Texas, we enjoy our pan dulce, sweet bread. And one of my favorite places, it's all Spanish-speaking people. 6, 7 Spanish speakers, all of them. I went a couple weeks ago. There were only 3 workers and they only spoke English.
The Budget Lab at Yale University estimates that between 20 and 25 billion in annual federal and state taxes will be lost due to the loss of workers, closure of businesses, and reduced spending habits across the country. In response to Trump's declaration, ICE stated that their quota of 3,000 arrests per day could not be reached without raiding businesses that have been briefly exempted, like restaurants, hotels, and farms.
We have fought very hard right now, and we have filed lawsuits to prevent the administration and ICE from detaining people just because of the work that they're doing, the language that they speak, the color of their skin.
They're picking up anybody, anyone who looks a certain way.
The rhetoric they will use is, we're throwing out these violent criminals. Some people say, good, do it. But when you go after people who have lived in this country for a long time, worked hard, pay taxes, live by the rules, that is not working so well for Trump.
I would like to ask the Democratic Party to take the narrative of immigration and to stand for us. Because we are workers, we're good people, and if they do not take the narrative and start writing immigration reform, the Republicans are going to continue to call us names and berate us, and that's not fair. So please tell the Democratic Party to stand up and also take some of the risk along with us.
And I mean, they're right. Like, the Democratic Party has completely ceded the issue of immigration to Republicans. It's incredible. Like, the main thrust of a lot of mainstream Democrats has been, well, but you're doing it so roughly. And like, that's not the issue, right? You should be fighting for immigrants, that ground. You need to like draw a line. Spotted? Yep. Tea and lemonade monster. It's my favorite. God, what is the matter with YouTube? What the fuck? I'm really upset. This is the last day I get to stream from this location. I hate this. It's a paddle boat today? I mean, I guess. I suppose I can put I can point the stream over at Twitch. We'll see how that goes. I have a feeling you guys aren't going to like that. If it happens again, should we move to Twitch instead of holding? Probably. Y'all good over on riverboat.gg? Do I have to sub to Twitch? No. We're on Twitch now? Cool. Frustrating as fuck. Elemental Computing, thank you for subscribing with Prime. All right. I'm gonna leave you guys for like a little moment here. We're just gonna talk a little bit about Zoran Mamdani, and then we're gonna get into, I think, what is going to be a pretty cathartic voters by a 17-point margin in the race to become New York City's next mayor. Mamdani, a Shia 12er Islamist, will bankrupt and Islamize New York and pose a threat to its Jewish community. With their Pavlovian reflex to support the Democratic Party and its anti-West, anti-white, anti-Jewish ideological dogmas, it is entirely predictable that before long, these U.S. Jews would themselves become a threat to Jewish people. That moment has arrived. So, you know, just a British pundit here talking about how this is some fashy nonsense, really. This is like the Ben Shapiro talking about how there are real Jews and fake Jews. And like if you're merely a cultural Jew, you're not really Jewish. You're only really Jewish if you like these are the distinctions that fascists like to make at Jewish people. And we're seeing it happen in real time. This is kind of like the second phase of radicalizing. You know, we've already seen the weaponization of anti-Semitism as a cudgel against various people in the United States. And, well, it's not getting better. But I do have to say, the fact that these types of people hate Zoran Mamdani is a wonderful, wonderful stamp of approval on his character, right? And I also want to say, look at this tweet from Kevin O'Leary, the Shark Tank guy, the rich guy who goes on TV and says dumbass things all the time. I'm in New York for 2 days and reached out twice to Zoran Mamdani's team to request a face-to-face meeting. No reply last night. This morning they said no interest. That's disappointing. If he wants to lead this city, he should be open to hearing from investors. I'm not partisan. I care about policy, and I have real advice on housing, real estate, tech, and economic growth. And it's like, bitch, so what? So do a lot of people. So do a lot of people with a lot less money than you. Maybe they should be paid attention to instead of you. Maybe your advice is bad, actually. Dude thinks because he has a lot of money, he's entitled to that. God. O'Leary sucks butt. Just all of the butts, he sucks them. Why is he so fucking important? Just because, you know, definitely wrong to them. Is ready for a little bit of a catharsis? Let's take a look. A little in empty suit form, decided that they're just going to run away from their constituents forever and never give them another town hall. Brian Steele decided to have a listening session yesterday and it didn't go particularly well. And we're going to watch it because I managed to track down one of the only videos of the entire thing. And let's check it out, folks.
It's one of the things that I think we need to do as a federal government is really focus.
I'm going to turn this up.
On making things more affordable for families. So many families can't afford the things that
Parents aren't helping.
Uptick in inflation prior, post-pandemic, through the end of the Biden administration, we saw a significant uptick in overall spending. The way that we bring the inflationary environment down is, I think, three key things listed there. We need to have very pro-growth tax policies. That was part of the reforms that were just signed. We're seeing some progress on that, and you filled up your car with gas recently. We're seeing car prices come down. And then we have to address the broader federal spending standpoint and the challenges we're seeing. Why are we increasing protecting Social Security?
Could we have it quiet in the auditorium, please, so that people that do want to hear can hear? You all have questions in here that we'll get to.
Tell the truth, then.
Tell the truth.
So as we get into how we protect Social Security and Medicare, which should be front and center for everyone, it's front and center for me. What we need to do is
front and center for you.
The broader spending challenges that we see. So as we go back to those initial slides,
I wonder if there's a better sound quality. Let me take a look here.
Inaccurate.
No?
Keep things moving.
Oh, this does seem like it has better audio. Thanks, Lou Ann Bird. Thanks for getting us.
In the room. I'm going to introduce Tim Bremmel. I'm going to have conversations and discussions. All right. We got people on all sides. That's great. That's great. We're going to have this conversation today, but what we're going to do best is having one at a time if we can do it. So I think we live in the greatest country in the world, and so if you would join me to begin this program, I'd like to start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Our flag is to the left. You can join up and join me.
God, what a performative fuck. Like, every single time these ghouls are like, now, we could all agree to suck America's dick, right? Let's get down to it. As sloppy as you can.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible,
Okay, damn, calm down, people. They're fucking angry. That was some like 28 days later zombie shit.
Pass it over to Tim Bremmel just to lay out the rules of the road when we get to the Q&A. Tim?
Good evening, everybody.
Well, wait, this is something Americans do? This is something American children do. American adults never have to do the Pledge of Allegiance. Like, in schools, some schools have you start out the day by doing the Pledge of Allegiance, but like, it's really weird and cringe even in that context.
Thank you for attending. Thank you for being interested in the future of our country and expressing your views to the Congressman this evening. The evening as laid out will feature questions from you after a brief presentation from the Congressman. As you came into the building, you should have filled out a form that indicated your willingness and desire to speak this evening. And those will be brought up to me momentarily, and we'll be just selecting names at random. So we don't know who's going first, we don't know who's going second, but it's the fairest way to do it here. Nope. It's not. Well, good. Then we'll do it the unfair way. But either way, that's how we're doing it. We would ask you when I call your name, I'm actually going to call two names at a time so we can keep things moving. Initially I'll call who's up for the first question and then who will be on deck. We would ask only those two people to enter the aisles and come to the staffers with the microphones. Otherwise, please keep the aisles clear so that people can get up and down and we can get to as many questions as possible. Again, you're all here as Americans. Respect each other as Americans. We want a productive conversation, not a shouting match. The beautiful thing in this country is we can agree to disagree. And many of us will leave here not agreeing.
This man better have come wearing a diaper because he's about to get a new one ripped in his ass.
But that's okay. So we will proceed with Congressman Stiles' opening remarks, and we will get the questions ready to go, and hopefully have a great evening of information here this evening. Thank you for being here.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Tim. Thanks again for being here. I just want to stage set, because I think this is helpful to understand where we're spending money in the federal government. And so this is last year's numbers as reported. And so the side of the left, that's where our money is coming from. That's the inbound. Those are your taxes. The biggest bucket on the left is individual income taxes, hanging out at about 50% of all federal government revenue at 50%. Social Security and Medicare taxes, we're going to get into the difference between Medicare and Medicaid in a second, is 1.7 trillion, 35%. And then you have a bucket of other items where we're picking up taxes, corporate taxes, excise tax, etc. On the spending side, which is $1.8 billion more than we're bringing in, I think it's important to kind of think through where our funds are going. And so the biggest bucket is the blue on the bottom left. We're spending about $1.4 to $1.5 trillion per year on Social Security. Medicaid, which I know we'll have some conversations about tonight.
God, this smug fuck. I know we'll have some conversations about Medicaid. Oh yeah? You killing your own constituents? I bet you're going to have some conversations about that.
Medicaid and health programs, bucketing those together, is about $900 billion. Medicare, obviously different than Medicaid, we'll get back into that, $800 billion. National defense, a little over $800 billion. Welfare programs, a little over $600 billion. And then interest on the debt, which is a growing challenge that we face, is a little over $800 billion as well. I think that helps stage set.
You know, I know it's probably not the case, but I really like the idea that this guy is doodling like a hamburger or something over there and not actually taking notes. It looks like he has like a little doodle right there.
When we think about the spending situation that we're in, we're bringing in about $1.8 trillion fewer than we are on the we're spending $1.8 trillion more than we are on the revenue side. So we'll come back to that.
Wait, what did she say?
We're spending $1.8 trillion more than we are.
Hell yeah, like this is what I mean, guys. This is why I tell you guys to go to your local Democratic meetings. Because it's full of people like this lady who's just like, why can't we get those billionaires to pay, guys? Let's get them to pay for it. Because, like, you can work with that, folks. These people are not your enemies. Yeah, look, you just need to make an alliance with the Sharons out there, okay? You know, make an alliance with the Sharons of your local Democratic Party.
On the revenue side. So
radicalize the wine moms.
One of the things that I think we need to
and through them, the wine dads.
do as the federal government is really focus in on making things more affordable for families. So many families can't afford the things that they need. And what we have seen, what we have seen is a dramatic uptick in inflation. Prior, post-pandemic, through the end of the Biden administration, we saw a significant uptick in overall spending. The way that we bring the inflationary environment down is, I think, three...
The Sharons are the wine moms.
Key things listed there. We need to have very pro-growth tax policies. That was part of the reforms that were just signed into law. We need to have energy policies that unleash American energy rather than restrict it. We're seeing some progress on that. If you filled up your car with gas recently, we're seeing car prices coming down. And then we have to address the...
I'm sorry. I live adjacent to Wisconsin. We're not seeing we're not seeing the cost of gasoline go down.
Broader federal spending standpoint and the challenges that we've seen over the past number of years. Protecting Social Security.
Could we have it quiet in the auditorium, please, so that people that do want to hear can hear?
Fuck you!
You all have questions in here that we'll get to after the presentation, please. Thank you.
Tell us. Tell the
truth. As we get into how we protect Social Security and Medicare, which should be front and center for everyone, front and center for me.
All right. Oh, come on. Grandmother's ashamed. You voted against it.
Challenges that we see. So as we go back to those initial slides and just think about how we're falling $1.8 trillion in debt further and further behind, we need to be looking at the broader spending picture.
We're getting more and more in debt, which is why we needed to add more debt to the U.S. economy, you see. We needed to add more debt to fix the debt.
Make sure that we're protecting Social Security and Medicare. Looking forward to the conversation and questions on that as well. There's a lot of questions, a lot of misinformation as a result of the changes on Medicaid and SNAP benefits. So as we know in the state of Wisconsin has had...
Oh my God. It's a picture of him shaking hands with a disabled person who is almost certainly going to be fucked over by Medicaid and SNAP changes. Fuck, this man is evil.
SNAP benefits for quite some has had work requirements tied to SNAP benefits for quite some time. Sometimes people use the term food stamps, which was the old name for the acronym SNAP. And so we've had work requirements since the 1990s when Tommy Thompson was governor. That was at that time a bipartisan approach. A lot of the reforms were made as it relates to work requirements in many ways mirror the reforms that Wisconsin made in the 1990s, taking those nationally and then applying them to Medicaid.
Yeah, the issue is that if you're on Medicaid, you can't work. If you need to use that Medicaid, you can't work. God.
Medicaid program, which picks up very low-income individuals, but also in particular picks up children, picks up pregnant women and disabled adults. For those three categories,
and we needed to kick some of them off of this coverage.
There's no changes in the legislation. That's where a lot of the misinformation that's out there is. So it's important to know that there's no changes there for you. That's why it's really important that we have this conversation, sir. So I know there's a lot of misinformation out, so we're trying to get some information out for you. As it relates to the work requirements, this is a program that Wisconsin will ultimately administer, and I'm of the belief that as Wisconsin has done a reasonably good job inside the SNAP program over the past 20 plus years, we have an opportunity to make those changes and reforms to help the demographic.
Sure, look, guys, I may have passed the bullshit sandwich, but I have faith in the state government to make that bullshit sandwich a little bit more palatable. Maybe we'll add like a slice of salami on top of the shit.
A group of able-bodied, childless adults of working age is...
That group of people is so vanishingly low, and the requirements that you added kick off so many more people than what are in that group.
Well, one of the biggest improvements that we have seen is the success of securing the U.S.
You know what's interesting to me? These people act like these GOP elected officials act like they are acting on behalf of their communities, but the conservatives never seem to show up at their town halls. That's so interesting, right? So interesting that they make these broad appeals to like, well, you know, I'm tough on immigration because my constituents like it. Weird that the ones who don't like immigration don't seem to show up to these. Huh.
We have to get through this part. So the longer you take, the fewer questions we'll have.
So we got some people that are... All right, everybody, I know there's some people that got different views in the room. That's okay. We just keep it all between everybody here. I think that'll be good. And so I think... Based on that plus, some people like the secure border like I do, some people don't. That's fine, you can have your own
based on that, I don't think anyone in that room liked that.
opinion. But I think it's important to recognize the dramatic drop and decrease that we have seen in border apprehensions as shown by the federal government data. Making sure that we're protecting and supporting. There's some gentlemen that can't hear up in the front, so if we can just keep it down a little bit so people can hear, that's going to be helpful. And making sure that we're supporting, making sure that we're
Every resident has rights.
making sure that we're working and supporting our veterans is absolutely an essential piece of this. I look forward to some of the questions on that. One thing I want you to know is that a lot of people sometimes have challenges with the federal government. Come to my office. I like to be a resource to you in assisting getting people out with information. We're always here. We got offices around the area. We've been very successful in this. We've helped well over 1,000 people in the past time. And so
wow, over 1,000 people. That's like 0.0001% of your constituents.
What I want you to know is that as you have challenges with the federal government, reach out, come to me. We're here to help you navigate through the red tape. And so at that, what I'd like to do is begin with our questions. We're going to pass it over to Tim. The more civil we are to each other, I know there's people with different views in here. We heard it on the applause and boo.
I want someone to call him a fascist fuck to his face so badly.
The border security issue, we've heard it a couple times. We got people on all sides. It's great. That's what makes Wisconsin great. And so what we have an opportunity to do, though, is to not engage with each other. Just ask me any question you want. I'll answer it briefly. We'll get to the next question. The less we allow everybody here to kind of dialogue back and forth between ourselves, you can go afterwards, go out, grab a beer, grab a cup of coffee. You can talk politics all day you like. But here I want to be able to answer people's questions. I know we got people on both sides of it. So let's dive into the questions. Let's see how far we can go.
All right, let's pick the first two randomly out of the box. Up first, we have Tammy Brown from Janesville, followed
Let's
by,
go, Tammy.
I believe it's Tom Burke, is that right, from Elkhorn? Tammy.
Hi, Brian. Tammy Brown from Janesville, Wisconsin. I am a breast cancer survivor. Cuts to cancer research and prevention programs mean fewer clinical trials, fewer grants to discover new treatment options, and less access to life-saving early detection services. What will you do to ensure that proposed cuts by the administration to vital cancer research and prevention programs are rejected when Congress begins negotiating fiscal year 2026 funding? And how will you protect vital funding for cancer research and prevention programs in fiscal year 2026?
Let's go, Tammy.
Thank you.
Let's go, Tammy.
It's a great question. Some of the research that our federal government has done, in particular is cancer, and it's impacted your life, it's impacted my family's life as well. I think it's probably impacted almost everybody here in this audience today. Making sure, I just want to make sure everybody can hear, so let's get through it.
Look, I think it's just really important that we fuck all of us over, including my family, and give the money that we save to the richest people in the country. I think that will do more good than spending it on additional cancer research.
And so that's where the misinformation is really important here, because where we're currently operating on is the previous fiscal year's cuts, and your question correctly identifies that. So the spending program that we're under right now was approved and signed into law by President Biden. We're engaged in the dialogue. I just want to make sure everybody can hear. So the current spending program that the federal government's operating under was
true, by the way.
Legislation was signed into law ultimately by President Biden.
Which is generally the case, and that is why the rescission process that has been going on this year to claw money back is such a big deal, because it's essentially taking money that was allocated last year for different things, including the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, and taking the rest of that money back. They took like $1.1 billion back from the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, and that's why it's now ultimately shutting down. But what he's saying about the budget for this year having been passed last year, that's true. And that's why the budget that was passed earlier this year was the budget for 2026. And that's why she asked about the budget in 2026.
You noted correctly, we're negotiating what the spending looks like going forward. I've been a strong proponent of making sure that we maintain research, in particular in the cancer space at NIH, National Institute of Health, that oversees much of this, Department of Defense this as well. We'll make sure that that funding continues robustly to make sure that people like you, but many other...
Also, he is lying. He's not going to do anything to ensure cancer research is funded next year.
People receive the benefit of that cancer research going forward. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Tammy. Tom Burke, are you there? Yes, you are. And on deck, we should have Paul Christopherson.
My main concern is the tariffs that are coming up.
Dog, when you've lost a man with a mullet like that wearing a veteran's hat in this particular area of Wisconsin, your conservative ass is toast. You're I'm honestly kind of shocked, right? Like, damn. Even this guy's going, I don't know about that. These tariffs, though, they're pretty bad.
I was always under the impression that Congress was responsible for issuing the...
And he is correct. Congress, under normal circumstances, issues tariffs. They are the ones that declare tariffs. However, under emergency circumstances, the president has the power to put those tariffs into play. And Congress has abdicated its duty, including this congressional figure here, to actually just screw over everybody. That's essentially their policy.
I really feel that this is a terrible tax that's going to be placed upon the citizens of the United States.
Yes. Yeah! Yes. Yes. Why is it that this man in rural goddamn Wisconsin understands the dynamic and articulates this dynamic better than almost anyone in mainstream media? Mainstream media talks about the 15% tariffs like they're nothing, like they're bargaining pieces, like they're not a regressive tax on every single American for bullshit reasons, and we are getting nothing in return for that. Wake up, mainstream media. Wake up, Democrats. This is what is in the wind.
I would like to know what dire economic circumstances put Trump in a position of throwing tariffs on over 190 countries. You have allowed him to do that, and it's sad, quite frankly. So tell me the dire circumstances that triggered his tariff wars. Thank you.
Very good.
Kash Patel came to New Zealand the other day and to set up an FBI office. Our conservative agreed. The next day we got a 15% tariff from Trump. Facepalm. It's ridiculous. No country, no government official elsewhere on earth should concede to a single damn thing Donald Trump comes knocking for.
Tom, you got a veteran's hat, so out of the gate, so I just want to say thank you for your service to our country. As we look at the broader tariff back and forth that's going on with the administration, this really, at its core, needs to be an opportunity to make sure that other countries are treating the United States fairly. The United States. You know, I'm not looking. I want to be able to get through as many of your questions as we can in the time allotted.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will never.
God, look at his. He's getting the Ted Cruz frown. I hope by the end of this he cries. God, I hope he cries. We're only 15 minutes in.
Get questions if we can't keep the auditorium quiet. And please do the person who asked the question the respect of allowing his question to be answered?
We want to know about executive overreach. Tell us what you're going to do about it.
So as it relates to the terms, my broad view here is that what we need to do is make sure that we're having other countries treat the United States fairly. China has been an egregious abuser of U.S. trade policies over multiple administrations. And so actually putting pressure on our allies...
Yeah. It's ridiculous. Ridiculous. Get that?
China is filling in where the United States...
The Pengians have resisted. There are no longer any penguin exports to the USA.
The Pengians. Thank you for the $5 dono, Salmon Moose. Also, just a reminder, folks, remember to like, comment, and subscribe. And also consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. You know, hit the goddamn buttons, folks. Always appreciated.
States is backing off.
Yes.
Yep.
So we have a question on the floor, folks, that I would assume that our guest would like to hear the answer to, or he wouldn't have asked the question.
So how do we get other countries to treat the United States fairly? So our farmers can export, so our workers can export. And so what I am of the belief is that what we need to do is work with our allies, put trade agreements in place. We've seen great success with this so far, and then ultimately work collectively with our allies to address the real culprit, which is China, which will be to the benefit of American workers and American farmers. I think we're
God, this guy
making progress in this regard,
sucks.
and I think we have room to grow.
Let me ask the gentleman who asked the question. Do you feel that was adequately answered?
Yes.
I didn't ask anybody else. I asked the gentleman who asked the question. Let's be kind to this gentleman, please.
The answer is no, you haven't answered.
Give me a chance to clarify, please.
When we talk about our allies, it seems we're alienating beyond belief.
I love whoever that really loud guy is. Who's like, yes! Yes! Because, like, fuck yeah, I'm right there with you. Like, the fact that this guy is just like, nah, you're full of bullshit is wonderful.
I have family in Canada. I have several friends in Canada, and I can't believe what we're not negotiating with them. But please explain to me what the dire emergency was that existed. And until I get that answer, I am going to be totally opposed to these tariffs. Period.
Yes.
So Congressman, we have a more pointed question, I guess, which is we went along for 4 years of Trump, who did a little trade policy in his first 4 years. Then we went to Biden. Then we went to Biden, who was relatively quiet, not a lot of action on that front. And all of a suddenly, I think what this gentleman is saying, all of a sudden, on April 1st, Trump says, boom, tariffs on everybody, and it's freaking us out. And we want to know what the answer to that is.
It's a good question, right?
It's not freaking us all out. It's pointing out that the act of putting the tariffs in place is utter bullshit.
I think part of this is what gives Trump the authority to put in place the tariffs. So the authority that he's operating under is as it relates to the imbalance of trade. He made that.
I know it's probably going to result in the police state to like overreact, but we really do need to bring back the trend of bringing like rotten tomatoes to events like this. Like, this man should be getting pelted with rotten tomatoes at this point, right? Like, in a just society.
He made this clearly. There's a court case that's going on right now where there'll be more clarity provided on this. That's the authority that he's operating under.
All right. Next question. We will get to as many of your questions as we can, but we can't have them shouted from the floor, or I'm not sure it's possible to devolve into more chaos. But we'll keep some order here. Paul Christofferson, thank you for signing in. You are next.
Oh, can I hold it? Okay.
And on deck would be Gene Henderson.
Congressman Style. Congressman Style, are you going to run for governor for the state of Wisconsin?
Wait, his name is Style? But Steele is right there. Why would you pronounce it that way? I hate that.
It's hard to hear. I said, no, I'm going to be running for re-election to the House.
Could I make a statement? This is a listening session, and I came here with the understanding that maybe you could listen to me just for a question, just for a statement. This is my opinion. I've been a resident of Walworth County for 13 years.
Is this guy okay? He doesn't seem okay.
And I have to tell you, I am so disappointed. I am so disappointed in how you represent us as the citizens.
God, I did not know if this man was gonna stick the landing. I didn't know if this guy was gonna stick the landing, but man, he did. I'm not mad. I'm just so disappointed. Just the way he was talking, he's talking in kind of like a stilted way, and I was like, is everything all right? I think he's all right.
Southeast Wisconsin has not been represented by you. President Trump seems to run Southeast Wisconsin. All I have to ask is I will be out there working hard if you choose to run for any office.
See, that guy goes to meetings. That guy goes to meetings. Work with this guy. He's going out there knocking on doors. I don't care. I don't care that there's an entire room of people talk about how I'm a disappointment, and I don't care. I'm cool. It's fine.
Well, there is an election coming.
I did not care for that.
That'll clear your thoughts. All right. Am I going to shout at this point? I'm going to shout at this point. Gene Henderson.
Thank you for taking my question. Sure. I have tried many times to get an answer to this question. And I did go to what was to be the listening sessions at the Elkhorn Library, and I heard some very pleasant, polite young men tell me this will be shared with with our representative. And I asked this question. It was never answered. But this was what I want to know. Sure. Why? I wear a pin. The pin says, it's not politics, it's morality. As a Christian, as a mother, as a grandmother, as a teacher, as a community member giving many hours of service, I care about people. And what I see happening to our immigrant population embarrasses me, horrifies me. And you have not raised a voice to complain about it. Where do I see your leadership? I see no leadership. I see following Trump 100% of the time, and Trump's lead has been...
We disagree to disagree.
Trump's lead has been horrible, hurting up people who were doing the right thing by going to the immigration office and using that as a trap to entrap them. And all of these people have been are undocumented. They wanted a better life for themselves, and they got caught.
So
in
what is your question, ma'am?
Why is this happening, and why aren't you stopping it? And my specific question is, why are they wearing masks, and why are they unidentified?
We'll probably agree to disagree on some of my answer here. But what I view is the moral hazard created by the Biden administration by allowing the It's completely fine that we disagree. There's nothing wrong with disagreeing on the topic. President Biden had a different view than I did on the importance of securing the U.S.-Mexico border. But as millions of illegal immigrants came into the United States and there was a lack of action by the federal government, you're now seeing that action take place with the removal particularly of individuals who are in the country illegally, who have engaged in crimes, and other people who are also being removed. I think we need to secure the U.S.-Mexico border. You may not. It's fine that we disagree. But good question. So I'm supportive.
Would you guys just rather the congressman go to lunch and you shout for the next 45 minutes?
No.
I'm okay with that.
Why don't you stop? You stop.
Oh, what a wonderful guy. There's our boy. There's our yes man. Our yes man.
No.
I'm okay with that.
Why don't you stop? You stop.
Why don't you get out of here, sir? You're being very obnoxious and very
Get out of here. This is the kind of energy we need. We need so much more of that guy's energy. This specific guy's energy. All right? Yeah, give these wonderful people torches and pitchforks. It's time.
Respectful to everybody else in the auditorium.
Why don't you read?
People are aroused. I haven't seen people so aroused in a very, very long time.
The question. Just read the question.
Next up, we have Kimberly, and Kimberly, I apologize. Is it Schliff, perhaps, from Delavan on Town Line Road, Kimberly? How could you possibly tell over your yelling if he answered anything?
Do you think it's right that they don't, that they
Okay, I know the congressman tried to answer this question, and in the fervor that was here, it didn't happen. We'll try one more time to get you the answer if everyone will listen to the answer. Like it or you don't have to like it.
Let's engage in a little bit more of a productive dialogue. Go ahead.
Do you think it's right that unmasked people can masked people, unidentified, can swoop in to people who are undocumented but not necessarily illegal? In fact, statistics show again and again the people being deported and are now sent God knows where.
You've kind of asked a yes or no question without lecturing
But
your
I
congressman.
wanna-
Right along on the masking of ICE agents.
Do you think this is
disagree.
right?
I think our federal agents should be enforcing the law. We just disagree on the point. It's okay.
I'm going to completely ignore the question about masks and just say that yeah, I think it's fine that they follow the law. I'm gonna ignore the context of the question though. God, One-Eyed Heathen, I'm not sure why it's not reading your comment, but thank you for the $5 super chat. Jack, I want to hug you. This level of rancor from the most khaki-ass boomers gives me hope. Absolutely. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Also, thank you for supporting the stream. It does mean a lot when you guys support the stream, especially on days like today where things are going wrong on the stream and just technical difficulties abound. And also, I'm moving and I'm going to be having to take off some time next week to do that move. And I just really, really appreciate you guys pitching in and helping out because, yeah, so it sucks to not have paid time off to do this, but you know, here I am. So thank you for the support.
Would you?
I like to disagree.
Are you okay with the ICE agents currently being masked, or would you rather see them unmasked?
The challenge that the men and women of law enforcement are facing in this scenario is aggressive doxing and other challenges. And so we would all be better served if we had a much more civil dialogue and civil discourse. It's one of the challenges we're facing in the room tonight. But what I believe is our federal law enforcement officers need to be empowered to enforce the law. And so I'm supportive of our federal law enforcement officers. Please disagree.
All right. Kimberly, if you would take the microphone, and ladies and gentlemen, if you do the respect of listening to Kimberly's question, thank you. I think her mic may be
the
out.
microphone to her mouth so she can be heard.
Shout into that mic, Kimberly.
I don't think she can say. This is your first rodeo?
You're the right fit for us anymore.
Oh, fuck.
You just don't relate to most of us anymore, and you gotta know when to step down. Yes. I think it's time.
Fuck. Hell yeah, lady. I just don't think that you represent us anymore, and I think the best thing for us right now would be for you to leave. I think you should give up your seat. Bye, bitch. It's incredible to watch this man be owned in every conceivable way.
Kelly Nevins, you're up next.
That guy's just, bye. See ya.
Behind Kelly, we have...
Love it. Love this energy.
Hugh Gracely, I believe, but Kelly Nevins.
Hello, can you hear me? All right, so I do want to say I would like to hear his answer, and I'll give you two topics. So I've worked in banking for 15 years.
You worked in what?
I've worked in banking for 15
Thank you.
years. I currently work for one of the top 10 banks in the country, and I have an opinion on tariffs, and so we can discuss that. And I also am half Japanese and have family members that were interned in the Japanese internment camps, and so I'd like for you to listen to my perspective on that as well. So I'll give you the choice which one you'd like to speak to.
I'll take either. I mean, I'm happy to do both. It's however you want to use your time.
Okay. So I'll start with my family's experience in the Japanese internment camps. I'm half Japanese, and truly, my entire life growing up, I've been mistaken for Hispanic. When people walk up to me and speak Spanish, I'm like, sorry, I don't speak Spanish. So I honestly worry for my safety, my own safety. I work both in downtown Milwaukee and downtown Chicago regularly. And my family, my grandmother, my grandfather, my great aunt, my great uncle, and all of their families were U.S. citizens, and they were interned during World War II. They were detained in Japanese internment camps. My grandmother, who was an incredibly kind, loving woman who you would never know went through the trauma that she went through. She, in her last days of her life, I recall, was on working, having a hallucination, where she was screaming, "You're treating us like animals. How can you do this to us? We're Americans, we're people. How can you do this to us?" And she was reliving her experience, being taken from her home, and only being able to take the things that she could carry. And she was kept in a horse stall, a used horse stall, and she lived there for a month while the barracks were being built. And these barracks were just wood walls with like a potbelly stove to keep you warm. And she lived in Minidoka. My aunt, and to compare this to current events, the Alien Enemies Act that was used to deport the people to El Salvador was also used prior to the Japanese internment camps. And then President Trump said, "Homegrowns are next," when he was speaking to the El Salvadorian president. And he used that act just before that act was enacted just before the executive order to detain anybody who was at least 1/16 Japanese, which would include my own children who are blonde-haired, blue-eyed. And he's also trying to get rid of birthright citizenship. And again, it worries me, having known my family's history of being detained and having everything taken from them. My grandfather was a farmer who was put in the internment camps, and his farm was taken by the government for failure to pay back taxes because on this questionnaire, he put that he would not rescind his ties to Japan, even though he had never even been to Japan. He was born here. And
Can I
I'm
ask you to
parallels.
formulate your question just so we have time for other people? I
So again,
appreciate the background that you're giving us.
my worry is that we are repeating history here.
Yep.
Very dark moments in our history that personally, my family, I've witnessed the trauma and the horrors that my family felt through their deathbed. And I don't want anybody, immigrant or not, if they're not a criminal, being here illegally is a misdemeanor offense. Crossing our border illegally is a misdemeanor offense.
Yes.
My worry is, my question here is, I'm going to Chicago for work, and I'm out to happy hour, and I'm in the wrong place at the wrong time, and some masked person without identification in plain clothes comes and tries to nab me because they're doing a raid, or even just a random person off the street who decided they're gonna play ice for the day, decides to come grab me and throw me in a car because they think I'm Hispanic or an immigrant. I'm afraid for my own safety.
Yes.
Honestly, I'm really, really glad that that people are out there asking these questions on camera, because there's nothing right now. There's no recourse. What happens if that occurs is they tell you, well, don't resist, even if it might be a stranger. What they tell you is don't resist. You know, we'll get it sorted out after the fact. But that could be days. It could be weeks. It could be never. They could disappear you into the system and never let you see the light of day again. And I want to, in the middle of this, I want to, there was something I wanted to talk about a couple days ago, and it just kind of got lost in the shuffle here. But I think it's really, really worth pointing out here. This piece in The Guardian. Immigration agents told a teenage U.S. citizen, "You have no rights," and he secretly recorded his brutal arrest. So Kenny Lainez Ambrosio, 18, thank you for your bravery, because dude recorded it. Video footage of the incident captured by Lainez Ambrosio, an 18-year-old U.S. citizen, appears to show a group of officers in tactical gear working together to violently detain the three men, two of whom are undocumented. They appear to use a stun gun on one man, put another in a chokehold, and can be heard telling Lainez Ambrosio, "You've got no rights here. You're amigo, brother." Afterward, agents can be heard bragging and making light of the arrests, calling the stun gun use funny and quipping, "You can smell that $30,000 bonus." Lainez Ambrosio hadn't intended to film the interaction. He already had his phone out to show his mom a silly TikTok, he said, but immediately clicked record when it became clear what was happening. The video begins after the van has been pulled over and the Border Patrol had arrived. A female officer can be heard asking in Spanish whether anyone is in the country illegally. One of Lainez Ambrosio's friends answers that he is undocumented. That's when they said, "Okay, let's go," Lainez Ambrosio recalled. Lainez Ambrosio said things turned aggressive before the group even had a chance to exit the van. One of the officers put his hand inside the window, he said, popped the door open, grabbed his friend by the neck, and had him in a chokehold. Footage appears to show the officers then reaching for Lainez Ambrosio and his other friend as Lainez Ambrosio can be heard protesting, "You can't grab me like that." Multiple officers can be seen pulling the other man from the van and telling him to put your fucking head down. The footage captures the sound of a stun gun as Lainez Ambrosio's friend cries out in pain and drops to the ground. Lainez Ambrosio said his friend was not resisting and that he didn't speak English and didn't understand the officer's commands. "My friend didn't do anything before they grabbed him," he said. In the video, Lainez Ambrosio can be heard repeatedly telling his friend in Spanish to not resist. "I wasn't really worried about myself because I knew I was going to get out of the situation," he said, "but I was worried about him. I could speak up for him, but not fight back because I would have made the situation worse." Lainez Ambrosio can also be heard telling officers, "I was born and raised right here." Still, he was pushed to the ground and says that officers aimed a stun gun at him. He was subsequently arrested and held in a cell at Customs and Border Protection Station for 6 hours. Audio in the call catches the unidentified officers debriefing and appearing to make light of the stun gun use. "You're funny, bro," one officer can be overheard saying to another, followed by laughter. Another officer says, "They're starting to resist more now," to which another officer replies, "We're going to end up shooting some of them." Later in the footage, the officers move on to general celebration. "God damn! Woo! Nice!" And talk of the potential bonus they'll be getting. Just remember, you can smell that fucking, I'm going to assume the inaudible is fucking, $30,000 bonus. It's unclear what that bonus is. So when this lady asks, what happens if masked agents pull me aside? What happens if they pull guns on me? What happens if they, like, start trying to torture me for fun? What do I do? That is a valid question and a valid fear. And again, I need to reiterate, by the time this administration is over, we need to be having a tribunal to prosecute every single person in ICE. Every single person. Yeah, Holly Humst, one of the proposals going around right now is a $50,000 signing bonus for joining ICE. These people need to go to prison. These ICE agents. These people celebrating the brutalization of American citizens. Hell, even on the basis of celebrating the brutalization of undocumented immigrants, they should be prosecuted. But certainly against American citizens. Yeah, they also get student debt forgiveness. Like, fuck this. So when this lady asks, for her own safety, what do I do? It's a good question.
My children's future for losing our mother. And there are countless articles out there, American citizens that have been detained for months. Like, long periods. Yes!
Congressman, I think she would appreciate, please tell me if I'm wrong, because I don't want to put words here, but I think she would appreciate you also addressing this from the standpoint of Congress has the power to stop some of this. And why aren't people in Congress working on legislation to overhaul the immigration system?
So first, thanks for sharing your familiar story. One of the more darker chapters of American history is U.S. citizens were deturned. We may agree to disagree. I would offer that the Japanese internment was one of the darker chapters in American history, where U.S. citizens were interned for nothing other than their background. As we look at the engagement that law enforcement is doing now against individuals in the country illegally, I don't see the exact parallel that you're sharing. And the reason for that, let me just answer the question for the woman. And the importance here is making sure that we're enforcing U.S. laws. And so we may disagree about the severity of whether or not it's a misdemeanor to cross the border. To me, we should be enforcing our immigration laws. And so no individuals, no U.S. citizen should be removed. That's 100% correct. You reference whether or not an individual. You referenced whether or not an individual could impersonate a law enforcement officer. No individual should impersonate a law enforcement officer across the board, right? And so
Yeah, but people already are. People have been caught doing that already. Like, you can't just, well, they shouldn't do it. Well, they are. Specifically because it's downstream of the policy of masking ICE agents. It's directly downstream from that.
What I am supportive of, though, is enforcing our immigration laws. And we may just disagree in that in the room. But appreciate the question.
All right. We can only really give one question per person, just to spread the opportunity to people. We'd like to keep it to one question per person. Thank you very much. Next up, we have it's Hugh, and is it Gracely? Hugh.
Yeah, thank you very much. Brian, thank you very much for the opportunity. Earlier today, you brought up the issue of Medicaid.
Yeah.
There's 70 million people in America on Medicaid. Everybody in this room knows someone on Medicaid.
Sure.
My question is, with 70 million people on Medicaid, why do you and some of your colleagues allow others of your colleagues to insult those people by suggesting that the majority of them are sitting at home in the evening and during the day playing video games? 67% of the people.
God, fuck, I love these people. God, I love these people. There are so many good people in this country, chat. There are so many good people willing to stand up and ask these questions. When people are like, you gotta go and work with folks like this, and I see them online turn their nose up at the idea of working with people like this guy who's like, wait a minute, that's just a lie. Like, you can work with somebody like this, folks. Radicalize people like this. Wait, what's the question? Dude is talking about the lie that the people who are being cut from Medicaid are just 35-year-olds who are in their mom's basement playing video games and reaping the luxurious benefits of being on Medicaid.
On Medicaid have jobs. 29% are either disabled, they're taking care of elderly at home, or they're in school. About 2%, according to your own figures, may be able to engage in productive work and are looking for work, the majority. So my question is very simple. What is your plan to cause the relatively small number of your colleagues who lie to the American public and malign the dignity of the 70 million people on Medicaid by suggesting that they are lazy game players? I'd like to know your plan.
He couldn't bring himself to say gamers because he's anti-gamer. I kid. Also, like, yeah, great point, Velvet. Some people on Medicaid are going to play video games sometimes because people play video games sometimes.
It's a great question because in many ways we've allowed our dialogue to denigrate. And so, so every individual is entitled to their right to free speech. We can see it in this room. Not lost on me. I don't control the speech of the 434 other members of the United States House of Representatives or the 100 United States Senators. I control my speech. And I would not engage in denigrating. Let the gentleman have a chance to dialogue here. That I would not engage in denigrating individuals that are on welfare programs.
Wait, but you already did. You did at the very beginning of this when you talked about how, oh, don't worry guys, we're only going to kick off the gamers who are in the basements. You already did that. It's too late.
I'm not going to restrict other individuals' right to free speech, but I do share my opinion regularly. I'll let you follow up. Yeah, that's fine. The
follow-up then is, then what is going to cause the House of Representatives to act in a more dignified and appropriate manner relative to the American public?
Thank you, sir. I don't like, this is actually, it's a great dialogue point, because I don't love where a lot of our rhetoric and dialogue is. I think we should be, and I've done like maybe 35 or so town halls in the past 6 years, and many of my town halls are much easier to hear. Sometimes we don't even use microphones, it's a much more civil conversation. Tonight, unfortunately, has gotten a little more hostile. But the dialogue that we're seeing tonight is representative of the frustrations that exist in Washington, D.C. And there's people cheering on both sides. When we said border security, some people cheered, some people booed. It's okay to have differences of opinions, but this civil discourse that is a cornerstone of our democracy is challenged right now. It's challenged across the board. As indicated by...
None of you guys, your guys are being too mean to me. How could you be so mean to me when I'm just telling you that, look, if you get kicked off of Medicaid, it's because you've been playing too many video games. Did you play Grand Theft Auto 6? Huh, sounds like you shouldn't be on Medicaid.
Brian, this will be my last point on this issue.
Sir, we have to keep you to one question, please, just to allow
This will be my
others.
very last point.
Turned off his microphone.
Let him just finish.
That's the way the court
let him say his last thing. Just turn his mic. Just let him say his last thing. No, just go ahead. Just let's say your last thing. I don't want to cut you off. We want to get through as many as we can.
It's just like this.
I would just be interested in how you as an individual react when your colleagues do that, because I've never heard you object to them in public.
Super easy. That's a good follow-up, because I can say publicly, I don't support anybody denigrating anyone else. People have a right of free speech, but a lot of our discourse, writ large, is really challenged. It's challenged on all sides. And so I think we have a real opportunity to improve our discourse, and a little bit, I'd say the overwhelming majority of people here want to learn and understand my perspective, want to hear the questions. And then there's a small group of people that are challenging and are booing and yelling at each other. The same.
Trust me, guys. If you're watching this recorded, it's only a small number of very loud people in here who are being mean to me. It's not like the entire crowd showed up to boo me. It's not like that at all. Please, hey. In fact, most of the crowd here loves me. He's corncobbing, absolutely.
Washington.
Well, also, we're only like halfway through this, and he's already like freaking out.
I share the frustration.
All right. Deborah, I believe it's Shaw from Racine. Deborah, are you here?
Hey, the Zinger. That would be like saying if you've ever driven over the speed limit, you should be black-bagged and sent to Guantanamo. You understand that, right? You understand that that's like a stupid-ass thing to say? Well, maybe you shouldn't have broken the speed limit, huh? If you didn't want to get black-bagged and sent to Guantanamo, you shouldn't have been speeding in your car. They're the exact same level of offense. Entering the United States without documentation and speeding in a car. The same level of offense. Hell, not even speeding a lot, like speeding 5 miles an hour over the speed limit type speeding. Come on now.
Great, Deborah. And then on deck we will have Chris O'Brien from Kenosha.
What's my accent? I mean, my accent is usually just Midwest Minnesotan. Yeah, it's a misdemeanor. It's just getting a ticket.
Thank you for taking my question. My question is, we heard a lot of blame to the Biden administration about lack of rules for the immigration issue, but we have never, ever had a concentration camp in Florida. Could you address how we got to that point?
Yes! I wouldn't share your terminology. terminology, but I understand the facility you're discussing. And so what occurred was during the Biden administration was a massive influx of illegal immigrants into the United States. We don't, the woman deserves the right to be heard and have that conversation. So it's not that everybody needs to agree or disagree with the answer. You can restate, it's a little hard to hear. Go ahead.
That's not my question. We never
That's not my question, bitch.
We had due process for people who were here trying to get citizenship. We never had a concentration camp, and that happened on your watch.
This is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about, okay? I'm trying to contain myself a little bit, but when I talk about go to your local Democratic meetings, I'm asking you to work with these people. These people understand what's happening. These people understand, like, oh, wait a minute. Hey, we weren't building concentration camps before you came along, you gangly limbed bitch. Like, they understand the energy. Go to your city council meetings. Like, go. At the very least, if you become disillusioned with that, you'll have, like, specific people in your community that you know to blame. It's time for all of us to start cooking in our own little spheres, okay? Getting a ticket is not a misdemeanor, it's just a violation. Okay, same thing.
Detainment facilities were built through multiple administrations. The Biden
Same thing for crossing the border.
administration, the Obama administration. Dodge County is one of the facilities in the state that does ICE detainers. And so these facilities have existed for decades. The biggest challenge that we saw, the biggest challenge that we've seen, is as the influx of illegal immigrants shifted from single males into familial units, that actually caused a lot of challenges in a lot of these facilities at the border. As the border numbers have come down, as we showed earlier in the slide, we've seen dramatic improvement in the number.
Then why do you need to put billions of dollars into building concentration camps across the United States, ding dong? Fuck you.
Illegal crossings of the U.S.-Mexico border. What we have seen now is additional people who have...
Also, people on YouTube, is the YouTube stream, like, relatively stable? Is the YouTube stream relatively stable connection-wise? I'm thinking about switching Riverboat site back to YouTube. It's been stable? Okay, I'm switching it back over to YouTube so you guys don't have to sit with ads. Because honestly, I don't benefit at all from Twitch ads, because Twitch just takes all the revenue from the ads. It doesn't even help me for you guys to watch the ads. They just snatch that dough. Let me switch it back over here. There we go. Hello, we good? We good over on Riverboat site? We back? We good? Stream is stable? Cool. Also, folks, consider supporting the stream. Thank you, Lily Love Stuff, for the $5
I'm so
super
thankful
chat.
that you understand and speak about how we need to talk to people like this. Too many leftist, the terminally online kids, don't understand that and still shame people changing.
I mean, ultimately, if we're at all talking about organizing a large coalition, it has to include people like this. These people are the closest to us ideologically. They might not agree with us on everything, but we can work with that. We have to be able to work with that. You know? Also, again, consider supporting the stream. Really appreciate it, guys. Thank you so much.
Engaged and have been picked up here in the country illegally who are in process of deportation, following due process under the law of the United States, that those individuals are being removed. They're going to be in facilities prior to removal. Why don't we keep going? All right.
just follow up for her, Brian, in the case of, we're building more detention centers. Could you explain? We're not building more detention centers? We're building more detention centers now than ever before. And the question is, I think for a lot of people, why did we feel the need to do that and corral these individuals that before we didn't feel the need to corral?
We're processing a lot more deportations now than we were prior. Also, the number of people in the country illegally is much greater following the Biden administration. And so the process of removal is faster. The other is the shift in the demographic of individuals who are coming across the border during the Biden administration. So got a little loud. This is true. And so what we saw was a traditionally, in particular at the U.S.-Mexico border, I've been there and spent time there under both administrations. What historically you saw was single males coming across the border. So when detentions would occur, you can obviously have single men in a single facility. Once you started seeing a large influx of familial units, the physical facilities weren't properly designed for familial units as they were coming in. And so what we've seen is a big shift in this regard, and that's part of it. The other is the increase in the throughput and the processing of individuals in the country illegally. It's okay that we disagree on the role of immigration policy. I'm just supportive of making sure that we're enforcing our immigration policy.
The problem is disagreeing on facts.
Chris O'Brien, who's been waiting, Chris, and Colin Gentz is up after Chris.
Thank you so much. This is the first time I've ever come to a political event, so
It's so cool to see. Look at these people. They're activating. It's so hard to get people to go out to their first event. Good job, guy.
pretty raucous, pretty crazy. I didn't know what I was going to get into, but I applaud you for standing up here and taking it. Half of the country thinks one way, half of the country thinks another way. So no matter if you're up here or not here,
You're going to just, I apologize.
you can't hear me? Can I
It's just a lot of background noise.
All right. So anyway, I'm a business owner. I manufacture specialty coatings. We are struggling with, once China got caught for countervailing and dumping in the USA, they shifted the tactic and they're going up to Canada. I've been writing you and Johnson and everyone else saying, we need help. They are now shipping Chinese material. We can see it we can track it across the ocean. We can see it going to Canada, mainly Montreal. There's 3 or 4 manufacturers.
Dude, is this guy actually, like, serious right now? Never mind, I don't want these guys activated. This guy's complaining about the fact that, like, China's still shipping stuff to the United States. They're just shipping it to Canada first. Yeah, I wonder why they're doing that. Yeah.
They are selling it into the USA, claiming country of origin is Canada, when we know it's not Canada. Canada cannot make badge. There's only one manufacturer left in the United States that makes epichlorohydrin, that's Olin, and these guys are lying. And it's either lying and putting the country of origin as Canada, which is a lie, or it's mob activity. They are selling epoxy for $25 a gallon. I can't make it for $25. I try to pay a good wage.
Yeah. Almost like there are larger and more equipped facilities in other places on the globe than what we can manufacture domestically.
Not a guy in my plant that makes less than $22.50 at a starting rate, and we try to get into $35 an hour. You can't live on less than that as a single person anymore. So what's happening?
Then why do we have a minimum wage that's below that?
China's sending it to Canada for 86 cents a pound, and I keep barking. And one guy that I'm trying to assemble American and U.S. manufacturing coatings, one guy said, "You're wasting your time, Chris." He said, "You're wasting your time." Your time because everyone's bought and paid for at the border. So we really need your help. It's killing our businesses.
Yeah, so
I don't know why it went dark.
You got 2 things there. One, I want to, before you leave, make sure I get your information because I want to follow the USTR on your behalf. But 2, let me, what you bring up is a really good point. because countries are evading U.S. trade laws and in particular, the biggest culprit is the one you named. It's China, which is where we started some of the trade conversation. And working with our allies, in this case Canada, to make sure that we're addressing abuses of trade from China is going to be absolutely essential. And so countries are doing this and moving it into Vietnam. In this case, it sounds like in your situation, they're moving it in to Canada. And so holding countries accountable for their trade practices is essential. For multiple administrations, the United States looked the other way because they viewed it as a benefit to get low-cost goods into the United States. So it's to the detriment of U.S. manufacturers and employees that work with you at your facility. And so what I'm of the belief is leveraging the trade policies, strike deals with our allies, then work with our allies to hold other countries accountable. And the biggest culprit is the one you identified, which is China. And the collective work with our allies to address the abuses of China is going to be essential. But as it relates to your specific issue, I want to get your contact because I'd love to reach out to the U.S. Trade Representative on your behalf, which we'll do offline. But I appreciate the question. It's a huge, huge issue.
Thank you. Colin, yes. At least I think I had that right. Colin? From Kenosha? Coming, okay, good.
Maybe throw somebody on deck?
Who's on deck?
On deck would be Julie Richardson from Janesville.
So a lot has been said about the Biden administration and open borders and whatever, but can you actually name any of his policies or decisions that impacted open borders or economics? Because what we saw was him and Jerome Powell doing a record-breaking landing after COVID. We had great GDP, inflation was down. I mean, things were pretty great in America before Trump.
So get his ass, son. Get his ass.
This is a really, really good question. Because if we go back a year, there was a lot of discussion about whether or not a border bill was needed. I was on radio shows with Tim Bremmel taking questions on the topic. And I always said you need to do 4 key things through executive action that would have real and meaningful impact on securing the U.S.-Mexico border. You reinstate stay in Mexico, you restart border wall construction, you end catch and release, and you stop abuse of the parole system. It was those 4 executive actions that I believe were going to be essential to re-securing the U.S.-Mexico border. No law was passed at the start of the year when we started to see a dramatic downtick in the number of illegal crossings. And what did President Biden do? President Trump do? President Trump comes in and on day 1 does 4 key executive actions. He restarts border wall construction, he reinstates stay in Mexico, he ends catch and release, and he ends abuse of the parole system. And by doing that, what we saw was a significant drop in the number of illegal crossings. And so I just firmly was frustrated with what the Biden administration was doing in the border. That's totally true. And I've spoken aggressively on it. Because it has, we're all going to get a back and forth here, but let me. So the policies, maybe I'll just close it here then. So the policies that I think are your top 4, restart border wall construction, end catch and release, reinstate stay in Mexico, and end abuse of the parole system. All 4 Biden chose not to do, all 4 Trump chose to do. The border is now much more secure than it was before due to those 4 policies. Great question. Thank you. Thank you.
Julie Richardson over there, and on deck we have, well, from Milton, a little tough for me to read the handwriting. Let me get it interpreted while Julie asks her question.
Hi, thanks for taking my question. Thank you for hosting the town hall. We've been asking for one for a while, so I'm glad you're here. My original question was about ICE and the funding of ICE, but I think we've definitely covered that. So my question to you is, can you explain to us why you support Linda McMahon and the defunding of the Department of Education?
Great question. Great question. So again, going back, there was a question earlier as it related to cancer research, so a little bit is going to be the same answer, but let me dive a little bit deeper on the Department of Education. We're currently going through the process of analyzing what the spending will be for the upcoming fiscal year. So the current fiscal year that we're operating in right now, today, again, is the spending levels that were set during the Biden administration with Republicans in the House. And so going forward, though, is your question on some of these proposals. I'm of the view that education is best resolved at the local level. And so what we've allowed to occur, what we've allowed to occur is more and more funds flowing through the federal government down to the state level. And so what I'm of the view is as those funds have flown down, what we've done is burdened a lot of our local school districts with unnecessary red tape. That's my view. And so I think what we will see as we negotiate this going forward is a way to make sure that those funds are there at the local level, which we care about, but removing a lot of that bureaucratic red tape that's in the way in a period of time where we need to look at the operations of our local schools and making sure that in particular, foremost in my mind, is making sure that the educational product we have is tied in directly to our workforce needs. And I think the one-size-fits-all approach that we often see coming out of Washington is not helpful in that regard. So as we go through this next funding process, again, while we're $1.8 trillion in deficit year over year, we're looking at all of these types of programs to make sure that we're removing bureaucracy at the federal government level.
What a little Weasley fuck. What a little weasel. We have to remove the bureaucracy that's making your schools worse? Question mark?
All right, thank you. Vivian Creekmore is the name from Milton. Vivian. And on deck we have Sharna Aaron.
Go ahead.
I'm Vivian Creekmore from Milton. I actually live right outside your hometown.
Oh, what a delightful lady.
I used to see your predecessor around town a lot. I have never seen you anywhere in this county. And I want to confirm
Actually,
that
it's Orchid Milton Charter
you are correct. I'm not here to listen to you, and many of us are, because we know what you're going to say ahead of time. I would also...
What a sweetheart. Really embracing the kill him with kindness mentality. Love to see it.
I'd like to remind you that you're a pretty rich boy who has never missed a meal, always had a nice place to live, had great jobs, made a lot of money, and I can't relate to that. You know, that's not a part of my life. You talked a lot and said not very much. Alcatraz is a concentration camp. The difference between a prison or detention facility and a concentration camp is due process. We have criminals roaming our streets, and large percentages of the people that they pick up and detain are mistaken identities, have committed no crimes, or are here legally. They are sent to those camps without ever having the ability. That's my question.
She's spitting.
Why do you support that? And then, more specifically, the cost of it. Alcatraz will cost $450 million annually. Do you own any stock in the contractor companies? Because they are making a killing.
She's spitting so hard. God damn. Look, if GamerG can isolate the yes guy, like absolutely we can get it on the soundboard.
Immigration detention is big business. And I also wonder if you're looking for various money market schemes, looking at that, because you talk a lot about
Crypto!
So,
not the adorable dog.
I want to give you one piece of advice, because I've spent a lot of time working with people and facilitating groups and communication. You would be well served to not blame another thing on Joe Biden.
Hell yeah. Yeah, Joe Biden gone. He gone. What are you doing?
up one by one and say what they want to. We would have a higher opinion of you if you did that.
I like her.
All right, Sharna, is it? Sharna Aaron? From Fontana?
There's a question I'm happy to answer.
Hello.
It's mostly a speech. It's all publicly, I have all of it in funds now. It's all publicly available on my website. No. You go, it's all publicly available on my website. No, I don't think we should do it.
Hi, Representative Style. First of all, I want to thank you for answering all the contacts that I've made with you over the years. Either you or your staff have responded in a very timely manner. I may not agree with you. I may not agree with you on the issues, but I appreciate that you respond to my voice. So thank you.
I appreciate it. We've gotten, just in context, we've received about 100,000 outreaches so far this year. And I make it a priority to try to get back to everyone. It doesn't mean I'm perfect, but we make it a priority to try to get back to absolutely everyone that reaches out to. I appreciate it.
Really, Ryan?
I just would also like to make a comment to the audience. I think it's very important to have a sense of decorum, to have respect. We want this country to come together. And unless
Why can't you guys come together with the fascists? I don't understand. They want to build a concentration camp in your backyard, but you know, why can't you work with them on that? Maybe make it, instead of a concentration camp, just a normal camp. I don't understand. Maybe they could have a good time there. Like, just some naive bullshit.
we have some civil discourse, unless we can get together and respect what everybody says, we're not going to get there.
Respect my ass.
Hold on. I have serious concerns about a lot of the issues that have been brought up today. I have concerns about dismantling the Department of Education.
Oh.
I have concerns about how our migrants and immigrants are being treated. I have concern about the rule of law and the civil rights that are being impacted by this administration. And some of the questions, I prepared questions today. I have 8 questions. Some of them have been answered, and I'll be glad to share these with you at the end. But the one thing that I would like to talk about, which I think most of us can agree upon, is our environment. Our environment is fragile. Climate change is real, based on scientific evidence.
Well, this went in a different direction than I thought it was going.
Whether one admits it or not, it is real. Extreme weather conditions are happening more frequently as we experience them or read about them. The EPA is deregulating the standards that are in place to fight climate change and to protect the citizens. Where do you stand on this issue? And how can you be an advocate for us to initiate legislation to restore our safeguards?
First off, I appreciate the structure of your question. It's okay that we can disagree, but we can do so productively. So I appreciate your comment in that regard. I'm in the belief that one of the reasons we love to call Wisconsin home is because we live in, I think, one of the most beautiful states in the country. And making sure that we're protecting our air and water and soil.
This is going to blow out our eardrums as soon as the noise, as soon as the volume equalizes, but that's fine.
The gentlewoman's entitled to hear the answer. And so what we need to be doing is focused in on addressing that from a global perspective. Again, making sure other countries are doing their fair share in this. And so when we get into aspects, the gentlewoman's allowed to, just allow her to hear the portion. You don't have to agree, just allow her to hear the answer. So So, as yelled out, the Paris Accords, because that's an important topic. I don't think the Paris Accords properly held countries like China and India properly accountable for what's going on. And so what I think we need to do is make sure that we're not punishing U.S. employees of businesses that are engaged in economic activity here in southeast Wisconsin, which is heavily manufacturing based, and we're actually holding countries like China and India accountable. Then you have other aspects of this where you would walk outside today and you have one of the most unhealthy air quality conditions that we've seen. That's coming down from
There we
Canada.
go.
So making sure.
Nope. Okay, the audio, it's way too loud now.
The gentleman's allowed to hear. Allow her to hear the answer. You don't have to agree with the answer, but allow her to hear the answer. That was the point of the question.
Open your heart.
So as we look at the air quality right now, we know it's in large part due to Canadian wildfires. And so this is a broader conversation than punishing U.S. employers to the detriment of U.S. workers. And we need to have a global perspective of holding other countries accountable. Thanks for the question, and sorry it's a little hard to hear.
Let me follow up on her behalf for just one moment. So in the last little bit, the president has announced a lot of executive orders to roll back climate protections that the Biden administration had in place.
Oh my God.
We're rolling back EPA standards on automobiles, we're rolling back all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Where do you stand on the rollbacks versus the progress that were made? I think is a lot of people would like to know.
So what I think we saw, where I disagree with some of what I viewed as the overreach in the previous administration, is what we were seeing. A lot of the answers.
Maybe they don't want to know.
What we saw was higher prices for American consumers and a real draconian impact by U.S. citizens, U.S. U.S. consumers. And so what we need to do is have a broader global approach in this regard. And then in other areas, what we saw was the previous administration truly picking winners and losers. So I didn't like the $7,500 tax credit for a new electric vehicle. Other people like that. But if you want to buy, I don't have a problem with electric cars. So if somebody wants to go buy a brand new Tesla, there's nothing wrong with buying a brand new electric car. Go ahead. I just don't think that we should be using your hardworking taxpayer dollars to subsidize someone's choice. It's a broader philosophical disagreement. Thank you.
All right, we have Karen Fulbright Anderson up next, and behind her we have Barbara Isaacson.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Oh, you got it? Oh, I don't have to hold it. Okay. So my question for you is...
It's coming up.
Oh, is when are you going to take as good of care of your constituents who are not uber wealthy as you do of the ones who are wealthy? And let me be more specific. So we have this big bill, by all accounts, and I've been looking at different independent, nonpartisan analysis of the bill as well as reading it myself, and it appears that people who are earning $200,000 and less are going to pay more in taxes. People who are making $1 million and more are going to be paying, getting big tax cuts. You know, the policies around Medicare, there are going to be people who are deserving of Medicare who are going to be kicked off of Medicare because of some of these provisions that are going. That's going to happen. Those are some of the analyses. But there is no discussion about the health care executives who have been fraudulent.
God, the audio's all over the place right now. This lady's spitting, though.
Taking money from Medicare. Why is there no discussion about that? At least 5 or 6 or several of whom President Trump has pardoned. And these people owe billions.
Why do people who are uninterested in helping their community run? Because they're interested in helping themselves. They're interested in helping themselves. And by extension, they're interested in helping the wealthy and the powerful.
Billions of dollars that they fraudulently stolen from Medicare and Medicaid. The other thing is you enabled Elon Musk through Dodge to, when he was under investigation by at least 33 different agencies for fraudulent behavior, for other kinds of violations that he committed. All of those investigations have gone away, and yet he's walked away with all of our personal information, which none of us in this room, I'm sure, gave him permission to take our personal information and use it however he wants. The other thing is the administration has fired most of the IRS inspectors who have been investigating fraudulent behavior among wealthy people and corporations. And also shutting down the divisions in the IRS that whose job it was to investigate those people. So again, these people are getting off with this. And now we're hearing that $600 million are going to be taken from FEMA and given to build these camps holding immigrants, many of whom are not criminals, as what we were told who would be put into these camps. And then the last thing I'll say is about social, and I could go on, but I'll wrap it up because I know other people want to ask questions, but we also have heard conversations about wanting to privatize Social Security, which would be putting more money in the hands of private money market managers. But there's no discussion about raising the cap on the $168,000 cap on people's claims. So what I want to know is what are you going to do about these kinds of things? There's no look at fraudulent behavior among ultra wealthy people, but yet you're, putting all this emphasis on all these people on Medicaid and such who are supposedly gaming the system. So that's my question.
Is it safe to summarize your question more?
Zip it, not you, not you.
What are we doing to support the have-nots? Because it seems like there's enough support for the haves. The people that need these programs are not
Reserve seats.
Sure.
But we didn't come to you
I'm
here.
trying to generalize it so he doesn't have to give you a half-hour answer.
I so in part, I would disagree with the way you framed it. And so as I look at the tax provisions in the bill, what was in large part done was keeping the 2017 tax reforms in place. That's the bulk of the bill. Then on top of that,
and making the tax cuts for the rich permanent.
Built into three key areas: providing additional tax deductions for senior, effectively making Social Security tax-free. Then what we did is we added in tax benefits for middle-income workers, $75,000 and below, as it relates to overtime and as it relates to taxes on tips.
There's a huge
And so,
deficit. We need to raise taxes. Stop it.
Hey, let the gentleman speak. Say it again.
Gentlemen.
So in there are sunset provisions on some of these, not on others.
Oh, they actually brought it up. They actually brought up the thing I just brought up. Good job.
So the 2017 tax cuts were made permanent. So the 2017 reforms were made permanent. We built on top of that additional tax cuts focused in on hardworking families that we will have an opportunity to continue to move forward down the road so that those taxes don't rise. And so there's sunset provisions in some. You're exactly right. There's not sunset provisions in others. I would work to maintain and keep those tax cuts into the future. And it's something that Congress is going to be working on going forward. Any given Congress could pass a tax law one way or the other. So while they're permanent, saying, here is the steady state if no further action is taken. And so we took the 2017 tax bill and overall made those reforms permanent. And then we added on to that additional tax savings.
When are you going to balance the budget, Brian?
And build onto that additional tax reforms for hardworking families. And so it's going to be something that we'll continue on in this conversation. I think it'll actually be quite beneficial to a lot of hardworking families in the U.S. The other data point that I would give to that is to go back and to look at some of the empirical data off of those 2017 tax reforms. Those 2017 reforms, what we really saw going into the pandemic was real wages rising, and in particular for lower income workers. And the reason for that is we had a lot of people in those groups that actually had the biggest room for growth. And so we saw real wages rising faster than the whole for women, blacks, Hispanics, Asians, veterans. And that is positive. That is the reforms that are made permanent.
How do any of you sleep at night?
But I'm saying going into the pandemic.
I love the camera lady. What a heroine.
We saw that. So prior to that, I would
Luxury sheets.
Yeah,
exactly.
So going into the pandemic, we did see that economic growth and real wages rising. So we came back out of the pandemic. Part of the reason that we were able to continue on was the reforms that were in place from 2017. That's the bulk of what's made permanent, and then which is the steady state, and then we built on that for hardworking families. So I just disagree on your analysis, but appreciate the question.
Thank you for the question.
Right. Okay, we're coming up on the home stretch before we got to be out of the school. Let's keep going.
All right, is it Barbara?
Hello. I have lived in Wisconsin all my life. I've received your newsletter. As you can see, people have many concerns about what's happening in Congress. Zip codes not being a major concern. I see all of these things, and I'm wondering, we elected you, not your predecessor, not previous administrations. We elected you, and I would like to have 2 examples where you have voted on an issue representing Wisconsin and against the majority rule of the Republicans, where you stood up and did not just vote. I'm a Republican, yes. I want to know 2 examples where you voted your ethics. And I also want to say I have written to you several times and I have never gotten a response.
Yes! Yes! Yes, Brian! Yes, Brian!
Thanks for the question. Like I said, we're not perfect. I try to get back to everybody. We've done about 100,000, so I want to make sure I get your name and number. We'll track down why you might have not heard something. I work on big things and little things at the same time. So the reference on the zip codes, that's a big deal to some people. That does not have the transformational change. That's not the big stuff. It doesn't get news. And so sometimes I use my newsletter to try to provide information to people about things other than just what is in news of the day. That's a big deal in some communities in our district, maybe not yours. But then if you said, then to your point, right, give an example, I go back and look at a sanctions vote against Russian oligarchs, where I voted against the...
What about American oligarchs?
You're tough. You're tough. There are a number of times where I don't always line up. There's a certain...
You're the big, beautiful bill. Not Biden, but sits Trump. You couldn't answer 2 things.
What do you have to say about that, Brian Stein?
I have to say, shut up.
2 million people! 2 million people are starving! Do you have a heart? Do you have a heart? Show us your heart!
Under control, please.
That is 100% a goddamn hero right there. Let's fucking go.
Do we want another question?
Yeah, let's do another. I know we're coming up on...
Peter Gilbert from Racine. Peter. Can you do more than one? I'm looking to the staff here. Peter Gilbert, are you here?
Maybe we can walk back to Peter.
Or we can go to you, Peter. Yeah.
We'll go to you. Don't get up.
Nancy Frank on deck.
Yeah, I came all the way from the scene. I moved in April, and I want to thank you for doing all you're doing. There's a lot
That would be
of
good.
life going on. And I know what's going on. And I wanted to ask you, going back to the EPA, I had such a bad time with the Wisconsin Department of Transportation with this ridiculous emissions testing. They said it was a secret testing garage, and they sent me an estimate of $7,800 to fix a catalytic reverse and a tailpipe. And I
They want me to not poison the planet. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? They don't want me poisoning the planet no more, Brian. They don't want me poisoning. They think it's gonna get too hot. They don't want me poisoning the planet no more. What do you have to say about that, Brian? Brian, why can't I be allowed to poison them just a little bit? I just want to be able to poison some of the members of the community, Brian. What if I concentrated all that poison and gave it to one person? What if I just put it all together and gave it to one person, Brian? What if I could pay them to like just ingest that, Brian, and then it's all good, right? Hey, whomst among us wouldn't want to give 10 years of our life, huh? For me to make a little bit extra money. Come on, Brian.
Because many people can't afford these repairs. I got it done privately, and I went to the FBI in St. Francis, and this is why we're here, for the reporting extortion and racketeering. And I showed them the receipt, and they said, who's doing
Let the
it?
gentleman finish his question.
I said, it's the Wisconsin Department of Transportation. Then I took the initiative and called the EPA in Chicago. Even the EPA said they were going overboard. So I hope Lee Zeldin gets rid of this stupid test.
Peter.
I hope he gets rid of that stupid test and lets me poison all of you. All of you. I see how way you look at me. Like I'm some kind of outsider when I walk down Main Street. I see the way you look at me and I hiss back at you. But pretty soon he's going to get rid of that test and I'll be able to poison every single one of you.
Peter, you bring up a great point. This goes back to something.
You bring up a great point. I really think that we need to fight for your individual right to be able to poison your local community, okay? We need to be able to ensure that you can go out there every day and dump your raw sewage and various poisons into the local water supply. That is your God-given right as an American and as a Republican.
Conversation we had about a lot of the environmental rules and regulations. They have a real significant impact on all sorts of people in Wisconsin, and we have to ask ourselves and run a cost-benefit analysis. Is the cost...
We have to run a cost-benefit analysis on the technology that's poisoning the earth. You know, maybe we could just poison the earth a bit. Maybe that'd be fine.
Why, for a lot of these tests, are they actually generating the benefit that they purport to? And I think what we have seen is often that the benefit does not justify the cost. And so as we look at a lot of the broader environmental, in particular as it relates to air, let Peter get an answer. He's waited like everybody else. But Peter, one of my concerns is that what we're doing is putting in place regulations that don't actually have the net benefit that they are purporting to, and then bringing these policies and regulations in line so that people can afford the things in their family that they need, where many people have been negatively impacted by the costs that are required by some of these rules and regulations. In particular, we have some attainment zone issues as it relates to the broader Milwaukee region right now being applied by the EPA that could have really draconian impact on jobs in the Milwaukee area.
Yeah, specifically the poisoning jobs. Have you guys noticed that since the EPA was implemented, there have been fewer job openings for poisoning your local community? Seems really crazy, right? Like, why can't an enterprising young man, go out into the world and poison some people for money? Why is that just no longer a thing? I don't understand. And under Donald Trump, we're going to bring back the poisoning jobs. Why? When was the last time you heard of a local arsenicer? I bet you never have. Well, guess what? We're going to bring them back. We're also going to bring back the asbestos mongers. Well, I mean, why can't a young enterprising man go out into the world and sell some asbestos? We should be able to do that.
Good question. All right, we're a little bit over.
We will make the cyanide tooth industry great again.
Fun fact: Brian is a ventriloquist. It may look like he is talking from his mouth, but he is speaking from his asterisk.
Jess, thank you for the $5 dono.
I'm hoping we can take one more. So Nancy Frank from Elkhorn.
Bring us home.
God.
Nancy.
I'll be very quick. I want to have you address the question that was shouted about the starving children.
Fuck yeah! Ask him about the millions of starving children. Let's go. Also, let's all take a moment to recognize that the question about kids in Gaza is getting a room full of cheers. And these are not lefties, guys. These are not like lefty-ass socialists, okay? These guys are liberal as hell. It is nice to see that though the leadership of the Democratic Party is hopelessly out of touch, these people have some idea what they're about.
But also the hungry children in Wisconsin due to SNAP.
Oh, fuck yeah. Tie the issues together.
So there's two questions there. I can do them both, and I'll do them in reverse order for you, so I'll work backwards. So the SNAP...
In the 1960s, we had a silver spring. Well, Donald Trump is going to bring you a golden spring by deregulating DDT. We're making groundwater great again.
Paladin, thank you for the $5 dono.
benefits where there's a lot of inaccurate information as to what happened. What we did as it relates to SNAP, which is Supplemental Assistance Program, some people call it food stamps. What we did in that program was applied more or less work requirements that almost mirror the work requirements that are already in place in the state of Wisconsin. And again, that's for able-bodied adults that don't have young children. So Wisconsin put in place work requirements in the welfare program in the 1990s. The federal government's work requirements that are now applied are actually reasonably similar to what is currently in existence in Wisconsin. Other states run their programs very poorly. Wisconsin has an error rate, for example, of a little less than 5%, meaning if you're giving out these benefits, an individual may receive the wrong amount of money on their card. Wisconsin, that error rate is less than 5%. Other states are 10% or above. And so what we're really going to see, if we implement this correctly in other states around the country, is actually many other states coming to the Wisconsin standard. So you're not going to see the reduction in some of the fear-mongering that's been out there as it relates to the state of Wisconsin. I think what you're actually going to see is the program strengthened for those that it was designed for. Your second question, which was your first question, so because it's yelled out, it's worth noting that would only be if Wisconsin's error rate dramatically increased. Wisconsin's error rate, again, is below the 6% threshold where there would be an alteration in the flow of funds. So Wisconsin's error rate is currently below 5%. On the whole, Wisconsin runs our program better than other states. That's something we should all be proud of. It doesn't mean we're perfect. It means we're running our programs much better than other states. And the bulk of this law is trying to get other states to get their programs to run much more like the state of Wisconsin in a much more effective and productive manner. To the first question that you asked, which relates to the challenges that we've seen between Hamas and Israel. To me, the easy answer to address this crisis is for Hamas
is to feed the children. The easy answer is to let aid in and feed the children. Any other answer? Any other answer is just saying it's totally fine to starve your enemy to the point where children are dying. Any other answer is just saying you are complicit with starving children.
Hamas to surrender and release the hostages.
What a cowardly fuck.
Israel was unfairly, unjustly attacked. Their civilians were killed and kidnapped by Hamas terrorists.
I wish these people had been able to see the testimony of that guy, that former Green Beret that we watched yesterday, because it would have been really, really lovely for them to be able to, like, what do you have to say about this man who went there to feed kids and watch them get shot in front of his eyes, their faces still wet with the tears of gratitude they had when he gave them food. I want them to ask in detail about instances like that.
Israel. Again, can we please let her hear her answer? Israel has a right to defend itself.
Israel has a right to starve children until they die. Apparently that's defensive. Some defensive enforced starvation, I see.
Please let her hear her answer.
I never know Ukraine.
The gentlewoman has a right to hear the answer.
It's genocide. You believe in genocide? Genocide.
Resign now. Help us all.
Do something about it.
We may disagree on this, that's fine.
Resign! Shut up!
Resign!
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for coming tonight.
So
we're going to close it off here because there's no point in continuing.
Let me leave it like this. I just, as it relates to your question, I'm of the view that Israel has the right to defend itself, and the easy and simplest way to end this horrific war is for Hamas to surrender and release their hostages. I appreciate everybody coming out tonight, listening, and everyone.
I want them... Well, I can't say that. I want them to just point at him and chant genocide. Like, I just want them to, like... Or like, chant resign. Like, man, dog, this is bleak for him.
Genocide!
And look forward to seeing everybody.
Feed the kids!
Everybody have an absolute wonderful night.
Feed the kids! Feed!
Horrible.
Man, that guy who's chanting "Feed the kids," what a goddamn hero. What a hero. Resign, Brian. Get out of here, Brian.
Loved your Rodney Dangerfield impression earlier mocking the congressman.
Super Jet Guy, thank you for the $5 dono. I really appreciate it. That was really cathartic. I appreciated that. God, I want so much more movement on this. I want, like, I want these people to be sprinting out of these high schools, heading for the hills. You know, these Republican congressmen should not feel like comfortable in their amongst their constituents. That guy is like going around talking about how it's okay to starve children. He's going around talking about how it's okay to kick millions of people off of Medicaid and SNAP. He's going around talking about how it's actually great to give a massive handout to the wealthiest people in the country while, massively blowing up the deficit. They're so full of shit. God. I hope that did your heart some good. I know it did mine a bit. God.
People are aroused. I haven't seen people so aroused in a very, very long time.
Indeed. Folks, we've been going for about 5 hours, believe it or not. If you've been enjoying the show, hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button. Click the buttons, folks. Go. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the YouTube does seem to be safe again. And folks, click the buttons, like, comment, subscribe, do the things. And also, please, if you've been getting anything out of today's stream, consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc., because you guys make this stream possible. And I really, really appreciate it. You know, I don't get the ad revenue from Twitch, and though we are growing on YouTube, that ad revenue does not cover the bills. So please consider supporting the show if you can. What's the channel for that town hall? I'm going to share it. It is it appears to be the personal account of the woman who filmed that video, Lou Ann Bird. She has 22 subscribers. So here's a link to the video. Oof. Dan Zinger, you're not getting a Vance Taylor Greene administration. Are you kidding me? Vance doesn't have the juice. Dude's a couch fucker. Dude fucks couches. And Marjorie Taylor Greene, she doesn't have the juice to run for office, like beyond Congress. Like, are you kidding me? Like, I'm sorry. Neither of them have the juice to actually win office. The presidency, anyway. Also, y'all are gonna get blown the fuck out in the next election. So. Yeah, Marjorie Taylor Greene is too busy cheating on her husband. Did you see the Gangster Paradise on Last Week Tonight? I did not, but I should check it out sometime. Quick 5-second vid. This is how I feel towards Brian.
One day you will have to answer for your actions. And God may not be so merciful.
It is how I feel about basically every Republican politician these days. Yeah, maybe you're right. Dan Zinger, do you actually care about like America as a concept? Like, do you actually care about the Constitution? Because I don't know. When you say Trump 2028, all I see or hear or perceive is you rubbing your ass with the American flag and burning the Constitution. You know? Like, I don't know. Sue me for caring, but I actually give a shit about this country. And people like you who clearly don't, it bothers me. Marjorie Taylor Greene. Marjorie Taylor Greene was also eyeing running for governor, and she's fucking unpopular as hell. God. He's just trying to troll to get a rise, I guess. It'd be nice if MAGA folks actually gave a shit about anything, but they don't really. The one thing they kind of gave a shit about was the Epstein stuff, but they really don't care about child fucking either, I guess. Oof. Mr. Anderson, hello. Let's see here. All right. I am trying to decide if I have the steam to do some brain rot. I feel like you guys have suffered a lot, and maybe it's time to, if you ran for Congress, would you call your constituents my good little boys? I mean, I guess if they wanted me to, I would represent the people. What kind of brain rot? I was thinking we'd finally get to that what if alt hist brain rot. Yeah, you guys are down for it. All right. Folks, I'm going to go use the bathroom. When I get back, we'll dive into some brain rot. So stay tuned. BRB.
Those who make peaceful revolution impossible will make violent revolution inevitable.
Yes, we have to deny so many claims from us to meet our shareholders' expectations.
including children, have lost their health insurance.
What's so frustrating is that politicians have spent decades, saying they recognize the problem and they make promises to do something about it. And then almost nothing happens.
Know what they say to themselves in the dark. It's only a crime if you don't wear a tie. We keep them all busy paying their fines. With the epiphany, light up the spark. You know what they say to themselves in the dark. It's only a crime if you don't wear a tie.
Seniors are the fastest growing segment of the homeless population.
And this is a great thing because it inspires everybody, gets some motivation to look up to the 1% and say,
now they're looking at your vote, they're looking at your anger, and they're moving to apprehend those who say something in anger.
Increasingly by choice or by accident, this is the role our nation has taken, the role of those who make peaceful revolution impossible by refusing to give up the privileges and the pleasures that come from the immense profits of overseas investments.
This is a brand new song. This is the first time. You are the first audience to hear this song. It's a world premiere. This is the first time we've ever played it together. I'm writing it right now.
I mean, basically.
Recently, I was reminded of this lyric that floats around in several gospel songs, including "Oh Mary, Don't You Weep," which is, God gave Noah the rainbow sign, no more water, fire next time. And I was thinking about this summer and our yellow skies, and I thought, fire next time. So this song's called No More Water. I need a little bit more water.
Yeah.
That's like psychological. I'm feeling the smoke. Here we go.
fire next time. Come gather, my children, come gather to me. The sky in the west is as dark as the sea. The air tastes of embers, it claws at your eyes. And I hear the horsemen are following behind. No more water, no more water, no more water. Fire, fire next time. Old Noah cried, hear me, the water will come and wreak mighty judgment on everyone. I warn you, my people, the time is not long for changing our ways, for righting our wrong. No more water, no more water, no more water. Fire, fire next time. The people dismissed and denied and delayed, long after the rivers were swollen with rain, and only when floodwaters swallowed their cries did the sign of the rainbow appear in the sky. No more water, no more water, no more water. Fire, fire next time. The Lord said your family alone has been spared, and all of creation I leave in your care. But do not mistake me, remember my sign. I'll send no more water, but fire next time. No more water, no more water, no more water. Fire, fire next time. Thank you.
Would you have freedom from wage slavery and join in the grand industrial band? Would you from misery and hunger be free and come do your share like a man?
There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land, one industrial union grand.
Would you have sharing the gold in the sky and live in a shack away in the back? Would you have wings up in heaven to fly and starve here with rags on your back?
There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land, one industrial union land.
If you've had enough of the blood of the lamb, then join in the grand industrial band. If for a change you would have eggs and ham, come do your share like a man.
There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land, one industrial union band.
Well, if you like sluggers to beat off your head, then don't organize or unions despise. If you are nothing before you are dead, shake hands with your boss and the wise. There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land. One industrial union band. Oh, come, oh, ye workers from every land, join in the grand industrial band. Then we, our share of this earth, shall demand. Come do your part like a man. There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land. One industrial union band. Would you take contently what's put in your hand, less than you earn with one leg to stand? Would you believe what they tell you to be, or with brothers go out and see? There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule every land. One industrial union band. There is power in those band working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land. One industrial union band. One industrial union band. One industrial union band.
Kick it off.
Oh, take my hand in your hand and walk with me to the promised land. Beat your drum and join the band, and we'll chase away the clouds of the morning. We don't need any more than we are. We don't have to be afraid. There is a power in these legs and arms and the voices that we can raise, saying no, we won't go away. I have heard the crowds of the old and the young when the steel canyons echoed with the songs that were sung, and the streets were filled and the law was undone, and the fever of the people was breaking. We don't need any hand-me-downs. We're not looking for charity. We've been fooled, we've been jerked around, and there's only so much we can say. No, we won't go away. Oh, the time it will come all over the earth. We will lay down our tools, their concessions we'll refuse. When there's nothing left to lose, throw our bodies on the gears and stop this infernal machine. There's another day just about to unfold, when another world will rise from the ashes of the old, and the meek will follow in the footsteps of the bold, when we realize what's ours for the taking. We don't need any weapons of war, not a drop of blood will fall away. They are many, but we are many more, and the sky will echo our refrain. No, we won't go away. Oh, 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 oh. concessions we'll refuse. When there's nothing left to lose, just throw our bodies on the gears and stop this infernal machine. I'm gonna tell you fascists, you may be surprised. The people in this country are getting organized. You're bound to lose, you fascists, bound to lose. I'm gonna tell you workers, when you cash your checks, they say America first, but they mean America's next. You're bound to lose, you fascists, bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. People of every color marching side by side, marching across these fields where 1 million fascists died. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. I'm going into battle, gonna take my Union gun, and I ain't gonna lay it down till every battle's won. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. This hatred cannot break us, but I'm learning quick. Our children won't be sold on your poison rhetoric. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. Here comes a big machine surrounding all your hate, forcing it to surrender. Now it's getting late. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose.
Hello. How are we doing tonight, folks? I think I just found a new genre of music I like. That's wonderful. That is wonderful, wonderful news. Now, folks, you were asking me on one of the final nights in one of my cozy, safe places to expose myself to a detrimental level of brain rot. As a result, I'm introducing a donation system, how this is going to work. Every 5 subs, I'm going to drink some water. Every 10 subs, I'm going to take a shot of whiskey. So, them's the rules. I'm going to start with one right now. Smooth Wayne, no winkles. To understand what if alt hist, you have to get into the mindset of what if alt hist by, getting as close to a pickled brain as one can have. So, God, that's good. What kind of whiskey? It's my favorite local brew. Not brew, distilled. Crooked Water Spirits of the North. It's also called Old Hell Roaring. There's a cool bear on the side. Double-barreled straight bourbon whiskey, baby. Sweet Jesus, Pooh. That's not a brain. That's raw chicken breast. If you're going to go through the trouble of tripping on ayahuasca, why would you watch a What If All This video while doing it? I don't understand. All right. We need to begin. All right. Hey! Salmon Moose!
AI Capone is all about the moonshine.
Hell yeah. Salmon Moose, thank you so much for the 10 tier 1 subs. Appreciated.
I'm doing drugs and writing out my wank sheet for Odin.
Writing out your wank I'm not gonna lie. At some point, somehow, I decided... I remembered that when we covered a lot of that, I talked about how interesting it would be if somebody went through and made the cosmology of What If Alt Hist, like how he describes his like religious belief system in those videos. And someone in chat, when we went through those, how many subs to make you drink Doritos whiskey? Well, one, it's not Doritos whiskey. It's a Doritos liquor that is ambiguous and not categorized. But number two, I don't have it here, so I can't use it as an incentive. But it does still exist, and I will drink it at the new place. Dustin the Dam, thank you for gifting a tier 1 sub. All right, I should also probably go get the water I talked about. I'll be right back. Ooh. I thought the goal was to get rid of it so as not to bring a curse on your new home. It was too late. You guys were too slow. Zia Spots, thank you for the gifted membership. So I'm seeing some people are unfamiliar with What If Alt Hist's game. So if you are curious, I have a series on my YouTube channel on a playlist titled, I think it's the What If Alt History. Or no, the What If... I think it's the What If Alt... It's something like that. But there is a playlist where I went through a number of now deleted videos from his channel that are basically his manifesto. Right? Oh, Jess, I'm doing it every 5 subs. Every 5 subs, I'm taking water, so don't you worry. But in these videos, he basically lays out his belief system in magical bloodlines. Like, he believes he comes from a bloodline of justice. And he also believes that he speaks to Odin. Jesus also exists. He talks about how he personally went to hell. How it's nuts. And we went through all of it. And it's just, yeah, Alan Smith, it's just esoteric Nazism. It's basically he recreated his own brand of esoteric Nazi ideology. Not even ideology, like cosmology, right? And at one point he talks about writing out needing to write out a list for Odin of all of the women he has jacked off to. It's very, very bizarre. That being said, one of the things I thought about was that chatter who talked about creating the cosmology of what if alt history. And I thought that maybe as like a donation incentive at some point in the future, and it would be a very, very high donation incentive, I would go do that for you guys. I have this idea of doing it and putting together like a Pepe Sylvia Always Sunny like cork board with red string. That just one of the ideas I've had as a dono incentive for you sick bastards. Yeah. Anyway, that's something I've thought about. Yeah, Odin looking for porn wrecks. I don't even know if you should go down that rabbit hole. I probably shouldn't. But if you gave me a lot of money, chat, I would. I'm drunk. Why not more people? Indeed, M-Laws. I'll fulfill that incentive if you ever consider it. See, that's what I mean. That's what I mean. Now, Salmon Moose, you did drop 10 subs, so here I am. Cheers. Yeah, honestly, 2 shots is probably appropriate for starting a What If Alt Hist video. M-Laws, nope. Any $5 dono or equivalent, like a membership, counts across every platform. Only because I love you. Thank you, Salmon Moose.
Some brain rot for the poor, please.
All right. Here we go, chat. Are you guys ready? Ivory Valentine.
As of the hour, it's officially my birthday.
It's your birthday?
Please enjoy some of my gift money for being such wonderful company for my writing this past week.
Oh, what you been writing? Tell us about it. Also, I'm going to sing you happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Ivory Valentine. Happy birthday to you, and many more. Hope you have a really great birthday. Stream is cheering me up in the sense that I'm not alone. Hell yeah, Plant 23 or 923. Solidarity. The best because you bring us together when times are scary. I look forward to the times and the days ahead when we can all come together and it's not scary. You know, I would really like that. I would really like to come together in better times. I subbed a few minutes ago. Well, the subs are memberships. I guess it should be subs/memberships. It's monetary support that counts towards this. $5 is 1 sub. It's your second book? You're trying to get a trilogy published? That's cool! Can you tell us what genre? Or if you want to, you can plug your first book. Guys, you are going to get me so plastered. You're going to get me so plastered for this video. All right. Anonymous Gifter, thank you for the 10 gifted tier 1 subs over on Twitch. Appreciated. I'm gonna go filter more water preemptively. Now that's filtering. All right. Okay. Cheers, folks. Nah, guys, I can hold my liquor. It's cool. Yum. Whew. Okay, folks. All right. Let's start this segment, shall we? So, folks, here I was minding my own business, only to see Mother Jones publish an article the other day that spoke to my heart and soul. Because I don't know if you guys remember, but we talked about an amateur historian that has been doing the rounds recently on the conservative podcast circuit. His name is Daryl Cooper. And lo and behold, Daryl Cooper is being profiled as a Nazi-obsessed amateur historian who went from obscurity to the top of Substack. And by Nazi-obsessed, he's got a little bit of the Holocaust denialism about him. You know, we've talked about him before. We've gone over long form video content of him in the past, and I can't remember which conservative show he was on. If it might have been Michael Knowles or something along those lines. But this got me to thinking about how the far right has been platforming. No, he was on Tim Pool's show. It was on Tim Pool. And it got me thinking about the trend of basically the far right in its long quest to disconnect from reality, right? It has been platforming more and more fringe pseudo-intellectuals. And I've talked about this a little bit, right? But that made me think, who is the biggest pseudo-intellectual I know? And obviously the answer to that is Jordan Peterson. Like, he dabbles in Carl Jung, a thoroughly debunked method of like figuring out, the brain and how minds work. And then I thought of the other one, which is, well, y'all know who he is. And I thought maybe, you know what, let's take a look. Let's visit our old friend, What If Alt History. What is he up to these days?
Hit me up.
Oh, he's put out a new video titled Everything is Mate Suppression, which is just everything is sex. So let's find out what he's up to today. This video has over 300,000 views, and inexplicably, this man has 750,000 subscribers and is routinely platformed by people like Tim Pool, the same person who started Daryl Cooper's journey into the inner sanctum of far-right podcasting, right? Daryl Cooper is now on Mother Jones's radar because he went on Tucker Carlson. But a good indicator of who might be going on Tucker Carlson in the near future is who goes on Tim Pool. Let's take a look.
About a year ago, my friend Jim Keller hit me up after watching...
Well, right off the bat, who's Jim Keller? Oh, yeah, he's this guy. He's from AMD. I bet my techie nerd chatters know who this guy is. Yeah, dude is one of those types. Yeah, he's worked for Tesla. Yeah. Now, dude is one of those types of people who works in the tech industry, knows a lot about tech.
I thought omegas took suppressants to stop their heat cycles.
There is a non-zero chance that this man is going to talk about omegas in this video. Just as an FYI. Just prepare yourselves for that one, okay? But I will say that there is a certain brand of tech guy, right? Who is really good in their given field, yet gravitates towards fringe academic theories outside of their field, right? A good example of this, right, is, oh God, that guy I was just talking about the other day. What's his name? Yeah, Shockley. What's his name? His name is William Shockley. William Shockley, inventor of the semiconductor. Brilliant when it comes to computing. But then, for whatever reason, dedicated the tail end of his life towards embracing eugenics and race realism in an effort to defeat the concept of integrating Black people into white society. He was a huge racist, and based on fringe, completely unsubstantiated scientific theory. He wanted to bring out the calipers, as it were. There's a long and storied history of people in tech being like that.
My video on Mouse Utopia. He loved the video and said it got him thinking about a core theory of his that he wanted to run past me. It took him like...
Oh God, Jim Keller, you're watching What If Alt Hist videos and developing new theories. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
Like an hour to explain fully, but he said that so much of modern culture is a form of mate suppression. That was a theory that existed before.
I'm sorry, that's just such a loser thing to say, right? So much of modern culture is the desire to suppress the sex you're interested in. That's such a loser mentality.
Beforehand, but which he articulated in very cogent terms.
1 second. Cool. How does his voice alone get taken seriously? Genuinely, I have no idea.
Terms. What that means is that everything in our society is imposing costs on others to lessen their chances of reproductive success.
Does he not realize how insane that sounds? The idea that when you go out into the world, any part of your brain is like, I must lessen the reproductive chances of everyone else that I meet so that I may pass along my genes. Even the idea that that is like a subconscious thought when people go outside, like the more likely subconscious thought at all times is, oh God, like just freaking the fuck out. It's why we all have anxiety issues, you know? You go outside and there are just gigantic metal objects flying down the street at faster than you can possibly run. Like, yeah, that's activating your monkey brain right there. It's not sex. Like, a certain part of your brain has to activate for that.
Normally carried out by those in power who aren't hurt by those costs in the same way. Jim asked me to poll my audience for how many were aware of the concept of mate suppression. I told him I thought most people in these circles already knew about the concept, and I was horrified that only a small minority of my audience knew what it was. I told Jim then that I'd make a video on the—
I was horrified at the thought that a vast swath of my audience wasn't constantly worried about being suppressed as a mate. This is some loser incel shit, guys. Come on. Come on.
topic, and the video's been stewing in my mind ever since. So thanks for the idea. As time has passed, it's consistently grown in my mind more. A year ago, I had a sense that a lot of our culture was mate suppression, but as more time passed, in which I perceived the world—
Who the fuck is Jim? He's a guy who works at like Tesla and AMD and Intel and like different computer companies.
Through those new goggles, I kept finding the rabbit hole went deeper and deeper. This video is the end point of a year of thinking about how literally every single element of our society is built off mate suppression.
You spent a year thinking about how everything in our society is designed to not get you laid? Okay.
Things I never even thought about, like the current religion, manners, culture, government, and values, only make sense through the lens of those with power trying to raise the costs of reproduction for everyone else.
I feel like on a certain level you're almost getting it, because what we're talking about is, if we're going to talk about anything and its relationship to reproduction, it's the capitalists, the people who own capital, trying to squeeze more value out of the working class, right? That isolates people. Like, when we actually look at like the class dynamics here, like the capitalists, they own the capital, right? And the workers are kind of at the whims of those capitalists. Those capitalists can increase pressure on them, can take up more and more of their time in an effort to squeeze more and more value out of their labor. They can degrade the working conditions to get more value out of that labor as well. There's a whole host of things they can do. But one of the things that is most common is monopolizing time. You know, the push to constantly have, you know, if you don't answer your phone, you're fired. The push to constantly have ownership over all of your time, monopolize it, and in the process, isolate you from everyone else in society. That is, in a sense, one of the major barriers for people to actually go out, socialize, build connections, and, you know, as a result, get laid, right? But I have a feeling that this is not the direction that What If Alt Hist is going to go on this particular kind of video. I have a feeling that it's going to go in a vastly different direction, and it's going to get a lot weirder and a lot more esoteric and a lot more... if I had to predict from watching this first minute and a half, I would guess that it's going to be something about Hollywood controlling messaging. I'm going to guess. I'm going out on a limb. Maybe I'm wrong. All things considered, thank you for the $5 super chat. I very much appreciate that. And look at that. We've crossed yet another boundary. Let's go. Here we go.
I hope it horrifies you as much as it did me.
Oh, fuck yeah. Now, I would be curious to know why he opens every video with this, like, butt rock, like, set of chords and this particular image. I don't know why he does both of those things together every video, but I am curious.
These
Yeah,
videos
Shoki.
take a while to make, which means I spend a lot of
Yeah, Shoki, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. I very much appreciate it.
time sitting at my desk, hard at work, and I need a comfortable place to sit during that time, and Flexus Spot provides the perfect chair. Flexus Spot has it all. Take the C7M, for example, with an adjustable headrest.
You totally forgot about the movie In Time? Wait, Banana Brains, you seriously forgot about the movie In Time starring Justin Timberlake? Because I certainly think about that movie all the time, to like an almost comical degree. And I recognize it's a bad movie, but I also, I find it fascinating. I find it a fascinating concept. And I know it's bad, and I know it's simplistic, but I think about it a lot. You have a DVD that you've never watched? It's so interesting. It's not even like a good movie, but like it's a weird movie in a way that is just lodged in my brain in a very specific way, right? The poker scene in that movie was absolutely awful. Absolutely. So many aspects of that movie are absolutely awful. So many. So goddamn many. God. I like Banana Brains. I don't even know if the concept of that movie is brilliant. I kind of don't think it is, but that's part of what makes it lodge in my brain. For those of you not familiar with the concept of In Time, it is a universe where they have perfected immortality technology, but for the working class of the world, you effectively have to work in order to earn minutes you are alive. So you reach a certain age, you stop aging, but if you don't work enough, you fucking die. It is very interesting in a little bit. Just a little bit. It's very interesting, but just a little bit. Are we getting hype train? Anonymous Gifter, thank you for the 10 tier 1 subs. I very much appreciate that. Thank you very much. I have to drink so much water. I'm gonna drink this water before I drink my whiskey. Here we go. Let's keep going. Do you get like 5 years for free? Yeah, basically you have until you're like a teenager, and then you have to start working. And if you're poor, like it just sucks to be you, I guess. And people can like
Still
transact.
better than Showgirls.
Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Also, I have to increase the cost of new shots. There we go. It's 25 subs for a shot now. You guys have pushed me beyond my limits. Also, Showgirls wasn't a bad movie. It's a silly movie. Not a bad movie.
That can tilt in almost any direction. It's perfect for worker relaxing. The lumbar support is designed differently from traditional ones that can only support the lumbar region. By focusing on sacrum support, it automatically supports both the lumbar and the sacrum, making it more ergonomic. Plus, it has adjustable seat depth, armrests, and
all this whiskey drinking will definitely make moving easier and more fun. I mean, we're not doing moving tomorrow. We're not doing moving tomorrow, Clarice, the love of my life. Hey, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I love you. Yeah, but tomorrow... No, tomorrow is just you and me. We're gonna have fun. Yeah, but like it's just one trip. It's just one trip to move my computer over there. It's okay. I love my partner so much, Chad. I love you. No, you're not. I just wanted to call you and tell you that I love you. It's true. We did guffaw at drinking until late in the night and then doing moving stuff. But you know, I'll be fine. I'll be fine. I love you. I am gonna have fun. You're beautiful and like the light of my life, and I'm really excited to be moving in with you. Yeah. Yeah. I love you. Bye. I love my partner. All right.
Backrest. The C7M also has a memory foam seat cushion,
were
a
roommates.
footrest, and recliner, making it a perfect office work, gaming, or just hanging around chair. I've really enjoyed my chair, and it's made my work a lot more comfortable. I encourage anyone who's...
You are so right, Jazz Dog. Side note, we've been dating for almost 4 years. Do you have any idea how many years that is in lesbian time? It's so many years. That's like an eternity. I even have a Subaru Forester. That's the most lesbian car. Yeah, like I you guys know. You guys know the stereotypes. Recognize how we've struggled.
spends a lot of time at their desk to get one. FlexiSpot is having a summer sale where if you use the code C750, you can save $50 on a new chair. And this doesn't even include a 10...
I am, however, out of water. I'm going to go get that water. BRB. I gotta be honest with you guys. I did not foresee when I set these goals that you would get me plastered before we even made it through the first ad break. But you know, maybe that's what this type of video deserves.
Year warranty on any broken chairs. So click the link below to start using FlexiSpot today. Part 1. What the fuck is the World Economic Forum?
Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, my God. The twists and turns. Oh, my God. Oh, wow. All right. Okay, we're diving straight into this today, aren't we? Nightlight Plushy Jesus, thank you for the gifted tier 1 sub. Appreciated. I don't know what I expected, but it wasn't this yet. I'm somehow not surprised. Yeah, you know, I'm in the same boat here. Right? Like, oh, it's going in this direction, is it? Is Klaus Schwab leading, I don't know, a legion of aligned individuals to control the world? I wonder. Let's find out, shall we? I'm going to preempt this by saying that the World Economic Forum, chat, is just a group of capitalists getting together to figure out how to extract more excess value out of you, the working class. That's what they do. They talk about, hey, how can we make more money? That's their entire goal. They're a bunch of rich assholes who get together to talk about how to make more money. It's not like this Alex Jones makes it out to be a sinister plot. It's genuinely not. It's just a bunch of rich people coming together to talk about how to get more rich. That's it.
I've always been in complete...
I mean, capitalism is sinister. I agree with you, Mr. Malachite. But it's not being done in secret, and it's not being done by the Jews, which is the typical accusation that is being done here.
Shocked that the World Economic Forum actually exists. I'm from Philly, whose elite were old school WASPs, whose ancestors were on the Mayflower 400.
Oh my God. You guys see, right? You guys see, right? I'm always shocked that the World Economic Forum even exists. I'm from Philly. Let me tell you about the race science behind my bloodline, my genetic bloodline. Look at this map. Don't you see the purity of my genes?
100 years ago, and I just assumed until after I left Pennsylvania.
Oh, Clearwatch? This guy is like straight up a Nazi. This guy is straight up a Nazi. I've watched like 12 hours of his manifesto. He believes his bloodline was blessed by God to like pursue justice. He believes in like a litany of Nazi esoteric ideas.
That's what all of America's elite were like, much like they were 50 years ago. However, as I spent more time on the coasts, before settling down where I am now in Texas, I realized a completely new elite had taken over the Western world, nearly completely replacing the old WASPs, while claiming to be superior to the WASPs as their right to rule, while in fact the West...
What does any of that mean, dude? Dog, what does that mean? What are you talking about?
Do you see the purity of my genes? Granted, they're not Sydney Sweeney's genes, which I'd like to get into, but...
Saki Tanuki, that was like a high caliber joke. That was like a very high level joke. Jordan Peterson might have high-level ideas. That was a high-level joke. Thank you for deciding to use it on us. I appreciate it. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Very, very much appreciated. God damn it. I need to back this up because that was such an insane sentence to say.
To be superior to the WASPs as their right to facing the old WASPs, while claiming to be superior to the WASPs as their right to rule, while in fact the WEF were vastly more tyrannical in every conceivable way.
What if Alt-His? Do you understand this makes you seem like an insane person, right? Like, I have sufficiently dulled my IQ to a level to engage with this, and it still sounds insane. Can we get a WASPs counter? What is the WEF? It is the World Economic Forum. It's an event that takes place every year.
Lesbian Sydney Sweeney be like, what comes in between me and my jeans? Definitely not a man.
Only a lady with a great manicure. Jazz Dog, thank you for the $5 down now. But the WEF, the World Economic Forum, is basically just a gathering of rich assholes to talk about how to become richer assholes. That's it. That's it. It's done publicly. You can watch every single WEF conference online. It is not done in secret. It is just a symptom of capitalism. That's it.
I've been meaning to make a strategic analysis of the WEF, or World Economic Forum, for the longest.
Oh, Red Bomber, he is insane, and it's not a bit.
This time, I ordered a bunch of books by Klaus Schwab I am yet to read, since I
why mention that? Why talk about how you ordered a bunch of his books and you haven't read them? Why say that? Why would you do this? Dude, come on. If you're gonna mention it, read the actual books.
Find their existence in itself really fascinating as a sort of example for how strange the human condition can get.
Why? He is writing them for other capitalists. That's what he does. Why is that strange? He seeks to replicate the system that made him.
This is one of the things I frequently think about, where I try to find different people or civilization.
I'm sorry, we have to look at this godforsaken map. We have desert land over here, Navajo, desert, frontier land. These all sound like the worst theme parks you could possibly go to. Mexi-America. I love his stupid fucking maps that he makes himself. I love them. They are so bad. I can't. Can we recognize that there's just a band that says Florida on this map that is just filled with wild assertions? Nordic America, Midlands, Frontierland, Upper South, Deep South, Cajuns, Appalachia, Tidewater, and then you have Florida and Miami. Miami's just a completely different place. It's insane. It is insane. Yankee Land. Yankee Land is a place on this map. I just can't. New Italy exists. Why is half of Massachusetts not New England? I can't even begin to tell you. And then you have empirical America. I can't explain that. I can't explain that. I can't. No one can. This is so stupid. Let his racist delusions cook. Oh, God. No, comrade girl, this is the ideal time to hit that pen. This is the ideal time to hit that pen, baby. Fuck.
Where I look at them and think, how did creation produce you? How?
You know, I frequently think that about What If Alt Hist as well. How did creation produce you? We've seen this map before, by the way, and it's just world civilizations. Latin America. Latin America is one civilization. Islam, one civilization. Sahel, one civilization. The West is one entire civilization. Orthodox is a civilization now, apparently. Oh my god. And then you have China, Japan, Highland Buddhist, India. Oh my god. I love that Australia is just the West. Do any people even live in Africa? Nah. If you live south of the Sahel, you're basically no one. Dude is so fucking cooked on this racism. Like, it's nuts. What's Ethiopia got there? Ethiopia's got its own sauce, okay? It's cooking over there. Leave it alone. Oh god. How do you get this bad? It's genuinely like you're watching someone with a brain injury make a map, right? It genuinely looks like that. You know, like that guy who got like a railroad spike through his skull and then continued to live his life. That's what like What If Alt Hist is when it comes to making maps. Greenland is a void despite being home to the Kalait. I mean, look, if you live in any of these black regions, you just don't exist, apparently, as a civilization.
Were you the natural incentive structure of the world? Because everyone and everything is the logical culmination of.
Can we also just take a minute to like marvel at the fact that for some reason he didn't completely black out all of all of the Antarctic? And I don't know why that is. Genuinely, it could be because he thinks that an ancient civilization lived there. I don't put it past him. But, like, I don't know why he blacked out all of Madagascar, but left parts of the Antarctic totally, like, colored in. I don't know why. I can't explain that. Tides go in, tides come out. Can't explain that. I watched Happy Feet. I know what happens down there. The Third Atlantic Empire. You're looking at the map wrong. He labeled Sub-Saharan Africa and Colombia, Peru, but he used black font for it. Oh, God. I am having a really good time doing this. I can't lie.
The world, because everyone and everything is the logical culmination of their circumstances.
I'm not missing this though. Guys, we're only 5 minutes into this video. This is a pretty important philosophic point. Or that every person or everything is the logical culmination of their circumstances. All things are connected and things operate under their own logic. Thus, you can't look at something and write them off as they're just wrong or crazy. This is what people do all the time, and it stops them from actually understanding how people or the world works. This is something that science chooses not to study, since genuine understanding of others would get in the way of their neo-Marxist propaganda. I can't do this. Oh, fuck. Science just chooses not to study it for some reason, guys. Science just, science has looked at the entire universe and said, we can handle that, but this, no, science draws a fucking line in the sand.
Our era of history, and especially our elite, are easily one of the strangest ever in human history, or the most removed from the natural anthropological average of.
I'm sorry. I've never seen this diagram before. Every social science metric ever, Africa never fits in these charts with Zimbabwe randomly thrown in between Iraq and China. What are you talking about? Oh my god. What do you mean? Africa doesn't fit in. Oh my god. My brain is still not smooth enough. God. What is this? This is What If Alt Hist, the dumbest man on YouTube who inexplicably has hundreds of thousands of subscribers. I can't even begin to tell you. God. These are like PragerU charts. These are so much worse than PragerU charts. PragerU actually has to attempt to live up to the ability to be implemented in classrooms. This is just nonsense. Is your brain still in recovery mode from taking in high-level important ideas? Maybe, because I don't understand. I don't understand this graph, this spectrum at all. Like, at all. Apparently, Mexico is the perfect medium between the individual and the collective, and I don't know how at all.
The universal person. I made a video, one of my favorites, talking about the most extreme societies. A few things seem unbelievable to me about the WEF-style elites. The first of which is they belong to a purely artificial culture. This is another concept I want to talk about in the future.
God, if I ever wake up someday and get on stream and start talking like this, please kill me. Please, I'm begging you guys. Like, what is this map? 1000 AD, you have steppe and Tibetan and Indic. Just random map. Apparently it means something. You have the Mexican civilization over here at 1000 AD and Peruvian, nothing else. Nothing else at all. Don't bother researching anthropology to learn about any of the other civilizations. There's nothing else.
But most societies in history develop organically. They are rooted in a certain geographic.
Hey, how did Islam get from that giant green blob to the giant isolated green blobs below the Saharan desert? The world may never know.
Area with a certain ethnicity, religion, and culture built around a shared history. Then you have strange artificial societies that only exist inside bureaucratized, urbanized civilizations that tend to fall.
Rough map of modernist culture today. God, I love that he makes all of these insane maps. Dude has played Hearts of Iron so many times, it's embarrassing.
When put under pressure. They don't follow the rules of normal societies since they don't have to fight for survival. Thus,
every society has to fight for survival. Every single one. evil, stupid map pen. Spleen God, you have absolutely nailed the essence of what if alt hist.
You see strange developments and growths completely unrelated to practicality. My mom would make moonshine in our garage growing up, and so
oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. My partner texted me how many whites were on that boat. And I fucking have to ask how does he trace his lineage back to the Mayflower in this way? Jesus Christ. His mom makes moonshine in his garage. It makes so much sense. Jesus.
So I would see the vats of beer, and sometimes you just drop way too much.
Were you on the lookout for revenuers? I don't know what that means.
Yeast into the culture. And
when will the wokes admit Muslims can teleport? That's the only way their supply lines could leap across the Sahara. You silly billies.
The wildest part of all of this is that there is a non-zero chance that Elon Musk has watched this and has incorporated it into his worldview.
No, that's the thing. This guy has been retweeted and elevated by Elon Musk. This guy has gone on Tim Pool and been like spread to millions of conservatives. This guy has been platformed by so many different mainstream conservative figures. He has almost 1 million subscribers, guys. So this is just a different universe. Like, the reason I want to talk about pseudo-intellectualism on the right is directly related to this man somehow being elevated time and time again. Because understand, at the heart of all of this is the desire to avoid talking about the fundamental relationship between labor and capital. That's it. What this is designed to do is to distract you. It is designed to be insane bullshit that traps you in the insane bullshit labyrinth. And then you have to try and find your way out. And it's really, really hard for a lot of people to figure their way out of that.
People whose thought processes are this organized and talk about them like it's the most logical thing in the world are seriously not okay.
Oh, G. Klein, he is so not okay. Again, have an entire 12-hour-long video series about how not okay this man is. But also, this is why people on the right especially love AI, right? They love AI because it can be confidently wrong. In a sense, AI could put What If Alt Hist out of a job. Because being confidently wrong is kind of his thing. Yeah, he's gone. You wouldn't understand he's receiving ancestral memories in order to fight an ancient order of assassins. Spleen God, would you believe that I've watched enough of his content and his now deleted, manifesto, and I can tell you for 100% certain that, he definitely believes that he is doing that. He definitely believes that he's doing that. 100%. Also, G Klein, thank you for the $10 super chat. Really appreciate it. And I think there was a $5 super chat earlier from One-Eyed Heathen. Nope.
Do you think
That's a new
AI
one.
could produce anything as insane as what evolved hissed? Doubtful.
I mean, that is a point in What If Alt Hist's favor. Insofar as this is a truly human creation. Oh, Bino, the amoeba, it's not even arguable. He is more insane than spirit science. Spirit science just adds whatever bullshit is convenient. This guy genuinely expends mental horsepower in order to arrive at different conclusions.
I am very proud of the mental horsepower you have.
See?
Then you see the beer turn out in really strange ways due to this strange oversupply of yeast. And that's how I feel about a lot of these cultures. America.
What does this map mean? What are you doing? The artificial culture of the West Coast and the artificial culture of Miami. What are you doing? Explain yourselves. Why also, I'm sorry, why is there just a pocket of artificial culture in Georgia? I need to know. I'm so fucking curious. Why is just the greater Salem area artificial? I have no idea. Awesome, Stella. I live in Massachusetts. This makes no sense. It doesn't make sense to me either. Okay?
Is split at the 100th parallel between organic societies that go back to Europe and the East Coast versus the American West, which developed culturally in a wealthy, atheist, safe, car-oriented 20th century. The wealthy, atheist, safe.
I'm sorry, but like, I know enough about Idaho. Okay? I know enough about Idaho.
It's literally because there's a large group of Jews in Atlanta.
Is it actually that? Because I'm unaware of those dynamics. But Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs, and I very much appreciate it. Appreciate you. Thank you for supporting the show. But I'm aware enough of what is happening in Idaho to let you guys know this is bullshit. This is bullshit. There is a like militant secessionist ideology that is spreading across Idaho right now. And like, I'm sorry, it's conservative as hell. It's conservative as hell. Insane map after insane map. The insane maps are what get me the most, chat. Yeah, no. Awesome, Stella. All the Mormon land he associates with organic because he is very, very, very much motivated by like religious
the inventor
affiliation.
Of the joystick can't be found. They down right up and left.
Sam Moose, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. And by the 5 tier 1 subs, I mean $5 dodo. Let's go. I need to drink more water.
Car-oriented 20th century. The European Union is an artificial culture.
Jesus. I do have to say, I appreciate the level of inebriation I have right now. because that's the only way I can really appreciate these maps. The European Union is an artificial culture, guys. Don't you understand? Just like all other cultures. Like, yeah, all of these lines on a map that you made, they're fucking artificial!
Popped up on the corpse of the old European.
I love that you even have Scotch as a fucking part of the map. I can't handle it. It's not even the Scottish, it's the Scotch. I can't. Fuck. Oh my god. It's so bad. Oh fuck. It's so fucking bad. Oh my god. The lapse. Guys, understand that part of this map, right, is dedicated towards like nation states like France, right? Or the Germans, or the wait a minute. Wait a minute. The Arabs, that's not a nation state. Wait a minute. This is a race map. Wait a minute. That's why they make a difference between the Swedes and the Norwegians and the Lapps and the Finns. That's so strange. It's almost like this guy adheres to race science. Look, instead of dividing by nation states, he divides by Arabs and Turks and the Hellenes and the Serbs and the Bulgars and the Magyars and the Rush. Like, this guy is just full on a race scientist.
European organic nations. Same thing with Dubai, communism.
Notice that he is associating nation with ethnicity. This is a recurrent pattern for What If Alt Hist.
Or what I call modern civil.
I am quite inebriated, Daniel Price. Okay, I'm very inebriated, and yet I can still best these fucking maps.
Civilization in general. Washington, D.C. is an island of artificial culture in the organic East Coast. The World Economic Forum is modernity personified to a...
I'm sorry, you need to go back to the map that says Jews.
Sober working night shift at Walmart RN. Everyone PLS take a bong hit for me if able. The fumes might reach me if enough people do.
Bino the Amoeba. Absolutely. Let me add that to the count. There we go.
Culture propped up on the corpse of the old European organic nation.
Wait, under the Ruthenian? Oh my god.
Nations.
What? I'm sorry, I didn't notice that. Right here. Next to the Poles and above the Magyars, we just have a little dot that says Jews. Is that just Kiev? Yes, it is in fact just Kiev. Wow. Shoot bang, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
culture propped up on the corpse of the old European organic nations. Same thing with Dubai.
God, Oblivion OST does need to be deployed.
Communism, or what I call modern civilization in general. Washington, D.C. is an island of artificial culture in the organic East Coast. The World Economic Forum is modernity personified to a level of parody. They are so artificial as a culture, they don't even realize how ridiculous they are. In fact, the World Economic...
I'm sorry, what does that mean? What does it mean to realize one's culture is ridiculous?
Economic Forum builds its right to rule off destroying organic culture. Nietzsche talks about life-affirming versus life-denying religions. When religions first form, they are these overpowering psychic forces which completely remake culture and people's perception of reality in their image. They transport people to different mental dimensions and
they transport people to different mental dimensions? What are you talking about?
Give the cultures that take said religion greater strength, intelligence, wisdom, love, and cooperation. All successful religions or cultures start like this. However, over time, every religion goes from mysticism to bureaucratized decay. For decadent societies, or those in their decline, the culture is purely negative, imposing costs on the people involved. A good culture or religion are like night vision goggles that...
A good culture or religion is night vision goggles. Okay, perfect, nailed it.
Enhance your perception, while bad or life-denying ones actively blind you. Nietzsche, writing around 1880, said that in the early 21st century, due to the wealth and comfort brought about by the Industrial Revolution, combined with a degenerated moral code stemming originally from Christianity, that the West would grow incredibly weak, supporting a completely life-denying moral code. Nietzsche said that the social code of the 21st century would be the most life-denying ever in history, with a...
The music is definitely too loud. The Kitsune Cavalier.
Social...
I can't make it loud. I can't make it less loud. Okay?
Principle.
I can't make it less loud. It's just on the soundboard to make fun of people like this.
Built off tearing others down to attain equality, destroying beauty or excellence, thus creating a culture too weak to produce healthy human life.
You know how those cultures that are destroying human excellence exist? You all know. God, Spleen God, I would love if this man was just sharing like the world building he made for the next tabletop RPG he's launching, but that is absolutely not the case.
Excellence, procreate, or even fight for its own survival. He called this the age of the last men. I cannot believe how unself-aware the World Economic Forum types are. It's almost as if they're demonically possessed by...
No, Crochet Whimsy, I was reading a message from somebody else in Twitch chat, actually. And I am very drunk. I should reiterate, I am very drunk. That is true. There's an interesting psychological trait I've found with people in denial. When someone is in denial, their psychology is under enormous, constant pressure, since their entire mental system is built to ignore the obvious truth, which through this process is in fact weighs on them every single moment. There are certain hidden truths. Through people ignoring them, they must know exactly where that secret they refuse to acknowledge is. The psychology of denial is a funny thing, and our entire society suffers from it. We cannot create, since we live with lies. Now, I want to stop here for a moment and ask, I know that some of you have not been drinking whiskey. I know that that is the case. Did that make any sense to any of you who have not been drinking whiskey? Did that make any sense to those of you who are not inebriated right now? Yes? It made sense a little. Which part made sense to you? Ellen Smith, please explain. I've been smoking. I'm on my last beer. I feel like I need more beer. You probably do. My father's father was infinitely your greater. You wouldn't understand my people's state of decay. Damn. Well, you understand some of his maps. I'm asking about this particular paragraph, right? An interesting psychological trait I've found with people in denial. When someone is in denial, their psychology is under enormous constant pressure since their entire mental system is built to ignore the obvious truth, which through this process, it in fact weighs on them every single moment. There are certain hidden truths, though people ignoring them. Through people ignoring them, they must know exactly where that secret they refuse to acknowledge is. The psychology of denial is a funny thing, and our entire society suffers from it. We cannot create since we live with lies. Yeah, this is just nonsense. Like, he's... Yeah, I'm sorry. If you want to get laid, you have to be honest about wanting to get laid. A lot of people just don't get this, I guess. But if you want to get laid, it's best to be honest about your intentions.
Completely nihilistic, suicidal ideas, which are driving them mad, shutting off even the ability to realize what they're doing.
If I read it in the Curtis Sliwa Ratman Hunter voice, the Ratmen are coming. Maybe that will make
WEF open
sense.
mad, shutting.
There's an interesting psychological trait I found with people in denial. When someone is in denial, their psychology is under enormous constant pressure, since their entire mental system is built to ignore the obvious truth, which, through this process, it in fact weighs on them every single moment. There occur certain hidden truths through people ignoring them. They must know exactly where that secret they refuse to acknowledge is. The psychology of denial is a funny thing, and our entire society suffers from it. We cannot create since we live with lies. The rat men will have the advantage when the time comes, and they will descend upon us like an all-consuming horde.
Off even the ability to realize what they're doing. The WEF openly pushes for degrowth or the deindustrialization of the Western world. They openly push for shoving the population into a new serfdom, the destruction of...
Oh my god, you screenshotted the meme. You screenshotted the meme as proof of what the World Economic Forum says. The phrase has been used by critics who accuse the WEF of desiring restrictions on ownership of private property. It's even in the screenshot.
Their own civilization and the imitation and glorification of legitimately totalitarian regimes like China. I can already hear people writing this off. And I'm so tired in our culture that every single appeal to do something like this collapsing society is replied with complacency and nihilism. People are about to lose everything they love, and they couldn't care less. People will say that the World Economic Forum is just a committee, which is technically true in the same way as saying America is just a band of territory in central North America. Moderns really like using a facade of logic to, in reality, argue that whatever bullshit they believe is totally true and you can't question it. It's rationalization. The WEF is incredibly important given it's a mouthpiece for the managerial class which completely dominates the modern world. A short list of the political leaders who have or are members of the World Economic Forum include Joe Biden, the EU Commissioner, Zelensky, Trump, as well as business moguls like Bill Gates.
Can one of you please, for the love of God, link the the music video for the WEF? Can one of you do that? I think it was from the Ammon animations. I think one of you has that. I'm sure one of you has that. Shoot bang, bless your goddamn heart.
And be happy. You have given all of your power to me. Because you are too afraid to live free. This is how Schwab and I'm here to say you must give more of your rights away. Your sacrifice is the only remedy for the real pandemic. We must prepare an angrier world. As Agenda 2030 is unfurled. You will eat the bugs, sing in the metaverse. You will comply, and it will get worse. Are you ready for the new world order? No more human rights or model. We own you. Your father's own daughters will respect you. Support our feeling your problems, then blame you. And for everything we do, it's real together. You're coming soon. If you don't stop us, we're screwed. We are here. The agenda is quite clear. They will make you live in fear. You are the puppets, while I'm the puppeteer.
Thank you for having that music video ready to go. You linked that so goddamn fast. Davos, we are here. Indeed. God.
Or Mark Zuckerberg. This isn't a conspiracy theory. It's a completely obvious elite power interest, which you're an idiot if you ignore. The areas that tend to be the base for the WEF today are the former Calvinist
the former Calvinist regions of Europe, they're the bastions of the WEF. Let's just make up our own geopolitical conflicts. Let's do it. It doesn't matter what's actually happening. Let's just draw it on a map. I've done this with Dungeons and Dragons before. I made a region of my map reminiscent of Vietnam. It's totally fine. And look at this. It's just as sensical.
Regions such as New England, New York, Canada, Scotland, Eastern England, the Netherlands, Southern France, Strasbourg, Berlin, and others. This makes sense to me, given Calvinism is probably
Ich brauch Jesus Christus.
The harshest branch of Christianity ever, in which they said it wasn't under our control whether we got into heaven, but rather a cruel God picked out the anointed.
Dude, I think you're picking a fight against a religion you don't like.
In advance. And so there's no real free will, while they banned celebrating Christmas on top of having 6-hour...
Dude is literally against the Puritans. How is this real? How is this real?
Church services. This was back in the 17th century. These areas just replaced one highly stringent, nihilistic, self-loathing religion for another. At least with Calvinism, you have a highly functional, intact society and get heaven. The left doesn't even offer that.
I still don't understand what the point trying to be made is. Well, Kiesia, right? Very clearly, the point trying to be made here is that everything is designed around suppressing your desire to have sex. The title of this video, after all, is Everything is Mate Suppression. So, like, I mean, it's laying out a very clear case for that. Oh, fuck, this is so dumb. Every aspect of this is awful. Yeah, no, did you guys forget? Did you guys forget that he's trying to lay out a case for how everything is designed around making you an incel? Anyway, that's welcome to What If Alt Hist.
The WEF sets a precedent for the opinions of the Western ruling class. That's why the WEF itself does not have much power, but very frequently you'll see ideas the WEF pushes.
How did we go from Calvinism to the left? Well, Comrade Girl 2018, have you considered that all leftists are Calvinist on some level? Because that's how What If Alt Hist operates.
Become applied to actual policy very quickly. That, since the managerial order is a kind of hive mind of which the WEF is a mouthpiece. The leftist managerial order is captured by a sort of toxic, suicidal mob mentality. The reason
the leftist managerial class, what are you talking about? There's this sort of dark type of historical artifact where historic peoples would put up markers around the edge of rivers to protect against the rat men. If the river dips beneath a certain level, you'll find a plaque that will say something like, "Weep if you ever see this. Alternately, dark days are ahead of you." We've unearthed the most dramatic ones in Germany and China. A lot of from the 17th century, which was a period of global instability and bad weather. Historic thinkers took it for granted that bad weather was correlated with social instability, like wars or political crises. I've done enough research to validate this, but from my intuitive understanding of human history, it seems generally accurate. This is probably due to some shared natural correlation which we keep finding in science. That's right, I've stared into the dead eyes of a ratman. I've seen them coming up from below the city. None of you understand the tide that is coming towards us, the rat tide of the bastards.
How many of these maps started as coffee stains that he looked at and was like, wait a minute. Wait a minute. It's a Peckerwood Pareidolia Paradise P fantasy.
Damn, that's some alliteration skill, M-Laws. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Appreciate it.
I'm talking about the WEF here is that they're a sort of...
No, genuinely, it's just Vermintide. In his mentality, in his worldview, chat, understand that the worldview he puts forward is just Warhammer Vermintide. It's just that. It's just everyone who disagrees with him is a rat man. That's why I started the rat man bit in the first place. When I was talking about rat men and Curtis Lewa, I was deliberately drawing upon Vermintide because that's how conservatives think. They just think about anyone different from themselves as a tide of detestable people to be eliminated, essentially.
Measuring tool. Much like when a river floods, you can see certain markers for how high the water got to say, damn, that was a bad flood.
And keep in mind, it's very ironic when you say damn in that particular context. Let's keep going.
The fact that the West's ruling class and dominant culture is one which literally, publicly champions degrowth, slavery, and suicide means something is very wrong. Things are...
Now, believe it or not, it has taken us an hour to get through the first 12 and a half minutes of this. There's an hour and 8 minutes of this, chat. Now, I need to go pee really, really badly. When I get back, we're going to do a part 2. So BRB.
Come. Found over 1,700 times in the Word of God where this word is used, come, and that's not coming in the rest of the comes, but that's just come on. Preaching my heart out for 45 minutes to an hour on that one word, come. And it was one of our Lord's favorite words. Come unto me, come and drink, come and dine. Jesus said, come. And it goes on and 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 on. In its application. Come! What did Jesus say to his disciples? Come! There's no room for discussion, friend. Guess what? Come! Come! It commands obedience. Come! How many have had the Holy Ghost come in you? He was crucified for you. He died for you. He did everything for you. It's time for you to... Oh!
Hello. I don't believe that's on Spotify. Sorry. There we go. Let's go. Let's return to brain rot.
Are this bad, and people don't seem to notice or figure it out. People are so complacent these days. Anyone who has the slightest standard or backbone is vociferously attacked in this culture. This entire society is trying to turn us into serfs. As more time passes, I've become more sympathetic to the
pronouncing West as West. Is this an anti-Semitic dog whistle I don't know?
No, he's talking about the World Economic Forum. So he keeps pronouncing that as WEF instead of West. It's very stupid. Sake Tanuki, you're operating like up here, like off screen. You need to bring your brain cognition down here, okay? I have done that. I am now operating down here.
old school Marxists. For those who watch this channel regularly,
the communist regimes of the 1980s. Let's go.
My loathing of communism has become a sort of meme, but the thing with Mao or Stalin is at least they were progressive humanists. They believed humanity could attain incredible things. They wanted to achieve utopia, build new stuff, get rich, make technology, and the like. The thing,
unlike these modern socialists who don't want any of that.
With the current WEF elite is they just don't want positive things.
They're fucking capitalists, you moron! The people who are in the World Economic Forum aren't socialists or communists. They're capitalists, you dumb fuck.
They're actively against technological progress unless it's tech that lets them enslave the public more easily. They're actively trying to shrink the population.
Yeah, because they're capitalists, you dumb fuck. Yeah, they want to enslave the population because they want to extract the labor value out of them. They want free labor, you dumb ass.
An economy or destroy the culture. What the fuck happened here? How does this make any sense? Furthermore, how did this happen in a democratically elected governmental system? How did voting publics choose to commit their own suicide?
Lobbying. It's not luxury beliefs, it's lobbying. It's that private corporations were allowed to give massive sums of money to politicians, effectively buying them. It's lobbying, you dumb fuck.
Part 2, Luxury Beliefs. Rob Henderson, who I apparently have a bunch of mutual friends with, developed a really useful idea for the collective discourse.
This guy who looks like he exists in the most divorced room imaginable.
Of which I am very thankful. Henderson grew up poor in the
For context, those of you who don't know, the American foster care system is byword for degenerate and unsafe. And that once children don't have family to protect them, they end up under the state's protection. In order to avoid orphanages, the U.S. government assigns them families. These families tend to come from lower class backgrounds or from demimons, a term for those who exist outside the structure of normal society. Thus, what happens is that these children frequently grow up in an unsafe or chaotic environment. In social convention, the idea of sending someone to a foster care system is seen as a threat.
Foster care system, which gives him a distinct perspective in modern America's mostly classist society. I'm convinced
The Demimons? We should just call them the Ratmen. Tell us about the dirty... Jack, tell us all about the dirty Ratmen.
Well, LB, they come from deep under the ground, thousands of leagues below the surface of the earth. They live near the hot mantle of the core. They siphon off the heat of our planet, suckling off of the heat of our heat. That's right. The Ratmen! They've tried to come up to the surface to bask in the light of the glow of the sun, and I've killed more than I care to count as they try to come up beneath the sewers of New York City. I've looked them in the eye as they stare unblinkingly at me, a knife in their heart. I've seen their eyes as the light leaves them, their cold eyes, their dead eyes, like a doll's eyes. Ratmen must never be allowed to reach the surface world. That's what I, Curtis Lewa, pledge to do.
Significant part of wokeness is just forcing the public.
Jack, I don't know why, but the Ratman gives gives Denethor vibes. If I had to tell you guys, would it make sense if I told you that the voice that I'm doing is based on the voice of Mr. Potter from It's a Wonderful Life? Because that's what I'm basing it on. That particular actor. The mole men are fine, though. You're talking like the NCPs, whose quest I avoid like the plague. Who are the NCPs, Spleen God? Do explain. Rudyard wants to seize the means of cumduction. Oh, God.
To focus on race or sex so the elites can get away with horrifying class repression. It's insane the left started out with technically being the working class's defenders to loathing them. It almost feels like a spurned lover. Modern America has the lowest social...
What if the Democrats really just want to fuck the working class? Have any of you ever thought about that? I have, and here's my 1,200-page novel about it.
Mobility in any time of our nation's history. You're the most likely to born and die in the same state of any era in American history. We have the highest inequality and most entrenched class structure of any era in American history.
Yeah, might that have anything to do with capitalism? Might the increasing inequality and the class structure have anything to do with capitalism? You dumb fuck. God. I can't handle this. Fuck.
60% of kids at the top 20 universities are from families in the top 1% of income.
Yeah, might that be because capital correlates with social opportunities? God, I fucking can't with this guy. We're 14 minutes in. There's still 54 minutes left.
A bourgeois identifying individual. The class repression that the left is doing now.
Hundreds of thousands of people care what this man says. I can't. This is insane.
Is completely horrible. And it's even worse in that this is a society which pretends to care about the downtrodden and help them. Henderson talks a lot about how almost everything the woke push is something that imposes costs on normal people, which the elites are able to get out of due to their higher status. The easiest example is how wealthy...
I think you mean 54 minutes left. I think you're right, Snook. Snoogan? I think you're right.
Hollywood people will talk about how depolicing is important, while they all
the Hollywood people will talk about how depolicing is important. How long do you think it's going to take in this video for him to just say that the Jews are controlling everything? How long do you think it's going to take? Because I think it's going to take about 40 minutes. I think around the 40-minute mark, we're going to get the mask off moment from this guy.
Live in their own gated communities with security guards and a parallel society. When Seth Rogen said that when your car is broken, just buy another, is such a horrible summation, which is practically our ages let them eat cake. Watch my video on the 1960s from my wonderful second podcast, History 102.
God, I would rather stab myself with a shard of glass.
Where I argue that almost every single social change that came about from the 1960s, of which we are living in the very obvious aftermath, is hurting the social commons.
Oh, is it obvious that we live after the 1960s? Is it obvious? How did you arrive at that conclusion? It's because of the 2025s happened after the 1960s? Is that how you arrived at that conclusion? God.
Things like religion, a shared culture, patriotism, family values, community, and social ties are all things that benefit normal people. This isn't even in a little or a small unimportant way, where, for example, if you have children inside wedlock and are religious, the statistical chances you end up in poverty are very, very low.
But you gotta have those children in wedlock, okay? That's how you lock it all down. If you aren't having them in wedlock, are you even having children?
I'm sure we've all seen the stats about the insane negative effects of fatherlessness.
Yeah, lesbian parents couldn't possibly be good at raising children. Don't look up the stats of lesbian children. Don't look those up. I'm sure it matches this perfectly.
When you look at stuff from the old America and wonder why it appears to be a vastly superior society in every conceivable way than today, it's because it was a society that actually upheld the commons. One of the best books on society today is The Revolt of the Elites by Christopher Lasch.
Wait, it's a society, in other words, that upheld the rights of the commons against the rights of the capital owners, you say? That's so interesting. Do you care to elaborate on that? I haven't watched this video, but I'm going to tell you guys right off the bat, given what I know of Rudyard, that he's not going to talk about that.
It's a book written in the 90s, but it could have been written today since it's so prescient.
You know, I'm going to look up Christopher Lasch. Let's see what we find when I Google that man's name. I have not seen this video before, by the way. All right. When I Google this man, let's take a look. Found it. Do. The new radicalism in America. Lasch's earliest argument, anticipated partly by Hofstadter's concern with cycles of fragmentation among radical movements in the United States, was that American radicalism had at some point in the past become socially untenable. Members of the left had abandoned their former commitments to economic justice and suspicion of power, to assume professionalized roles, and to support commoditized lifestyles with hollowed out communities, self-sustaining ethics. His first major book, The New Radicalism in America, The Intellectual as a Social Type, published in 1965. Okay. Culture of Narcissism, The True and Only Heaven. The revolt of the elites, the betrayal of democracy. Ah, the book that he's talking about. Take a look. Christopher Lasch analyzes the widening gap between the top and bottom of the social composition of the United States. Does one think that might have something to do with capitalism? Weird. It's almost like that idea that is being articulated is just articulated by Marx. Weird. Well, anyway.
His thesis is that the cultural changes of the post-1960s world were all a move by the elites to rebel against
I saved my DMs for marriage.
Any sense of social duty. The reason they push against nation, religion, culture, family, and other things is that these are all social ties that impose.
Nightlight Plushie Jesus, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Appreciate it. And I guess that gets us to another shot. Let's go.
Costs on their freedom of action. They are barriers to their untrammeled authority. Lasch goes through every single element of American life, between the death of patriotism, genuine education about teaching facts, the death of neighborhoods, real art, noblesse oblige, and moral values, to show how we've lost any interest in supporting our fellow man. A take I'm...
Well, let's be clear here. If we're talking about noblesse oblige, that's not us losing our connection to our fellow man. That's capitalists losing their connection to their fellow man. Because noblesse oblige was the idea that, like, if you were in the capital class, if you were nobility, you had capital, that you would use that to some degree to be able to support working class people, that you would invest in the arts, that you would invest in libraries, in various different social institutions to better working class people, right? This is the idea that motivated folks like Rockefeller when it came to their charitable contributions. And so we are now, in this current time, completely divorced from that concept. The wealthy only support charity insofar as it actually supports their companies in a roundabout way. It has nothing to do anymore with, like, actually having some kind of relationship to the working class person. It is divorced from that.
I'm going to throw in here is from one of my favorite historians, Carroll Quigley, where he talks about the death of the British Empire was in many ways an alliance between the nobility and the labor unions to shut down British competitive markets against the rest of the world by regulating the British economy. And
yes, you know how the nobility and the working class aligned ever.
Secondarily, through killing the empire, it meant the pre-established British elites could have control of power.
Yeah, Spleen God, the wealthy used to support, like, the working class out of fear that the working class would take up the pitchfork and torches and, like, overthrow them. You know, like, they didn't want to wind up being, like, pilloried in their own house. They didn't want to wind up being, like, stabbed to death by pitchforks. So they gave to charity to stave off that potential outcome.
while young men would not go out into the empire, gain status there, and come back to Britain to change the social structure. And this is the case with a lot of European empires, where the social authorities demilitarized the populations, getting rid of guns and getting rid of the empire, because
because they didn't want to be overthrown by the guns of the empire, the workers of the empire, because they wanted to concentrate the wealth into their own bank accounts. That's what they wanted to do. That's the entire purpose of this. They colonized the world, they siphoned up the wealth to the very top of their society, and then they didn't give a rat's ass what happened outside of that. That's it.
If the population was armed and doing stuff, it would make them stronger to resist the regime, and it would create social tension. What our elites do is pick some abstract group to support, which they have no genuine relation to, and then use that as a way to avoid having to deal with any group they are in actual proximity to. This is the origin of the chart that went viral online that shows that leftists value non-human cellular life. And
what? What are you talking about? Are you trying to frame that leftists care about life as a general concept? I mean, I guess so. People on the left do tend to value life.
People who have not yet been born in their worldview to their neighbors, friends, and family. The thing is that no one can enforce your treatment of non-cellular life, so you can value it infinitely without actually having to bear any cost as an individual, while for the people in your real life, that involves actually doing stuff which is more difficult. Everything in the left is making someone else pay for a cost to make you look more virtuous.
Oh boy. Unlike conservatives, right? After all, conservative states would never take more money than they put into like some kind of, I don't know, United States type government. Like conservative states would never accept payouts from a kind of federal government that benefit them more than they pay in, right? No, it couldn't be.
I'm from the Rust Belt, and so even as a teenager, I assessed I had practically no prospects, and I remember having a panic attack and—
What are you talking about? You came from a wealthy family, you rich fuck.
Senior year, when I couldn't sleep past midnight, that if I—
You could say that I was being hysterical as a teenager, that there would be no opportunities for me as an adult, but the reality, which I predicted, was that my generation, or Zoomers, would get completely screwed over as adults. I could see the earlier millennials had the same issues, while I knew what would get worse. Almost everyone I know from my hometown or the college I went to for a semester have a pretty bleak future. Most Gen Z are completely screwed if they can't figure out some hack. The worst thing is that older generations largely couldn't care less, refusing to acknowledge at all that life has gotten harder. In high school, they gaslighted us. We could do anything.
Bitch, we recognize that things have gotten harder. Fuck you. Fuck you. If you were at all in tune with the leftist ideology, you would absolutely be able to ascertain that millennials, like me, understand that life has gotten harder because we're all being screwed. Millennials and Gen Z, we're all being fucking screwed over by the boomers and the capitalists. That's who's screwing us over, you dumb fuck.
didn't become an entrepreneur in the next 5 years, I would be forced to work a minimum wage job forever without any social mobility.
Welcome to the vast majority of humanity, you sick fuck.
Since corporate America or the universities would have no interest in me.
Jack made me laugh so hard I cut my finger. I'm sorry, Amber Brains. I hope your finger's okay.
As a Gen Z white man, and I knew that society was...
Man, can you imagine a more oppressed group of people than a Gen Z white man? It's impossible.
About the collapse on an intuitive basis, so I had to figure things out before then. I could see this was the world around me, but the thing is that no one at that time really talked about what went wrong in our society that
Yes, stock and brain polish makes him so smooth and shiny.
Screwed over most Americans. The disjoint between my lived reality and the mainstream narrative that even almost all normies parroted was a big reason I started studying the world.
How does Rudyard feel about capitalism? That's the trick, Comrade Girl 2018. He'll never talk about it.
Growing up in Philly, no one would acknowledge that the city had gotten worse. It's so obviously true, though. All the buildings in Philly are old, while none of the new buildings are nice. Living in Philadelphia would make you think the 19th century was America's peak. You see rotting factories everywhere that no one talks about. I would walk past the Delaware River daily and not see a single ship pass for years. It used to be that Delaware's the most active shipbuilding region in the world.
This country clearly has a mental health crisis.
Oh, 100% Sake Tanuki. 100 fucking percent. Thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs, by the way. Appreciate it. Thank you for supporting the show.
I used to be that Delaware was the most active shipbuilding region in the world. I don't know why people wouldn't talk about the Rust Belt. It's not like they've personally implicated in the region's decline. People act like they're too cool to care about their regional success. But what else do they have going on in their lives? We're a culture in which people act as if they're too cool to live. Caring is disliked while everyone is dying of nihilists.
I've also played Final Fantasy IX, sir. Thank you. I've also played Final Fantasy IX, the best one, and defeated X-Death. Fuck you.
And history, and also became a right-winger. As a teenager, I started calculating every single way. I am very proud of the mental horsepower you have.
You started calculating it as a teenager, eh?
I am very proud of the mental horsepower you have.
Yeah, I'm so proud of your mental horsepower. You lazy fuck.
The regime screwed my demographic of young white men over. The most obvious answer was
Yeah, we're not even halfway, chat. We're 1/5 of the way through this. We're less than 1/5 of the way through this. And Elizabeth, you have good taste in Final Fantasy. Vivi, your beloved, you're a quality chatter. Thank you for revealing your quality. I appreciate it.
Industrialization and globalization.
I'm sorry, is this a fucking horsepower map of the United States in 1933? Wait. What does that mean? With the area of each state drawn proportional to the amount of horsepower installed in the state. Oh my God, what is... Oh! This is the silliest map. How is this real? Holy fuck.
I am very proud of the mental horsepower you have.
Oh my God. Proportional to the amount of horsepower it has. Are you kidding me? Oh my God.
Since my home city of Philadelphia went from one of the wealthiest cities in the world to the poorest and most crime-ridden of America's top 10 largest cities.
Citation needed.
America had enormous tariffs when we industrialized in order to protect our own manufacturing from—
You see, that's why we need enormous tariffs now, you idiots, you fools, you buffoons.
More advanced European countries from the early 19th century until World War II. The tariffs America built its own industry off makes—
This map makes me sad. It just makes me sad. Imagine looking at this and saying, yeah, that makes sense to me. And I understand what this map is trying to depict. I get it. But this is pathetic loser shit.
Trumps look like child play. One of the things Peter Zeihan explains really well is that America made the current globalist model our core strategy at the time of the Cold War after World War II.
I'm sorry, I needed to read some of those titles a little bit more. The end of the world is just beginning. The accidental superpower 10 years on. Disunited nations, the scramble for power in an ungoverned world. The absent superpower, the shale revolution, and the world without America? Yeah, we're all connected to the shale revolution, you fools.
Model, our core strategy at the time of the Cold War after World War II, where America—
Oh, Comrade Girl 2018, globalist for him is absolutely a slur.
Could leverage both its enormous wealth and superiority in that America was a majority of the world's economy in 1950 as a way to convince the world to not go for communism. What happened is that in the world America made, the vast majority of Americans became worse off than before, while a small elite did vastly better. I was always shocked globalism was a genuine political position, since I always wondered, what loyalty can—
Oh God. Every fucking huge page of dialogue.
The world to vote.
A great example of the issues with establishing inorganic cultures can be seen in the European Union's issues with making art for its currency. With the federation of a series of national sub-currencies into a single one, the euro, you saw the issue of what a trans-European hero looks like. The issue is that the great men of European history tended to support the nation at the expense of other Europeans. Examples include Napoleon, Charlemagne, Alexander, Julius Caesar, etc. Again, I want to point out here, and I guess saying again doesn't make sense, but so much of what he cites in these page-long diatribes is not spelled correctly or has like punctuation errors. Like after Julius Caesar should be a comma, right? Like, but there's just not anything. On top of this, the European Union is not a hyper-masculine Nietzschean society that would ever willingly glorify anyway, great men. Due to their inferiority against the bureaucrats defining this, of course. Thus, the European Union defaulted into putting thinkers and artists before giving up just having the European landmass. Ironic, isn't it? When will we have our war against the rat men? When will we go down into the nest and tie their tails together into the rat men, what they call their king? I want to look that king in the eye and negotiate with him, but unfortunately, the liberal elite of the WEF prevent me from going down to the tunnels and looking into the cold dead eyes and knowing them intimately.
There's no shared culture. There's no shared history, experiences, or stories. We're all different people with our own stories. What does supporting world peace even mean psychologically? What does
Cam Stoss, thank you for appreciating and supporting my delivery.
that evoke inside of you? However, the reason the elite supports globalization is that by weakening the culture of individual places, creating a international globo homo, they can destroy the standards of any.
I'm sorry, international globo homo is a phrase you just put out of your mouth. And you don't think anything about it. You are talking about international global homo. And you think that's a serious thing to talk about. You're a serious thinker that hundreds of thousands of people take seriously. And you're talking about international global homo. Are you kidding me? Yeah, my fellow international globo homos. Unite!
The triple meaning of globo homo, a term invented by one of my favorite authors, Todd Emanuel. We all love Todd here, don't we? One, homo as in homo sapiens, or the attempt to create a new type of human through the blank slate. That's right! You find yourself as a cis man, you find yourself a trans woman, and then you just try to create a new type of human. Just keep trying and trying. Homo isn't gay, which this regime is violently supportive of. They will fight you with their knuckles and their fists in order to make you gay. It's no use fighting, they're just too powerful, with the ratman hordes at the back. Homo isn't homogenous, as it helps sublimate local class, ethnic, family, or sexual identities for homogenous cogs.
Oh God, the self-owns keep coming. They keep coming. I remember seeing Globo Homo years ago. I can't. I'm fucking dying here, chat. I'm dying. The triple meaning of Globo Homo. How? No one could have predicted this. No one. Mr. Malachite, thank you for the spinning dicks. It's the only fitting emote for the moment.
Given place. In the West's case, pesky things like freedom, the individual, Christianity, or honor that keep them from taking global power over every element of the average Westerner's life. On top.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about, you insane madman? You fucking nutso. I'm cackling. I'm genuinely cackling. How is this real?
On top of this, they can leverage different areas' core strengths against that individual area. Let's say using the cheap.
What are you showing on screen? How is this useful to anyone? What are you doing? What is this?
Labor of Southeast Asia, China's enormous industrial facilities, Europe's fashion, or America's intellectual power in order to exploit each area as efficiently as possible.
Yeah, it couldn't have anything to do with capitalism, could it? It couldn't be that capitalism seeks out how to efficiently extract value from labor. Couldn't possibly be that.
With them as the arbiters of the relationship, taking the best cut. One of my friends has a term called ping.
I have a weird parasocial attitude to Steven Pinker.
Oh, God. I'm sorry. That broke my brain. That broke my brain.
Practically every single book he writes is something I agree with, where I think he's making a valid intellectual case. I also think Pinker is fundamentally honest, smart, and a good writer. I also think he has a gigantic penis. However, Pinker is the embodiment of the regime which I resist. However I read one of his books, I can agree with almost everything he's saying while still having my skin crawl. And having to read this argument through the prism of the most regime-coded thing imaginable. All of Pinker's arguments also end up trying to say traditional conservatives are stupid. And we should trust the pre-established elite more. He thinks the world and life is actually better for normal Americans than 40 years ago. It will be remembered historically as one of the most stalwart defenders of the Lassian regime once this age ends. Have you never heard of Lassian regime? Because you should, because that's what this regime is going to be called, you dumb fuck. Get over here. Learn how Steven Pinker is talking about the age.
I have. Yeah, all of us are constantly thinking about how wonderful the La Ancienne regime was. It's just a normal thought to have.
Pinkerism, or the main ruling ideology of our society, that since we have more toilets in Africa, the complete collapse of American society
Wait, was that a new one? No. Okay. Thank God.
is acceptable. In short,
it is good though to have more toilets in Africa though, right? Like more toilets is probably good, so you don't have to shit or piss on the ground. You can just piss or shit in a toilet. That's probably better. That's probably a pretty concrete sign of economic development, right? Where you can get to the point where you piss and shit in toilets. That seems like a pretty strong indicator, actually. I, for one, enjoy shitting in a toilet. Same.
Ruling belief is line go up equal world gooder. The elite has done literally.
Why wages have gone down? One, with no space after it. America has imported nearly 100 million people in the last lifetime. Don't ask me how long a lifetime is, you strange fucks. We all know how long that is. Two, upwards of 50 million of which were illegal aliens. Don't ask me how I know that. Fuck you for asking me. 3, we've added at least 2 billion people to the global labor market, meaning that Americans are competing with Bengal and China. 4, women have entered the workforce, nearly doubling it. Automation has entered the workforce. The automation has had a nearly enormous effect. America's population, this is number 6, by the way, no space, has doubled since 1950 due to natural growth. That's right.
Literally everything they could have possibly done to lower the value of human labor.
Wages keep going down, that's why they haven't gone up. You look at the labor charts under Donald J. Trump under his second term, and the reason the wages haven't gone up is because you dumb fucks haven't asked for them to go up.
This includes globalization, importing downwards of 100 million immigrants in the last lifetime, many of whom illegally, bringing women into the workforce.
This is a supply chart of this. Is a chart of the supply and demand curves for labor. It's made by Peter Turchin, a respected historian and statistician. The book Ages of Discord. And I'm actually going to bother to look that up. Let's see.
Actually, this guy seems somewhat reputable, which is interesting. That's a deviation from the norm for what a vault is.
Automating and now AI. On a statistical basis, the things above which caused the
Toilets are for peasants. Real kings like Rudyard shit in an ornate lacquer pot. From the Ming Dynasty, Rudyard has 37 months of feces stored inside. Well, that's going to be a massive shit session. Paladin Lost, thank you for the information that will allow us to accurately identify where and when this man shits in this video.
largest depreciation of labor are firstly the introduction of women into the workforce, and secondly, automation, which is coming from Peter Turchin's statistics. I find it completely morally reprehensible that these people, as leaders, have a moral duty to take care of their own populations and instead completely betrayed them. The nation is a family in which the rulers are by definition responsible for the shared culture, genetics, population.
Man, I love looking at a map of the United States and just thinking, what the fuck? What is this? Genuinely, Rudyard, what the fuck is this? You have indigenous, England, Spain, Germany, Norway, Finland, Netherlands? Somewhere in the Minnesota, it's a state? Okay. Northern Ireland specifically, huh? Okay, Italy, and then not Northern Ireland is up here, but not to be confused with Northern Ireland. Then you have Nigeria on the East Coast randomly, and Angola. Oh, and France. Just a little bit of France sprinkled in. It's totally normal in Don't worry about it. What's this little yellow area down here? Don't worry about it. Might be Spain, might be something else. Don't worry.
And identity of the people in their country. When you're talking about immigration increasing the economy, managing...
Oh, good. We're back to this. The cultural regions of America: New Scandinavia, Frontierland, Pacific Northwest, Grano Island? What is that? Who can forget the desolation portion of America, though? Or Gringo Land? Dude is genuinely just making up his own names for sections of the country. It's crazy. Gringo Land, Baja, Surfland. You know, because they do surfing there, you dumb fucks. How... I need to ask, how does any of this have anything to do with mate suppression? What is happening right now? Soonerville, Rio Grande, El Norte, Navajo, Rockies, Midland, New Scandinavia, New Netherlands, Rust Belt, Midlands, North Appalachia, South Appalachia, Deep South, Gulf Coast, New France, Florida, Low Country. I'm sorry, you think the Rust Belt is just Michigan and New York? I'm sorry, you think the Rust Belt is Michigan and New York? Fuck off.
A society as an economic zone with
Wait, New France is just Missouri and Maine? Why?
was never the goal, but instead the living, breathing nation itself, which stems back centuries. The insane thing is that in the current worldview,
Nobody. The left, if you don't support the state having complete control of your life, you're racist and sexist. That doesn't actually make sense, but we'll scream at you enough for you to believe it anyway. Fuck you! That's right, I said fuck you. If you don't support the state having complete control of your life, you're racist and sexist. Fuck you! Join the horde against the Ratman army, you lazy fucks.
Any of this is completely taboo, while at the same time, these are completely arbitrary opinions picked by the self-interest of the ruling class.
Oh, that's so interesting that we are now 25 minutes into the video. 24 minutes. Sorry. And you're talking about how all of this is just picked by the ruling class. Now, folks, I've been going for almost 8 hours now. I need to pee. So I'm going to go pee. While I'm gone, consider liking the stream, following, click the button, do the things. I'll be right back.
Go, go, go. Click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the
So this is a song that we wrote, that I wrote with my friend Mike Richardson, who's from southern West Virginia, and it's about the coal mining wars in West Virginia in the 1920s, called the Battle of Blair Mountain. 2, 3, 4. Find a vein, drain the black gold. Hoping to God that the timbers hold. Like my father before me, it's all I know. We live only to harvest the coal. Harvest the coal. Mine owner's mercy, about as shallow as a grave. We're living in shanty towns, we ain't got no say. 14-hour shifts, such a meager wage. And Mother Jones can't help us now anyway. Anyway, we take the roads, we take the trees by force. Oh, deliver us alone from the gathering stores. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns. Blair Mountain, here we come. Oh, here we come. Yeah, we're the rednecks of the Union 1921. We leave tonight at 13,000 strong and take the fight to Blair Mountain before the dawn. Before the dawn. We'll take the roads, we'll take the trains by force. Oh, deliver us love from the gathering stores. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns, Blair Mountain, here we come, oh, here we come. Oh, I fight for my father, still buried in the mine. I fight for my son, so he'll have a better life. We're soldiers of a great war, and it don't seem right to treat a man like a dog just to make a dime, just to make a dime. We'll take the roads, we'll take the trains by force. Oh, deliver us love from the gathering stores. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns, Blair Mountain, here we come, oh, here we come. Here we come. So find a vein, drain the black gold. You better hope to God that those timbers hold.
Yeah, wonderful. Wonderful.
I'm not a coal miner, as you well know, but I'm as close as I could be not to be one. My father was a coal miner who was killed in the mines, and my husband is slowly dying of black lung. And my husband and me was in the strike in the 30s in bloody Harlan County, and I do mean it is bloody too. And they tell me, these miners say, we're going to stick it out unless Duke Power signs the contract till hell freezes over. And the men knows they've got nothing to lose but their chains and their union to gain. So I say, hang in there. And now this song I composed in the 30s. And as you know, I'm old, that's 40 years ago, and I can't sing very well. But you can ask the scabs and the gun thugs which side they're on, because they're workers too. Come all you poor workers, good news to you I'll tell. How the good old Union has come in here to dwell. Which side are you on? Which side are you on? If you go to Harlan County, there is no neutral there. You'll either be a Union man or a thug for J.H. Blair. Which side are you on? Which side are you on?
Inzarain, of course you can get the song name. This is Luis Morsary. Sorry. This is Luis Mosery, Battle of Blair Mountain. Here's the link. Oof, hiccups. Check redeems. Whew. Oof. Oh, wooga! And Irascended Kitten, thank you for the $10 dono. I did not throw up, Spleen God, at all. I am hiccuping, though. Salmon Moose, what redeems are you looking for me to see? Oh. Folks, it's true. It's time for us to look at fur babies. Let's take a look. Ooh, hiccups. I love fur babies. I love it so much. Oh, hiccups. Oh, what a majestic creature. Oh my god. Look at this fellow. Oh my god. Oh my god, what a beautiful creature. This is the pinnacle of cat. This is pinnacle. Hello, Desi, Dersh Mama. Hello. I have been live for 8 hours. My god. Oh my god. Well, that's not a fur baby. That's a meme. Look at them. Oh my god. Oh my god. Dahlia Israel, thank you for being a member. Oh my god. What a perfect creature. Oof. Oh my god. Small Moth, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. I very much appreciate them. I want to watch this one again though. What a wonderful creature. Look at him go! Yeah, this is a baby. This is a baby. Oh my god. Is she trying to go fishing? Oh, absolutely. She's gonna catch something with that tail too. Look at them. Oh my god. Give her fish. Oh, that is a trap. That is a trap right there. I have been around enough cats to know that this is a trap. If you touch that, you will get mauled. It might be worth it, though. Oh my god. Oh god, hiccups. Oh my god, look at him in the box. Oh, what a beautiful baby. My wobbly cat tumbles eating some breakfast. Oh, wobbly cat eating some tumbles. I did grab a snack, Asuka. It was some rice cakes. Look at this absolutely Nonplussed cat. 10 out of 10. Oh, hiccups. It's Meg. Meg!
Come on.
Oh my god. Meg!
I'm gonna reel you in. Reel you in. Oh! Come on.
What a good cat!
Whoop. Oh, nice catch.
Oh.
Whoop. Yep. Blah.
Blah.
Oh.
Blah.
Ah.
Oh, baby.
Got it? You got it?
Baby.
Whoop. 1, 2, 3. Good girl. Oh, what a big catch.
Yeah.
Come on, let it go. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Oh, oh no. Oh no.
What a baby.
Whoop, whoop. 1, 2, 3. Let go. 1, 2, 3.
No.
Go.
No, it's mine.
Oh, 1,
I
2,
caught it.
3. Let go. Let go. Come on. Come on. Come on, big girl. You, oh, nice catch. Good girl. Good job. Meg.
God, I love fur babies. Fur babies. Oh, Meg just keeps a hold on it the entire time. That's so adorable.
No.
Oh
Are
my
we done?
god.
Okay.
Oh my god. What an adorable creature. Oh. Oh. That is a happy cat right there. Oh my god. What? Mix Jack, this is your cat? Oh my god. How do you even stand it? What an adorable creature. Oh, ask, I'm sorry to hear about Nora. If you ever want to go through pictures with us, feel free to share. The seal that says egg. Murph. Egg. 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 What a derpy little creature. Look at him. Look at that silly little oval. Egg. Egg indeed. Brag. Brag. Oh god. Oh, that's so silly. Creatures are so silly, chat. Oh, I can't do this one. This is absolutely gonna get me clapped. Oh god, I can't do that entire thing, but that's wonderful. My mom's dog has to sleep with me while she recovers. I gotta throw a blanket on her to get her to go to bed. Same with her dog. Oh, look, it has a dog-sized blanket. That's so cute. Gamer G with the baby. Baby. What a little guy with the one eye open. Oh my god. Look at them. Look at them. Look at their little nose. It's unfair. Blem. Blem. Images you can hear, right? Baby deer. Oh, look at them. They're so cute. This one's plotting something, though. Clearly. Sleepy baby. Still plotting some fucking plot. Baby, innocent angel. Neon. My girl Callie. Oh, look at Callie, everybody. Oh, baby. Oh, God. Baby. Oh, Pa and Pa. That is a classic. Baby. Oh. Wait, is that a bunny? Is that a bunny pic? Oh my god. I love bunny pics. Not trying to be depressing, but this is Bella. She passed a few weeks back. Well, Bella, we are happy to pay tribute to you. What a regal cat. Look at you. Oh, my heart. Oh, baby. With your little paws. Oh my god. What a perfect oval. This cat. Unparalleled. Unparalleled. What a perfect creature. Rest in peace. That cat is too long. I'm sorry. But this cat, it's too long. It's too long. Yeah, this is a noodle cat. It's not technically a normal cat. Baby. Oh my god. What an adorable creature. Oh my god, feed it all the tuna fish. All of it. There should be none left. Ugh. 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 Oh my god. Look at the baby. Baby. Look, chat. This is JoJo. Look at JoJo, everybody. Oh my god. What a little bundle. And this is Danny. Oh, what a gorgeous, gorgeous creature. Oh, that's unfair. Thank you for sharing him with all of us. Or her. Them. My cat still wants to play Skyrim. Oh my god, look at him. Look at him. Oh my god. Where's the breeder reactors? Unknown at this time. Oh, baby. Jumping up. Jumping down. My bird. Oh my god, look at those ears. Oh my god, it's like a bat creature with those ears. Look at him. Look at him. It's too good. Oh. 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 He's literally bundled up. He's literally a bundle of joy. Oh my god. Oh, baby. My boy burning sock. Oh. Oh. How precious.
Mary, you can't be watching TV. Guess who's here? Listen. Who is it? You gotta let him cook, Merv. Merv, please don't do that. Merv, where are you going?
The cat's name is Merv? That's wonderful. That looks like a troublemaker right there. That Iquana, I gotta tell you, that looks like a goddamn troublemaker. I've seen a lot of little furry troublemakers. That is a goddamn troublemaker right there. That guy, that little guy, he's just waiting for the moment he can get out there and start chewing on your wires. I can see it a mile away. Thank you for sharing fur babies. Of course, Rachel P. Thank you for the $2 super chat.
Oh my god. Hey.
Oh,
no.
Fuck.
Oh my god, what is wrong with you? Where did you find it?
Oh my god, that's too cute. That is too cute to exist. Stop it. She had to potty train the skunk? She had to potty train the skunk? Are you kidding me? Oh my god, he's so cute. I know I'm gonna be DMCA'd for this music and I don't even care. Oh, he's throwing little tantrums. I've seen human beings throw tantrums like that. He met a friend. Did they also take in the raccoon?
Look at these two.
No, they made friends. The skunk and the trash panda made friends? That's too cute. You're not allowed. Oh my god. That's too cute. That's too adorable. You're not allowed. Stop it. My late little Nora. Oh, Asuka. Thank you for sharing Nora with us. Oh, oh my god. Oh, baby. Oh, what a gorgeous cat. Thank you for sharing that with us, Asuka. Small moth. She's sleeping on her pillow. Oh my god, it's a perfectly sized pillow for a cat. Oh, that is incredible. God. My doggo Sky and one of my two cats, Max, both individually and chilling at each other while Sky was not allowed to physically interact. Oh, baby. Oh my god. Oh, Sky. Oh, I love that for you. Feeny back in January. Baby. Thank you, Zoe Bites. My Calico Poppy. Oh, a sinister Poppy right there. That looks like a plot right there. She's going shopping. Please tell me you took this cat with you shopping. Please tell me, small moth. Oh god, Gamer G. Oh, baby. Baby. Oh my god, Amber Brains, your cats are too cute. They're too cute. Look, oh, that dog is too cute too. Oh god, it's too cute. Can't pull this on me. Ugh. Gamer G. Oh, a Hello Kitty bowl. Perfect for a kitty. Oh my god. Look at her little paws. Oh, perfection. Or should I say perfection? Nailed it. Nailed it. Oh my god. Enthralled by Cat TV. Ugh, I love it. I love it so much. Zoe Bites, thank you for sharing your little friend with us. Oh, the piercing eyes. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. What a good boy. Oh, gaming is contagious. That cat wants to game. That cat wants to be in Baldur's Gate 3, baby. Let him in. Let him in. Oh my god. Para to normal with the puppo. Oh my god, look at them. Just like the flaming tail. What a wonderful dog. Poppy the prairie dog.
It's Friday.
Oh my god,
Yeah.
what?
What do you think, Pen? Time to party? Yeah.
Oh my god,
So get some
what?
snacks? Yeah, Poppy's down. All right, let's do it. All right. Snack.
Oh my god, look at the little prairie dog.
And a snack for Penny. One for you.
Oh my god,
Penny,
look at
would you like
him.
one? Okay. Sit. Whoa, that's a good spin. You think you could do that again? Spin. Oh, double spin. Good girl. Look at those eyes. All right, Poppy.
Look at them.
Everyone's very excited. I think Mert is outside. Should we go see him? Come on, Pen. Let's go see Mert.
Ah!
Let's go. You're still up, bud?
Oh, look at him!
Oh, look at your face. It's covered in lettuce.
Your face is covered in lettuce, you silly little guy.
Let's see. Maybe a fresh piece of agave? What do you think? No?
No.
You just want to go to bed?
I'm cranky.
I'll leave it there. Okay. Good night, Mert.
Is that a prairie dog? It is indeed a prairie dog.
No. Gonna finish doing some laps. Crazy Friday night.
That was fun. Thumbelina. Oh my god. One more. Oh, look at that little guy. Look at him though. What is this?
Let me tell you a story.
Betty and Molly an otter love story? No, this is gonna devastate me.
About a man. My man, Billy. We moved here for a better life. But he was lost for a while. Until beauty found him.
Hello there. What are you doing here?
She was just a bag of bones. She was vulnerable and she was alone. Otters are normally so shy here. She must have been desperate. It took me back to a moment in my own life when I was alone.
Perhaps because Molly had lost her own family, she quickly became part of ours.
Molly?
Like no otter.
I don't know if I'm doing the right thing, but I'm all she's got.
Molly will enjoy that.
I got the Wi-Fi into Molly's house today.
So Molly has Wi-Fi in her house, and I don't have Wi-Fi.
It's for a camera.
Molly came into our lives when we needed her most.
Good girl.
And she opened our eyes again.
So how cute is that?
I could never have imagined that a wee creature would change everything.
I'm not crying. You're crying. You're gay. You're all gay. God. It's stupid, but I like this a lot. Ugh. Yeah, I could never gamer G. Not even for like 5 minutes. God. All right, we did some of that. Time to go back to our coverage. I am the correct amount of inebriated for this. Let's go.
I never get how elites will make a strategic calculation based out of their own self-interest, and then the masses treat it with religious fervor. Questioning free trade, immigration, or regulatory systems is seen as bigoted, racist, or...
There was a worship of free trade for the longest time. Anyone who questioned the benefits of free trade in every single context was evil. Even voicing potential complaints was taboo. Then Trump showed up, made the right isolationist, and now the left is switching away from free trade absolutism too. The thing I can't stand today is the rampant inconsistency. Someone will say you're insane for believing something. 2 years later, they'll forget that you changed your mind.
Sexist.
On
Which
that. It's maddening.
Just makes zero sense, but it's simply the managerial class's attempt to hold on to power. The reason we import tens of...
The managerial class, you say? Might that have any relation to the capital class? No? Okay.
Millions of Latin American, barely literate people, but educated Anglos struggle to...
Thoughts on hedgehogs? I love hedgehogs. Hedgehogs are adorable.
Migrate here is that for the managerial class, the first are cheap labor, which push down wages.
How were we ever free trade absolutionists? Understand that in what if alt hists worldview, neoliberals are also the left, right? So the Bill Clinton free trade NAFTA types are in his mind the same thing as the left.
For the American working class, thus making their lives cheaper, and for the latter, it's competition for their educated jobs. The horrifying classism that came out of the left after Trump.
Oh, Amber Brains, this guy is hella racist.
Trump was always just completely disgusting to me. These are people who claim to care about the downtrodden as their number one thing, but at the same time, they say that anyone who votes for Trump is an illiterate peasant whose opinion shouldn't be counted. They openly say that we need a cheap labor supply from elsewhere, which keeps wages down for normal Americans. The left keeps the price of housing high, which you can see in red states having significantly cheaper housing, which is...
The left doesn't keep the cost of housing high. The cost of land is what is keeping the cost of housing high. When you look at red states and you see cheaper housing, it's because the land itself is goddamn cheaper. You dumb motherfucker.
Easier to build, which young and lower class Americans spend over 60% of their income on. I remember the most influential leftist streamer until recently, Destiny, posting a meme about saying that people on a flight are asking to be the pilot as a metaphor.
Of course, Destiny is a touchstone for this channel. Fuck, dude.
For the lower classes, asking for governance from the educated. I was shocked, since this is such naked elitism and aristocracy. This is the exact kind of thing
Oh god, it's aristocracy now? We have determined bloodlines? What are you talking about? Oh my god. I'm dying. I'm dying. If I were to fully physically react to this, my brain would be deprived of oxygen. Fuck off.
Nobility would have said 500 years ago, and the left has zero self-awareness about it. I remember a leftist woman complaining she couldn't date anyone without a degree since they were inferior.
Well, you know, if you remember one woman saying that at one time, case closed, I guess. All of society doomed.
Replied, so the nobility and lowborns can't mix, right? One of my good friends is an American expat who lives in Mexico, and he likes to say that our elite is trying to Mexicanize America. What that means, not simply.
What the fuck, dude? What the fuck? Oh god. Well, my American expat friend says they're trying to Mexicanize America. Well, as long as that's the case.
On a demographic basis, is that Mexico is an innately aristocratic society, stemming from the Spanish conquest, which divided the country up between about a dozen ruling families.
Ha ha ha! What the fuck is this map? Oh god, he's so dumb.
Families who controlled most of the economy. Mexico is the best country to be an elite, in which the courts are biased.
Watch my History 102 on Mexico if you'd like to learn more. The capybara is named Walter. He says hi. Honestly, the capybara named Walter is the biggest reason you should watch that video. No other reason. I would never recommend anything else by this man.
For you, you have infinite servants from the enormous poor population.
You have infinite service from the enormous poor population.
Only the elites get to live a first world life, while the entire society caters to them. The elite is trying.
Yeah, if only there was some kind of economic lens through which you could view all of this happening and understand better and more coherently. If only there was some kind of, I don't know, lens through which to view capital. But that's clearly impossible. No one would dedicate their entire lives to articulating that lens of analysis.
Trying to turn us into Mexico, firstly by importing Mexicans, then on a cultural, political, and social basis. They're trying to turn us into serfs. You will own nothing and be happy, as they've literally said. My best friend's from a working class family in Boston. He and a lot of his network are from old stock Mayflower Yankees, and
oh, so they're assholes. That's not fair. There are some people from that stock who are not assholes. But honestly, if you're putting yourself in this category and you associate with what if alt-hist, I don't believe that you are a decent person.
when I visited his hometown several times, it's so dystopian how his set, or local working class people, have been completely screwed over by the leftist elite.
No, Jack, they're from Boston. They're massholes. Nailed it. Nailed it, Gamer G.
Working class people in blue states have zero social mobility, and whenever I go to Boston, every single job I see is either automated or done by an immigrant. Frequently,
definitely those two things couldn't have anything to do with capitalism, could they? No capitalism here, just automation or immigrants. I need to pee again. I'll be right back. I'm so frustrated right now.
one who can't
I'm back, bitches. You can't get rid of me that easily, you fools. I'm not gonna lie to you guys, though. I probably only have about 20 minutes more in me. So we're gonna give it our best shot. Okay? We're gonna give it our best shot. Let's take a look.
Even speak English. Let I remind you, this is about as far from Latin America as you can get while still being in America. I keep finding this in blue states, where the managerial class see the previous American inhabitants the way we saw the Native Americans. The Yankees have been completely betrayed by.
That just sounds like you went to a blue state and met some racist middle management. That's not uncommon, but it's also not representative.
Their own elite. The rapid social collapse has been horrifying to watch.
Jesus. I want to read if you care. Masshole in chat, I can explain. This is not tour, and I'm going to assume that's true. Our problem is that we have so many old age libs in our state government. We are relatively progressive but don't go left. We stay liberal and actually legislate protections for marginalized groups. Boston proper also has suffered to a degree from white flight and has a homeless problem. But what we mostly have is a capitalist asshole who sits in their skyscrapers all day and rich assholes who like to vacation on the Cape and South Shore. We don't have an immigration apocalypse or anything of the fucking sort. The big reason we are called massholes is because we live in fucking New England where the weather is so shit all the time. It's also cold up here. That's fair. You know, being from Minnesota, I really resonate with the "it's cold up here" line of presentation because, hey, it's cold up here, you know?
I'm only 23, so I remember the old American.
God, I forget he's only 23. He talks like he's a 95-year-old man. God.
I once took a friend to my hometown in Pennsylvania, and he said, "This looks like a Taylor Swift music video." That's since Taylor's of a neighboring reading. Growing up with a PC opinion was her country music was good, but she sold out with pop music.
Yeah, this dude is this racist at 23 years old.
A little bit, partially since I grew up in a rural area, a few decades behind the rest of America culturally. I remember the old America, which was a middle-class country in which social
No, you don't. You're 23. Fuck off.
Mobility was expected.
I also grew up in rural America in the Midwest. You do not remember what you were talking about.
On the cultural needs of the American people, a place where freedom and basic decency was taken for granted, with open discussion, a place where it was just assumed everyone could get married and have children, even poor people. Poor people used to be able to buy houses, where middle-class people—
No! Newsflash, everybody. Poor people didn't used to be able to buy houses. That's just not true. Irascended Kitten, thank you for the $10 super chat. Very much appreciated. And updating the list accordingly.
Took vacations, where the weekends were normalized, people loved Hollywood, and kids would just play outside without even thinking. In our current—
Yeah, maybe because parents think more than children do, or think more in depth via planning faculties than children do.
Schrodinger's society, life was never better than this. People have always been poor and miserable. Life hasn't gotten worse since the 20th century. Things are still great, kiddo. The economy's good now.
society, we simultaneously are completely incapable of acknowledging that that old country ever ended, and at the same time, people will deny that it ever existed. I remember that country with my own mind, and I find it so heartbreaking so many pretended it never happened. Whenever I talk about this, people say things were always this way, or that things were
No one says that unless they're morons.
Just as good now, which is really a disgusting Schrödinger society. By every conceivable...
That doesn't mean anything or make sense. A Schrödinger society is either the society exists or it doesn't. Stop it.
Metric you could possibly choose, the average American's quality of life has collapsed precipitously. This is borne out in a bunch of different statistics, as Peter Turchin covers eloquently. Gen Z has 90% less spending power per capita as the baby boomers did in their 20s.
Yeah, maybe that has something to do with capitalism. Maybe that has something to do with the concentration of wealth in the capital class being further concentrated than during the boomer generation.
Gen Z is too poor to create culture or even go out to drink. Young people are too poor to mate or form families. This is why we have the worst birth rates in history. Wages have completely...
No, it's because of capitalism isolating you dumb fucks. It's because capitalism inherently is designed to create replaceable workers, i.e., you feel less important because you were designed by the economic system to be replaceable if you are not productive. That is the entire goal and premise of capitalism. Congrats.
Stagnated as cost of life has skyrocketed. The average young or poor American...
Just real quick.
Completely stagnated as cost of life has skyrocketed.
As cost of life has skyrocketed, who increased the cost of life? Just out of curiosity, who increased the cost of life? Was it the workers? Or is it a different group of people? I wonder who. Who made it more expensive? Also, hey, in 1973, what happened to make this hourly compensation become stagnant while productivity rises compared to the first 30 years, where those two things largely tracked one another? That's so strange. Strange that you don't comment on it whatsoever.
Skyrocketed. The average young or poor American has 3/4 of their income taken from them for just existing, in that they spend 60% of their income on rent, while the state takes a big chunk in social...
Yeah, I wonder who's charging that rent, man. Who's responsible for jacking up those rents every year? I wonder who. No way to find out. Impossible in modern America.
Security and taxes, let alone food or essentials. This is why most Americans have less than $500 in the bank. This doesn't even...
Yeah, it's almost like there's a systemic system aligned against them from accumulating wealth. It's crazy.
Even deal with intangible factors which we completely devalue in our culture. The reason other societies procreated in poverty and formed stable cultures, while we do not, is that they had social institutions we got rid of.
Well, no. I mean, a big part of it is the fact that if you had more children in like less advanced medically societies, you would have more people working for you to produce excess value. Effectively, if the more children you had, the more wealth your family was able to accumulate, which seems pretty straightforward, actually.
With religion, community, family trust, and values, you can live in poverty while knowing that people will help you out through financial issues, babysit your children, hang out with you after work, and you'll have a meaning or moral code to explain how the world works. The reason mental health is so disastrous among Gen Z, around 40% having a diagnosed mental illness, is that they're completely consumed by nihilism.
Wait, that's not what your citation says. Over 40% of Gen Z report feeling persistently sad or hopeless. That's not the same thing as 40% testing positive for a mental health disorder.
There's a very important historic event called the disenchantment of the world that anthropologists talk about, through which we move from a
Morass, I agree. We do need to educate children more. 100%.
concept of the world in which the entire universe is alive and full of meaning and spirits and beauty, and that meaning is...
What? Wait, that was a weird thing to throw in there. What a strange curveball. The universe is full of spirits and beauty and meaning. Okay. All right. Spirits are real now.
inside existence itself. And I've put a lot of effort into studying the disenchantment, and it's a complex topic in itself. But one of the points I find very interesting is that when you look at the trajectory, you'll find that it's correlated with wealthy industrial societies, where when you're not a wealthy industrialized society, you'll have an enchanted, mystical view of the world. And
these maps are so... Well, I feel like I don't have to finish that sentence.
I'll push this back to science a little bit earlier, and afterwards you don't. And in each case, it's not really a rational argument, which I explained in this text wall. It's more so that just, it's considered...
Oh God, thanks.
What I found with disenchantment, or the process through which we strip the world of mystery, magic, purpose, or meaning, was not a genuine local problem, but instead a shift in how our neurology works.
Society went downhill without the Odin wank sheet.
From Ian McGilchrist's works, our brains are wired from right to left hemispheres. Long story short, modernity gets people to operate in the left hemisphere. Our hemisphere, which has complete certainty in itself, but also which can only draw half a picture. The left hemisphere can't understand change over time, free will, subjective things, emotions, or life itself. The store idea that science should dictate all human life was never the intention of early science, most of the founders of which were religious. The idea that only science can explain reality is a way to cherry-pick evidence you accept while removing any filters of cost-effectiveness, common sense, wisdom, or tradition. It leads to insanity like trans.
Oh, fuck, dude. Science leads to trans is his big counter argument against trans people existing. That is crazy, dog. If you believe too much in science, that leads you to believing in trans people existing is an incredible argument. An incredible argument. Oh my God. Oh, fuck, dude.
Not scientific to believe in these things. Well, it's not explained why science has to be our entire moral code. And what I think actually happened here is that belief in things like religion or mysticism or magic was seen as low-class behavior that upper-class scientific people should not do because they're too rational and successful through modern...
Belief in modernist ideas, statistically, is heavily class-based. If you ask people if they believe in God, the Bible, ghosts, or psychics, what's generally the case, statistically, is that most Americans believe in all of the things above. It's actually interesting that it's frequently a majority, while any authors which push them are completely blacklisted from academia or elite institutions. Consistently, the managerial class, who with the upper middle class are most concentrated, are the main demographic which doesn't believe in any of this ideal-based stuff. In that the managerial class is completely dependent on a purely materialist word of atom-to-atom interaction. Once you add free will or purpose to life itself, it becomes impossible to manage.
Methods to need those sorts of silly things, and that's what's borne out in the statistical evidence from demographics. The reason that within the last lifetime we lost all of those social institutions I spoke about earlier is that the boomers got rid of the culture in society since
they were too hippy-dippy, the boomers. Too busy fucking each other to realize who was fucking all of us.
They didn't need it since their age group was so wealthy. What they did was put their children in a terrible place.
Also, I'm not an expert on this, but I'm pretty sure that Obama doesn't count as a boomer. I'm pretty sure Obama is younger than boomers.
Where their society makes no sense, since they have none of the wealth necessary to uphold the lack of social institutions. People tend to see decadence, or the phase of social collapse we're facing now with a declining society, as a symptom of insane wealth or degeneracy. That's true initially, but
yeah, do you see them dancing? That is the ultimate sign of degeneracy when people dance.
As the society degenerates, most people fall into poverty while they lose the social institutions that would maintain the degeneracy itself.
Maybe, it kind of seems like you're talking about capitalism again, kind of like the gutting of social institutions to the enrichment of a certain class of people might be relevant to this discussion, but yet you continually talk around that phenomenon. Weird.
Decadence always ends in the old world peasant, beaten down by millennia of the tyranny of culture, state, and family.
What if Alt Hist Footloose was a cautionary tale? Know me, Sunrider, you actually understand What If Alt Hist, because that is 100% the kind of person he is.
We see the huddled peasants of Egypt or India as primitive, while in reality, they are the endpoint of civilization going longer than ours has now. We Westerners are still somewhat savage, since we were cowboys or Vikings not too long ago. Our freedom and vitality are barbarian remnants. We can't afford to lose them. Part 3, GSR. When ours...
Okay, I gotta call it. I gotta call it, chat. I gotta call it. I can't. We are halfway through this. We have technically not even hit the halfway point. That won't happen for another 65 seconds. We are technically not even at the halfway point here, and I can't do this. I can't do this. It's 4 o'clock in the morning. I have to go to bed. But I promise that I will come at this with sober eyes on a new day. And I also promise you that I am going to have difficulty remembering what his arguments are, because I'm quite tipsy at the moment. Hello, it's me, Riverboat Jack, floating on the sea or river of inebriation. And yes, don't worry guys, I've had 3 of these. I'm gonna be okay. Ta-da! Now, I won't be able to cover more of this tomorrow because I'm going to be doing things and stuff, but probably not on Monday either. This week, just to prep you guys, is going to be a little bit all over the place, given the fact that I'm moving my computer, I'm moving my cameras, my lighting, everything. I'm moving all of that over to a new location, okay? You need that prebiotic to sponsor you? I'm going to be okay. Don't worry, guys. I can actually hold my liquor pretty well. All appearances notwithstanding. All those bags of concrete. We are getting concrete tomorrow, so that makes me wonder how you know so much, Daniel. Daniel! Good luck with moving the studio and setting it up. Thank you, Aska. I'll try and do small streams because I'm sure more shit is gonna happen between now and then, but it's gonna be a whole thing. Not gonna lie, the big beer mug juxtaposition with Jack being small and stuff is freaking adorable. I mean, I am only 5'6". I am only 5'6". Will you stream next on Monday? Either Monday or Tuesday. We'll see where I'm at on Monday. It's going to be, we're going to be doing a lot. I need to be out of my apartment by August 9th. And so I need to move like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I need to move about 6 big pieces of furniture. It's going to be a lot. Should be doable in the span of a week, but then I also need to clean the apartment, do all the things. You know the moving things. Whew. Hello, Bearded Death. Is there some people aspirin? Tylenol don't do nothing. It sure doesn't do anything to me. Try some ibuprofen. Yeah, say bye to the old place, chat. This is the last you're gonna see of it. We'll do our best to maintain the stream aesthetic, but it is going to be very different, especially when the studio's done, folks. I'm really excited for it to be done and to see how it all kind of comes together. Yeah, a new Jera, as it were. Kind of sad about it. I'm kind of sad too. This place has been a safe place for me to live for the last several years. First safe place I could be myself in my entire life. It's a bit sad. Gonna take tomorrow to feel bad about it and smooch my partner. And then the day after that, I'm gonna be moving stuff and things. Yeah, we didn't talk about PBS. That's my bad. But we will eventually. The gutting of PBS is kind of unavoidable for us to talk about. Change is good, embrace it. My autism disagrees. That is kind of how I feel about it, right? Change is really, really hard for me. And I understand that I understand intellectually this is going to be good. But like, also in the immediate sense, it's difficult. It's hard as hell. I'm looking forward to being all moved in. But the process of actually changing sucks. It sucks so much. It sucks so much. Go room to say goodbye. Makes you feel better. I'll give it a shot, Lee Kestner. Change bad. Nothing must change. Grr. I'm your Republican excuse for bigotry. Thanks, awesome Stella. Also, the new studio is going to be really, really great, guys. I'm really excited to show you guys. I've been working on it with the contractor over the last, and a lot of it is going to be built this week. I'm really excited. It's gonna be cool. It's gonna be cozy, and I don't know. I think you guys are gonna like the new space. We are gonna be streaming from like the alternate location for the next week or so, but after that, it should be done. So we'll give it another week after today, and we should be in the new place. Will the new studio be nautical themed? No, it will not. It will have largely the same pictures that are behind me, as well as this bookshelf. We'll see. The bookshelf may or may not be there. We'll find out. It's gonna be weird to be in like a shorter space, though. That's the main weird thing. Oh, that's what I did when I helped my parents move out to the new house of the house I grew up in. The last night before we left, walked around and remembering things that happened in each room. Oh, Stone Corporal, that'll be really nice to do. I might do that with my partner. Will the new studio have a river with a corresponding boat that floats down it? No, that'd be pretty cool, though, Awesome Stella. That'd be pretty cool. You never answered my question earlier, and since you're leaving the home, I kind of want to know, why is there a half door? Oh, it's the HVAC closet. It has the like air conditioner, heater, etc. in there. Make special note of the room where you broke the bed. I definitely will, Salmon Moose. Thank you. Yeah, that closet is where the Donut Ghost lives. Oh God. Bill Nye the Science Guy. Good night, folks. I will talk to you all on a new day. We'll see. This upcoming week is going to be nuts, but I'll do my best to be streaming every night. Again, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Good night, you lovely, lovely beings. Thank you for supporting me for years through this place, and I'm excited to see where this all goes. Thank you for being here. Thank you for supporting me. And I will be back on a new day with a new show that is far more sober than I am right now. You guys are amazing, and I really appreciate each and every one of you. It's gonna be okay. Catman the Bad Man. That means a lot, weirdly. Thank you. Good night. See you on a new day. Good night, folks.
In a pleasant wooded valley lived a huntsman tall and able. He relied on skill and cunning for the food upon his table. He would walk the forest shadows with his little son in tow, teaching him the archer's art and all that he should know. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. In the valley there was freedom and a man was left to living, but as year gave way to year the ruling men grew less forgiving. On a day as black as death, a governor to rule then came, turning landsmen into slaves, and Gessler was his name. In the center of the village, Gessler set a lofty pillar, and he ordered every subject, be he serf or be he miller, to do homage to the hat that Gessler placed atop the pole, or to forfeit to the crown his life, if not his soul.